Note: Project Gutenberg also has an HTML version of this file, which includes the original maps. See 43255H. HTM or 43255H zip. http://www.gutenberg.org/files/43255H/43255H HTM or http://www.gutenberg.org/files/43255/43255H zip. Images of the original pages are available through Internet Archive Canadian Libraries. See http://archive.org/details/Domesday Book 00 Maitwaft. Transcriber's note: text enclosed by underscores is in italics. Text enclosed by equal signs is in boldface or other blackletter font, == equals. The abbreviation of Saint with a superscripted T is left simply as Saint. The marginal paragraph descriptions are placed preceding each paragraph and delimited using square brackets. On occasion, there are more than one for a single paragraph. The copious footnotes have been renumbered, consecutively, and gathered at the end of each chapter. Internal references to those notes in the original have been modified to refer to the new numbers. Domesday Book and Beyond. 3 Essays in the Early History of England. Cambridge University Press Warehouse C. F. Clay, Manager, =London Fetter Lane, EC, Glasgow 50 Wellington Street. Also, London Stevens and Sons Limited, 119 and 120 Chancery Lane, Leipzig P.A. Brockhouse, Bombay and Calcutta Macmillan and Co. Limited. Preface. The greater part of what is in this book was written in order that it might be included in the history of English law before the time of Edward I, which was published by Sir Frederic Pollock and me in the year 1895. Divers reasons dictated a change of plan. Of one only need I speak. I knew that Mr. Round was on the eve of giving to the world his feudal England, and that thereby he would teach me and others many new lessons about the scheme and meaning of Domesday Book. That I was well advised in waiting will be evident to everyone who has studied his work. In its light, I have suppressed, corrected, added much. The delay has also enabled me to profit by Dr. Maitson's Siedelung und Agrarwesen der Germanen, a book which will assuredly leave a deep mark upon all our theories of Old English history. The title under which I here collect my 3 essays is chosen for the purpose of indicating that I have followed that retrogressive method from the known to the unknown, of which Mr. Seebohm is the apostle. Domesday Book appears to me, not indeed as the known, but as the knowable. The beyond is still very dark, but the way to it lies through the Norman record. A result is given to us. The problem is to find cause and process. That in some sort I have been endeavoring to answer Mr. Seebohm, I cannot conceal from myself or from others. A hearty admiration of his English village community is one main source of this book. That the task of disputing his conclusions might have fallen to stronger hands than mine I well know. I had hoped that by this time Prof. Vinogradov's Villanage in England would have had a sequel. When that sequel comes, and may it come soon, my provisional answer can be forgot. One who by a few strokes of his pen has deprived the English nation of its land, its folkland, owes us some reparation. I have been trying to show how we can best bear the loss and abandon as little as may be of what we learnt from Dr. Conrad von Mora and Dr. Stubbs. For my hastily compiled doomsday statistics, I have apologized in the proper place. Here I will only add that I had but one long vacation to give to a piece of work that would have been better performed had it been spread over many years. Mr. Corbett, of King's College, has already shown me how by a little more patience and ingenuity I might have obtained some rounder, and therefore more significant figures. But of this it is for him to speak. Among the friends whom I wish to thank for their advice and assistance, I am more especially grateful to Mr. Herbert Fisher, of New College, who has borne the tedious labor of reading all my sheets, and to Mr. W.H. Stevenson, of Exeter College, whose unrivaled knowledge of English diplomatics has been generously placed at my service. FWM. 20 January, 1897. Contents. Pay. Preface v. Table of Contents Roman 7. List of abbreviations Roman 14. SAI. Domesday Book. Domesday Book and its satellites 1. Domesday and Legal History 2. Domesday a Geld Book 3. The Dane Geld 3. The Inquest and the Geld System 5. Importance of the Geld 7. Unstable Terminology of the Record 8. The Legal Ideas of Centuries 9. Section 1. Plan of the Survey pp. 926. The Geographical Basis 9. The Vill as the Unit 10. Modern and Ancient Vills 12. Omission of Vills 13. Fission of Vills 14. The Nucleated Village and the Vill of Scattered Steads 15. Illustration by Maps 16. Size of the Vill 17. Population of the Vill 19. Contrasts between East and West 20. Small Vills 20. Importance of the East 21. Manorial and non-manorial Vills 22. Distribution of free men and serfs 23. The classification of men 23. The classes of men and the Geld system 24. Our course 25. Section 2. The serfs pp. 2636. The service of Domesday 26. Legal position of the serf 27. Degrees of serfdom 27. Predial element in serfdom 28. The serf and criminal law 29. Serf and villain 30. The serf of the legs 30. Return to the service of Domesday 33. Disappearance of servi 35. Section 3. The villains pp. 3666. The boors or coliberts 36. The continental colibert 37. The English boor 37. Villani bordere cottere 38. The villains tenement 40. Villains and courtiers 41. Freedom and unfreedom of the Villani 41. Meaning of freedom 42. The villain as free 43. The villain as unfree 45. Anglo-Saxon freeholding 46. Freeholding and seigneurial rights 47. The scale of freeholding 49. Free land and immunity 50. Unfreedom of the villain 50. Right of recapture 50. Rarity of flight 51. The villain and seigneurial justice 52. The villain and national justice 52. The villain and his land 53. The villain's land and the Geld 54. The villain's services 56. The villain's rent 57. The English for villainous 58. Summary of the villain's position 60. Depression of the peasants 61. The Normans and the rustics 61. Depression of the sokemen 63. The peasants on the royal domain 65. Section 4. The sokemen pp. 6679. Sockemani and Liberi homines 66. Lord and man 67. Bonds between lord and man 67. Commendation 69. Commendation and protection 70. Commendation and warranty 71. Commendation and tenure 71. The lord's interest in commendation 72. The seigneury over the commended 74. Commendation and service 74. Land loans and services 75. The man's consuetudines 76. Nature of consuetudines 78. Justiciary consuetudines 78. Section 5 Sake and Soke pp. 8107. Sake and Soke 80. Private jurisdiction in the legs 80. Soke in the legs Henrici 81. Kinds of soke in the legs 82. The Norman kings and private justice 83. Sake and soke in Domesday 84. Meaning of soke 84. Meaning of sake 84. Soke as jurisdiction 86. Seigneurial justice before the conquest 87. Soke as a regality 89. Soke over villains 90. Private soke and hundredal soke 91. Hundredal and manorial soke 92. The seigneurial court 94. Soke and the earl's third penny 95. Soke and housebeast 97. Soke over houses 99. Vendible soke 100. Soke and mund 100. Justice and jurisdiction 102. Soke and commendation 103. Sokemen and freemen 104. Holdings of the sokemen 106. Section 6. The manor pp. 107-128. What is a manor? 107. Manerium a technical term 107. Manor and hall 109. Difference between manor and hall 110. Size of the maneria 110. A large manor 111. Enormous manors Leominster, Berkeley, Tewkesbury, Taunton 112. Large manors in the Midlands 114. Townhouses and bailiwicks attached to manors, 114. Manor and soak, 115. Minute manors in the west, 116. Minute manors in the east, 117. The manor as a peasant's holding, 118. Definition of a manor, 119. The manor and the geld, 120. Classification of men for the geld, 122. Proofs of connection of the manor with the geld, 122. Land gelds in a manor, 124. Geld and hall, 124. The lord and the man's taxes, 125. Distinction between villeins and sokemen, 125. The lord's subsidiary liability, 126. Manors distributed to the Frenchmen, 127. Summary, 128. Section 7 Manor and Vill, pp. 129-150. Manorial and non-manorial vills, 129. The Vill of Orwell, 129. The Weatherly Hundred of Cambridgeshire, 131. The Weatherly Sokemen, 134. The Sokemen and Seigneurial Justice, 135. Changes in the Weatherly Hundred, 135. Manorialism in Cambridgeshire, 136. The Sokemen and the Manors, 137. Hertfordshire Sokemen, 138. The Small Maneria, 138. The Danes and Freedom, 139. The Danish Counties, 139. The Contrast between Villeins and Sokemen, 140. Free Villages, 141. Village Communities, 142. The Villagers as Co-Owners, 142. The Wasteland of the Vill, 143. Co-ownership of mills and churches, 144. The System of Vergates in a Free Village, 144. The Vergates and Inheritance, 145. The Farm of the Vill, 146. Round sums raised from the villages, 147. The Township and Police Law, 147. The Free Village and Norman Government, 149. Organization of the Free Village, 149. Section 8. The Feudal Superstructure, pp. 151-72. Higher ranks of men, 150. Dependent tenure, 151. Feudum, 152. Allodium, 153. Application of the formula of dependent tenure, 154. Military tenure, 156. The army and the land, 157. Feudalism and army service, 158. Punishment for default of service, 159. The new military service, 160. The Thanes, 161. Nature of Thenship, 163. The Thens of Domesday, 165. Greater and Lesser Thanes, 165. The Great Lords, 166. The King as Landlord, 166. The Ancient Domain, 167. The Commodal Manors, 168. Private Rights and Governmental Revenues, 168. The English State, 170. Section 9. The Boroughs, pp. 172-19. Borough and Village, 172. The Borough in Century Roman 13, 173. The number of the boroughs, 173. The aid-paying boroughs of Century Roman 12, 174. List of aids, 175. The boroughs in Domesday, 176. The borough as a county town, 178. The borough on no man's land, 178. Heterogeneous tenures in the boroughs, 179. Burgages attached to rural manors, 180. The burgess and the rural manor, 181. Tenure of the borough and tenure of land within the borough, 181. The king and other landlords, 182. The oldest bar, 183. The king's bar, 184. The special piece of the bar, 184. The town and the bar, 185. The building of boroughs, 186. The shire and its borough, 186. Military geography, 187. The burgle hittage, 187. The shire's wallwork, 188. Henry the Fowler and the German burghs, 189. The shire thanes and their borough houses, 189. The knights in the borough, 190. Burbot and Castleguard, 191. Borough and market, 192. Establishment of markets, 193. Moneyers in the bar, 195. Bar and port, 195. Military and commercial elements in the borough, 196. The borough and agriculture, 196. Burgesses as cultivators, 197. Burgage tenure, 198. Eastern and Western boroughs 199. Common property of the burgesses 200. The community as landholders 200. Rights of common 202. Absence of communalism in the borough 202. The borough community and its lord 203. The farm of the borough 204. The sheriff and the farm of the borough 205. The community and the geld 206. Partition of taxes 207. No corporation farming the borough 208. Borough and county organization 209. Government of the boroughs 209. The borough court 210. The lawmen 211. Definition of the borough 212. Mediatized boroughs 212. Boroughs on the king's land and other boroughs 215. Attributes of the borough 216. Classification of the boroughs 217. National element in the boroughs 219. Essay Roman 2. England before the conquest. Object of this essay 220. Fundamental controversies over Anglo-Saxon history 221. The Romanesque theory unacceptable 222. Feudalism as a normal stage 223. Feudalism as progress and retrogress 224. Progress and retrogress in the history of legal ideas 224. The contact of barbarism and civilization 225. Our materials 226. Section 1, Bookland and the Land Book pp. 226-44. The lands of the churches 226. How the churches acquired their lands 227. The earliest land books 229. Exotic character of the book 230. The book purports to convey ownership 230. The book conveys a superiority 231. A modern analogy 232. Conveyance of superiorities in early times 233. What had the king to give 234. The king's alienable rights 234. Royal rights in land 235. The king's fium 236. Nature of the fium 237. Tribute and rent 239. Mixture of ownership and superiority 240. Growth of the seigneury 241. Bookland and church right 242. Bookland and testament 243. Section 2, Bookland and Folkland pp. 244-58. What is Folkland? 244. Folkland in the laws 244. Folkland in the charters 245. Land booked by the king to himself 246. The consent of the Witan 247. Consent and witness in the land books 247. Attestation of the earliest books 248. Confirmation and attestation 250. Function of the Witan 251. The king and the people's land 252. King's land and crown land 253. Fate of the king's land on his death 253. The new king and the old king's heir 254. Immunity of the ancient domain 255. Rights of individuals in national land 255. The allode 256. Bookland and privilege 257. Kinds of land and kinds of right 257. Section 3, Sake and Soak pp. 258-92. Importance of seigneurial justice 258. Theory of the modern origin of seigneurial justice 258. Sake and soak in the Norman age 259. The confessor's writs 259. Senate's writs 260. Senate's law 261. The book and the writ 261. Diplomatics 262. The Anglo-Saxon writ 264. Sake and soak appear when writs appear 265. Traditional evidence of sake and soak 267. Altitanentes 268. Criticism of the earlier books 269. The clause of immunity 270. Dissection of the words of immunity 272. The Trinota necessitas 273. The angle 274. The right to wits and the right to a court 275. The Taunton Book 276. The Immunists and the White 277. Justice and Jurisdiction 277. The Frankish Immunity 278. Seigneurial and Ecclesiastical Jurisdiction 279. Criminal Justice of the Church 281. Antiquity of Seigneurial Courts 282. Justice, Vassalage and Tenure 283. The Lord and the Accused Vassal 284. The state, the lord and the vassal, 285. The landrica as immunist, 286. The immunist's rights over freemen, 288. Subdelegation of justiciary rights, 289. Number of the immunists, 289. Note, the angled clause, 290. Section 4, Bookland and Loanland pp. 293-318. The Book and the Gift, 293. Bookland and Service, 294. Military Service, 295. Escheat of Bookland, 295. Alienation of Bookland, 297. The Harriet and the Testament, 298. The Gift and the Loan, 299. The Precarium, 300. The English Land Loan, 301. Loans of Church Land to the Great, 302. The Consideration for the Loan, 303. St. Oswald's Loans, 303. Oswald's Letter to Edgar, 304. Feudalism in Oswald's Law, 307. Oswald's Writing-Men, 308. Heritable Loans, 309. Wardship and Marriage, 310. Seigneurial Jurisdiction, 310. Oswald's Law in England at Large, 311. Inferences from Oswald's Loans, 312. Economic Position of Oswald's Tenants, 312. Loan Land and Bookland, 313. Bookland and the Dooms, 314. Royal and Other Books, 315. The Gift and the Loan, 317. Dependent Tenure, 317. Section 5. The Growth of Seigneurial Power pp. 318-340. Subjection of Free Men, 318. The Royal Grantee and the Land, 318. Provender Rents and the Manorial Economy, 319. The Church and the Peasants, 320. Growth of the Manorial System, 321. Church Scot and Tithes, 321. Jurisdictional Rights of the Lord, 322. The Lord and the Man's Taxes, 323. Depression of the Free Seoral, 324. The Slaves, 325. Growth of Manors from Below, 325. Theories which connect the manor with the Roman villa, 326. The Rectitudines, 327. Discussion of the Rectitudines, 328. The Tydenham Case, 329. The Stoke Case, 330. Inferences from these cases, 332. The Villa and the Vicus, 333. Manors in the Land Books, 334. The Mansus and the Mainans, 335. The Hyde, 336. The Strip Holding and the Villa, 337. The Lord and the Strips, 338. The Seoral and the Slave, 339. The Condition of the Danelaw, 339. Section 6. The Village Community pp. 340-356. Free Villages, 340. Ownership by communities and ownership by individuals, 341. Co-ownership and ownership by corporations, 341. Ownership and governmental power, 342. Ownership and subordinate governmental power, 343. Evolution of sovereignty and ownership, 343. Communal ownership as a stage, 344. The theory of normal stages, 345. Was land owned by village communities, 346. Meadows, pastures, and woods, 348. The bond between neighbors, 349. Feebleness of village communalism, 349. Absence of organization, 350. The German village on conquered soil, 351. Development of kingly power, 351. The Free Village in England, 352. The Village Meeting, 353. What might have become of the Free Village, 353. Mark Communities, 354. Intercommoning between vills, 355. Last Words, 356. Essay Roman 3. The Hyde. What was the Hyde? 357. Importance of the question, 357. Hyde and Manse in Bede, 358. Hyde and Manse in the Land Books, 358. The Large Hyde and the Manorial Arrangement, 360. Our Course, 361. Section 1. Measures and Fields pp. 362-399. Permanence and Change in Agrarian History, 362. Rapidity of Change in Old Times, 363. Devastation of Villages, 363. Village Colonies, 365. Change of field systems, 365. Differences between different shires, 366. New and old villages, 367. History of land measures, 368. Growth of uniform measures, 369. Superficial measure, 370. The ancient elements of land measure, 372. The German acre, 373. English acres, 373. Small and large acres, 374. Anglo-Saxon rods and acres, 375. Customary acres and forest acres, 376. The acre and the day's work, 377. The real acres in the fields, 379. The culture or shots, 379. Delimitation of shots, 380. Real and ideal acres, 381. Irregular length of acres, 383. The sellions or beds, 383. Acres divided lengthwise, 384. The virgate, 385. Yard and yard land, 385. The virgate a fraction of the hide, 385. The yard land in laws and charters, 386. The hide as a measure, 387. The hide as a measure of arable, 388. The hide of 120 acres, 389. Real and fiscal hides, 389. Causes of divergence of fiscal from real hides, 390. Effects of the divergence, 392. Acreage of the hide in later days, 393. The carucate and bovate, 395. The oxgang, 396. The fiscal carucate, 396. Acreage tilled by a plow, 397. Walter of Henley's program of plowing, 398. Section 2, Domesday Statistics pp. 399-490. Statistical tables, 404-3. Domesday's three statements, 399. Northern formulas, 404. Southern formulas, 405. Kentish formulas, 406. Relation between the three statements, 406. Introduction of statistics, 407. Explanation of statistics, 407. Acreage, 407. Population, 408. Danegeld, 408. Hides, carucates, sulungs, 408. Reduced hittage, 410. The teamlands, 410. The teams, 411. The values, 411. The table of ratios, 411. Imperfection of statistics, 412. Constancy of ratios, 413. The team, 413. Variability of the caruca, 414. Constancy of the caruca, 414. The villains' teams, 415. The villains' oxen, 416. Light and heavy plows, 417. The team of Domesday and other documents, 417. The teamland, 418. Fractional parts of the teamland, 418. Land for oxen and wood for swine, 419. The teamland no aerial unit, 419. The teamlands of Great and the teams of Little Domesday, 420. The Leicestershire formulas, 420. Origin of the inquiry touching the teamlands, 421. Modification of the inquiry, 423. The potential teams, 423. Normal relation between teams and teamlands, 424. The land of deficient teams, 425. Actual and potential teamlands, 426. The land of excessive teams, 427. Digression to East Anglia, 429. The teamland no aerial measure, 431. Eiton's theory, 431. Domesday's lineal measure, 432. Measured teamlands, 433. Amount of arable in England, 435. Decrease of arable, 436. The food problem, 436. What was the population? 436. What was the field system? 437. What was the acres yield? 437. Consumption of beer, 438. The Englishman's diet, 440. Is the arable superabundant? 441. Amount of pasturage, 441. Area of the villages, 443. Produce and value, 444. Varying size of acres, 445. The teamland in Cambridgeshire, 445. The hides of Domesday, 446. Relation between hides and teamlands, 447. Unhidated estates, 448. Beneficial hidation, 448. Effect of privilege 449. Divergence of Hyde from Teamland 450. Partition of the Geld 451. Distribution of Hydes among counties and hundreds 451. The Hiddage of Worcestershire 451. The County Hiddage 455. Its date 456. The Northamptonshire Geld Roll 457. Credibility of the County Hiddage 458. Reductions of Hiddage 458. The County Quotas 459. The Hundred and the Hundred Hydes 459. Comparison of Domesday Hiddage with Pipe Rolls 460. Underrated and overrated counties 461. Hiddage and value 462. £1, 1 Hyde 465. Equivalents of pound and Hyde 465. Cases of undertaxation 466. Kent 466. Devon and Cornwall 467. Cases of overtaxation 468. Leicestershire 468. Yorkshire 469. Equity and Hiddage 470. Distribution of Hydes and of Teamlands 471. Area and value as elements of geldability 472. The equitable Teamland 473. Artificial Valais 473. The new assessments of Henry Roman II 473. Acreage of the fiscal Hyde 475. Equation between Hyde and acres 475. The Hyde of 120 acres 476. Evidence from Cambridgeshire 476. Evidence from the Isle of Ely 476. Evidence from Middlesex 477. Meaning of the Middlesex entries 478. Evidence in the Geld inquests 478. Result of the evidence 480. Evidence from Essex 480. Acreage of the fiscal Carrocate 483. Acreage of the fiscal Sulung 484. Kemble's theory 485. The Ploughland and the Plough 486. The Yorkshire Carrocates 487. Relation between Teamlands and fiscal Carrocates 487. The fiscal Hyde of 120 acres 489. Antiquity of the large Hyde 489. Section 3. Beyond Domesday, pp. 495-20. The Hyde beyond Domesday, 490 arguments in favor of small Hydes, 490. Continuity of the Hyde in the land books, 491. Examples from Charters of Chertsey, 492. Examples from Charters of Malmesbury, 492. Permanence of the Hydation, 493. Gifts of villages, 494. Gifts of manses in villages, 495. The largest gifts, 496. The Winchester estate at Chilcombe, 496. The Winchester estates at Downton and Taunton, 498. Kemble and the Taunton estate, 499. Difficulty of identifying parcels, 500. The numerous Hydes in ancient documents, 501. The Burgle Hiddage, 502. The Tribal Hiddage, 506. Bede's Hiddage, 508. Bede and the Land Books, 509. Gradual reduction of Hiddage, 510. Overestimates of Hiddage, 510. Size of Bede's Hyde, 511. Evidence from Iona, 512. Evidence from Selsey, 513. Conclusion in favor of the large Hyde, 515. Continental analogies, 515. The German Hufe, 515. The Königshufe, 516. The large Hyde on the continent, 517. The large Hyde not too large, 518. The large Hyde and the manor, 519. Last words, 520. Footnotes. Siedelung und Agrarwesen der Westermanen und Ostermanen, der Kelten, Romer, Finnen und Slon, von August Maetzen, Berlin, 1895. List of abbreviations. B equals Birch, Cartularium Saxonicum, London, 1880-5793, D. B equals Domesday Book, E. Equals Earl Land Charters, Oxford, 1888, E. HR equals English Historical Review, H. And S equals Haddon and Stubbs, Councils and Ecclesiastical Documents, Volume Roman 3, Oxford, 1871. K. Equals Kemble, Codex Diplomaticus Evi Saxonici, London, 1839-48. T. Equals Thorpe, Diplomatarium Anglicanum, London, 1865. Addendum. P. 347, Note 794. Instances of the periodic reallotment of the whole land of a Vill, exclusive of houses and crofts, seem to have been not unknown in the north of England. Here the reallotment is found in connection with a husbandry which knows no permanent severance of the arable from the grassland, but from time to time plows up a tract and after a while allows it to become grassland once more. C.F.W. Dendy, The Ancient Farms of Northumberland, Archaeologia Aliena, Volume Roman 16. I have to thank Mr. Edward Bateson for a reference to this paper. SAI. Domesday Book. At midwinter in the year 1085, William the Conqueror wore his crown at Gloucester, and there he had deep speech with his wise men. The outcome of that speech was the mission throughout all England of barons, legates or justices, charged with the duty of collecting from the verdicts of the shires, the hundreds and the vills a descriptio of his new realm. The outcome of that mission was the descriptio preserved for us in 2 manuscript volumes, which within a century after their making had already acquired the name of Domesday Book. The second of those volumes, sometimes known as Little Domesday, deals with but 3 counties, namely Essex, Norfolk, and Suffolk, while the first volume comprehends the rest of England. Along with these, we must place certain other documents that are closely connected with the Grand Inquest. We have in the so-called Inquisitio Comitatus Cantabrigui a copy, an imperfect copy, of the verdicts delivered by the Cambridgeshire jurors. And this, as we shall hereafter see, is a document of the highest value, even though in some details it is not always very trustworthy. We have in the so-called Inquisitio Aliensis an account of the estates of the Abbey of Ely in Cambridgeshire, Suffolk, and other counties, an account which has as its ultimate source the verdicts of the juries and which contains some particulars which were omitted from Domesday Book. We have in the so-called Exon Domesday an account of Cornwall and Devonshire, and of certain lands in Somerset, Dorset, and Wiltshire. This also seems to have been constructed directly or indirectly out of the verdicts delivered in those counties, and it contains certain particulars about the amount of stock upon the various estates which are omitted from what, for distinction's sake, is sometimes called the Exchequer Domesday. At the beginning of this Exon Domesday, we have certain accounts relating to the payment of a great geld, seemingly the geld of 6 shillings on the hide that William levied in the winter of 1083-4, 2 years before the deep speech at Gloucester. Lastly, in the Northamptonshire Geld Roll we have some precious information about fiscal affairs as they stood some few years before the survey. Such in brief are the documents out of which, with some small help from the Anglo-Saxon dooms and land books, from the charters of Norman kings, and from the so-called legs of the Conqueror, the Confessor, and Henry I. Some future historian may be able to reconstruct the land law which obtained in the conquered England of 1086, and, for our records frequently speak of the Tempus Regis Edwardi, the unconquered England of 1065. The reflection that but for the deep speech at Gloucester, but for the lucky survival of 2 or 3 manuscripts, he would have known next to nothing of that law, will make him modest and cautious. At the present moment, though much has been done towards forcing Domesday Book to yield its meaning, some of the legal problems that are raised by it, especially those which concern the time of King Edward, have hardly been stated, much less solved. It is with some hope of stating, with little hope of solving them that we begin this essay. If only we can ask the right questions, we shall have done something for a good end. If English history is to be understood, the law of Domesday Book must be mastered. We have here an absolutely unique account of feudalism in 2 different stages of its growth, the more trustworthy, though the more puzzling, because it gives us particulars and not generalities. Puzzling enough it certainly is, and this for many reasons. Our task may be the easier if we state some of those reasons at the outset. To say that Domesday Book is no collection of laws or treatise on law would be needless. Very seldom does it state any rule in general terms, and when it does so, we shall usually find cause for believing that this rule is itself an exception, a local custom, a provincial privilege. Thus, if we are to come by general rules, we must obtain them inductively by a comparison of many thousand particular instances. But further, Domesday Book is no register of title, no register of all those rights and facts which constitute the system of landholdership. One great purpose seems to mold both its form and its substance. It is a geld book. When Duke William became King of the English, he found, so he might well think, among the most valuable of his newly acquired regalia, a right to levy a land tax under the name of geld or Danegeld. A detailed history of that tax cannot be written. It is under the year 991 that our English chronicle first mentions a tribute paid to the Danes. £10,000 was then paid to them. In 990, the yet larger sum of £16,000 was levied. In 1002, the tribute had risen to £24,000. In 1007, to £30,000. In 1009, East Kent paid £3,000. £21,000 was raised in 1014. In 1018, Cnut, when newly crowned, took £72,000 besides £11,000 paid by the Londoners. In 1040, Harthacnut took £21,099 besides a sum of £11,048 that was paid for 32 ships. With a Dane upon the throne, this tribute seems to have become an occasional war tax. How often it was levied we cannot tell, but that it was levied more than once by the confessor is not doubtful. We are told that he abolished it in or about the year 1051, some 8 or 9 years after his accession, some 15 before his death. No sooner was William crowned than he laid on men a geld exceeding stiff. In the next year, he set a mickle geld on the people. In the winter of 1083, he raised a geld of 72 pence, 6 Norman shillings, upon the hide. That this tax was enormously heavy is plain. Taking one case with another, it would seem that the hide was frequently supposed to be worth about £1 a year, and there were many hides in England that were worth far less. But grievous as was the tax which immediately preceded the making of the survey, we are not entitled to infer that it was of unprecedented severity. It brought William but £415 or thereabouts from Dorset, and £510 or thereabouts from Somerset. Worcestershire was deemed to contain about 1,200 hides, and therefore, even if none of its hides had been exempted, it would have contributed but £360. If the huge sums mentioned by the chronicler had really been exacted, and that too within the memory of men who were yet living, William might well regard the right to levy a geld as the most precious jewel in his English crown. To secure a due and punctual payment of it was worth a gigantic effort, a survey such as had never been made, and a record such as had never been penned since the grandest days of the old Roman Empire. But further, the assessment of the geld sadly needed reform. Owing to one cause and another, owing to privileges and immunities that had been capriciously granted, owing also, so we think, to a radically vicious method of computing the geldable areas of counties and hundreds, the old assessment was full of anomalies and iniquities. Some estates were overrated, others were scandalously underrated. That William intended to correct the old assessment, or rather to sweep it away and put a new assessment in its stead, seems highly probable, though it has not been proved that either he or his sons accomplished this feat. For this purpose, however, materials were to be collected which would enable the royal officers to decide what changes were necessary in order that all England might be taxed in accordance with a just and uniform plan. Concerning each estate they were to know the number of geldable units, hides, or carucates, for which it had answered in King Edward's day. They were to know the number of plough oxen that there were upon it. They were to know its true annual value. They were to know whether that value had been rising or falling during the past 20 years. Domesday Book has well been called a rate book, and the task of spelling out a land law from the particulars that it states is not unlike the task that would lie before anyone who endeavored to construct our modern law of real property out of rate books, income tax returns, and similar materials. All the lands, all the landholders of England may be brought before us, but we are told only of such facts, such rights, such legal relationships as bear on the actual or potential payment of geld. True that some minor purposes may be achieved by the king's commissioners, though the quest for geld is their one main object. About the rents and renders due from his own domain manors, the king may thus obtain some valuable information. Also he may learn, as it were by the way, whether any of his barons or other men have presumed to occupy, to invade, lands which he has reserved for himself. Again, if several persons are in dispute about a tract of ground, the contest may be appeased by the testimony of shire and hundred, or may be reserved for the king's audience. At any rate, the existence of an outstanding claim may be recorded by the royal commissioners. Here and there, the peculiar customs of a shire or a borough will be stated, and incidentally the services that certain tenants owe to their lords may be noticed. But all this is done sporadically and unsystematically. Our record is no register of title, it is no feodary, it is no customal, it is no rent roll. It is a tax book, a geld book. We say this, not by way of vain complaint against its meagerness, but because in our belief, a care for geld, and for all that concerns the assessment and payment of geld colors far more deeply than commentators have usually supposed the information that is given to us about other matters. We should not be surprised if definitions and distinctions, which at first sight have little enough to do with fiscal arrangements, for example the definition of a manor and the distinction between a villein and a free man, involved references to the apportionment and the levy of the land tax. Often enough it happens that legal ideas of a very general kind are defined by fiscal rules. For example, our modern English idea of occupation has become so much part and parcel of a system of assessment that lawyers are always ready to argue that a certain man must be an occupier, because such men as he are rated to the relief of the poor. It seems then a fair supposition that any line that Domesday Book draws systematically and sharply, whether it be between various classes of men or between various classes of tenements, is somehow or another connected with the main theme of that book geldability, actual or potential. Since we have mentioned the stories told by the chronicler about the tribute paid to the Danes, we may make a comment upon them which will become of importance hereafter. Those stories look true, and they seem to be accepted by modern historians. Had we been told just once that some large number of pounds, for example 60,000 pounds, was levied, or had the same round sum been repeated in year after year, we might well have said that such figures deserved no attention, and that by 60,000 pounds our analyst merely meant a big sum of money. But as will have been seen, he varies his figures from year to year and is not always content with a round number. He speaks of 21,099 pounds and of 11,048 pounds. We can hardly therefore treat his statements as mere loose talk and are reluctantly driven to suppose that they are true or near the truth. If this be so, then, unless some discovery has yet to be made in the history of money, no word but appalling will adequately describe the taxation of which he speaks. We know pretty accurately the amount of money that became due when Henry I or Henry Roman II imposed a Dane geld of 2 shillings on the hide. The following table constructed from the pipe rolls will show the sum charged against each county. We arrange the shires in the order of their indebtedness, for a few of the many caprices of the allotment will thus be visible, and our table may be of use to us in other contexts. Approximate charge of a Dane geld of 2 shillings on the hide in the middle of the 12th century. Pound Wiltshire, Cambridge, Norfolk, Derby and Nottingham 110, Somerset, Hertford, Lincoln, Bedford, Dorset, Kent, Oxford, Devon, Essex, Worcester, Suffolk, Leicester, Sussex, Hereford, Bucks, Middlesex, Berks, Huntingdon, Gloucester, Stafford, S. Hants, Cornwall, Surrey, Rutland, York, Northumberland, Warwick, Cheshire, N. Hants, Salop total. Now be it understood that these figures do not show the amount of money that Henry I and Henry Roman II could obtain by a Dane geld. They had to take much less. When it was last levied, the tax was not bringing in 3,500 pounds, so many were the churches and great folk who had obtained temporary or permanent exemptions from it. We will cite Leicestershire, for example. The total of the geld charged upon it was almost exactly or quite exactly 100 pounds. On the second roll of Henry Roman II, S. reign we find that 25 pounds, 7s, 6d, have been paid into the treasury, that 22 pounds, 8s pounds, 3d pounds, have been pardoned to magnates and templars, that 51 pounds, 8s pounds, 2d pounds, are written off in respect of waste, and that 16s, 0d, are still due. On the 8th roll the account shows that 62 pounds, 12s pounds, 7d, have been paid, and that 37 pounds, 6s pounds, 9d pounds, have been pardoned. No, what our table displays is the amount that would be raised if all exemptions were disregarded and no penny forborne. And now let us turn back to the Chronicle, and not to take an extreme example, read of 30,000 pounds being raised. Unless we are prepared to bring against the fathers of English history a charge of repeated, wanton, and circumstantial lying, we shall think of the Dane geld of Ethelred's reign, and of Seanuts as of an impost so heavy that it was fully capable of transmuting a whole nation. Therefore, the lines that are drawn by the incidence of this tribute will be deep and permanent. But still, we must remember that primarily they will be fiscal lines. Then again, we ought not to look to Domesday Book for a settled and stable scheme of technical terms. Such a scheme could not be established in a brief 20 years. About one half of the technical terms that meet us, about one half of the terms which, as we think, ought to be precisely defined, are, we may say, English terms. They are ancient English words, or they are words brought hither by the Danes, or they are Latin words which have long been in use in England and have acquired special meanings in relation to English affairs. On the other hand, about half the technical terms are French. Some of them are Old Latin words which have acquired special meanings in France, some are Romance words newly coined in France, some are Teutonic words which tell of the Frankish conquest of Gaul. In the one great class we place Sierra, Hundredum, Wapentake, Hida, Berwica, Inland, Haga, Soka, Saka, Geldum, Gablum, Scotum, Hirjit, Jersuma, Thegnis, Sakamanus, Burus, Cosset. In the other comitatus, Carucata, Vergata, Bavada, Arpentum, Manerium, Feudum, Allodium, Hemagium, Relevium, Barrow, Viscums, Vavasor, Villanus, Bordarius, Colibertus, Hosps. It is not in 20 years that a settled and stable scheme can be formed out of such elements as these. And often enough it is very difficult for us to give just the right meaning to some simple Latin word. If we translate miles by soldier or warrior, this may be too indefinite. If we translate it by knight, this may be too definite, and yet leave open the question whether we are comparing the miles of 1086 with the Seanecht of unconquered England or with the knight of the 13th century. If we render Viscums by sheriff, we are making our sheriff too little of a vicomte. When comes is before us, we have to choose between giving Brittany an earl, giving Chester a count, or offending some of our commates by invidious distinctions. Time will show what these words shall mean. Some will perish in the struggle for existence, others have long and adventurous careers before them. At present, two sets of terms are rudely intermixed. The time when they will grow into an organic whole is but beginning. To this we must add that, unless we have mistaken the general drift of legal history, the law implied in Domesday Book ought to be for us very difficult law, far more difficult than the law of the 13th century, for the 13th century is nearer to us than is the 11th. The grown man will find it easier to think the thoughts of the schoolboy than to think the thoughts of the baby. And yet the doctrine that our remote forefathers, being simple folk, had simple law dies hard. Too often we allow ourselves to suppose that, could we but get back to the beginning, we should find that all was intelligible and should then be able to watch the process whereby simple ideas were smothered under subtleties and technicalities. But it is not so. Simplicity is the outcome of technical subtlety. It is the goal, not the starting point. As we go backwards, the familiar outlines become blurred, the ideas become fluid, and instead of the simple, we find the indefinite. But difficult though our task may be, we must turn to it. Footnotes. Inquisitio Comitatus Cannabrigui, ed. N. E. Hamilton. When, as sometimes happens, the figures in this record differ from those given in Domesday Book, the latter seem to be in general the more correct, for the arithmetic is better. Also, it seems plain that the compilers of Domesday had, even for districts comprised in the Inquisitio, other materials besides those that the Inquisitio contains. For example, that document says nothing of some of the royal manors. Since this note was written, Mr. Round, Feudal England pp. 10 ff. has published the same result after an elaborate investigation. This is printed in D.B. volume Roman 4, and given by Hamilton at the end of his ink. Cantab. As to the manner in which it was compiled, see Round, Feudal England, 133 ff. The Exon Domesday is printed in D.B. volume Roman 4. Round, Domesday Studies, I-91. I am tempted to believe that these geld rolls in the form in which we now have them were compiled at Winchester, after the close of Easter 1084, by the body which was the germ of the future exchequer. Printed by Ellis, Introduction to Domesday, I-184. Round, Feudal England, 147. Earl 2 Chronicles, 131. Ibid, 132-3. Ibid, 137. Ibid, 141. Ibid, 142. Ibid, 151. Ibid, 161. Ibid, 167. There is a valuable paper on this subject, a a short account of Danegeld published in 1756. DB Roman 4, 26 489. In 1194, the tax for Richard's ransom seems, at least in Wiltshire, to have been distributed in the main according to the assessment that prevailed in 1084. Rolls of the King's Court, Pipe Roll Soch. Introduction, P. Roman 24. The statement in Ethelred, Roman 2. 7. Schmid, p. 209, as to a payment of £22,000 is in a general way corroborative of the chronicler's large figures. The figures will be given more accurately on a later page. Cheshire pays no geld to the king. This loss is compensated by a sum which is sometimes exacted from Northumberland. Section 1, Plan of the Survey. England was already mapped out into counties, hundreds or wapentakes and vills. Trithings or ridings appear in Yorkshire and Lincolnshire, lathes in Kent, rapes in Sussex, while leets appear, at least sporadically, in Norfolk. These provincial peculiarities we must pass by, nor will we pause to comment at any length on the changes in the boundaries of counties and of hundreds that have taken place since the date of the survey. Though these changes have been many and some few of them have been large, we may still say that as a general rule the political geography of England was already stereotyped. And we see that already there are many curious anomalies: detached portions of counties, discrete hundreds, places that are extra-hundredal, places that for one purpose are in one county and for another purpose in another county. We see also that proprietary rights have already been making sport of arrangements, which in our eyes should be fixed by public law. Earls, sheriffs, and others have enjoyed a marvelous power of taking a tract of land out of one district and placing it, or making it lie, in another district. Land is constantly spoken of as though it were the most portable of things. It can easily be taken from one vill or hundred and be added to or placed in or caused to lie in another vill or hundred. This notional movability of land, if we may use such a term, will become of importance to us when we are studying the formation of manors. For the present, however, we are concerned with the general truth that England is divided into counties, hundreds or wapentakes and vills. This is the geographical basis of the survey. That basis, however, is hidden from us by the form of our record. The plan adopted by those who fashioned Domesday Book out of the returns provided for them by the King's Commissioners is a curious, compromising plan. We may say that in part it is geographical, while in part it is feudal or proprietary. It takes each county separately, and thus far it is geographical. But within the boundaries of each county, it arranges the lands under the names of the tenants-in-chief who hold them. Thus all the lands in Cambridgeshire of which Count Allen is tenant-in-chief are brought together, no matter that they lie scattered about in various hundreds. Therefore it is necessary for us to understand that the original returns reported by the surveyors did not reach the royal treasury in this form. At least as regards the county of Cambridge, we can be certain of this. The hundreds were taken one by one. They were taken in a geographical order, and not until the justices had learned all that was to be known of Stapley How Hundred did they call upon the jurors of Cheveley Hundred for their verdict. That such was their procedure we might have guessed even had we not been fortunate enough to have a copy of the Cambridgeshire verdicts, for, though the commissioners seem to have held but one moot for each shire, still it is plain that each hundred was represented by a separate set of jurors. But from these Cambridgeshire verdicts, we learn what otherwise we could hardly have known. Within each hundred, the survey was made by vills. If we suppose the commissioners charging the jurors, we must represent them as saying, not tell us what tenants-in-chief have lands in your hundred and how much each of them holds, but tell us about each vill in your hundred who holds land in it. Thus, for example, the men of the Armingford hundred are called up. They make a separate report about each vill in it. They begin by stating that the vill is rated at a certain number of hides, and then they proceed to distribute those hides among the tenants-in-chief. Thus, for example, they say that Abington was rated at 5 hides, and that those 5 hides are distributed thus. Hides Vergates Hugh Pincerne holds of the Bishop of Winchester, 1/2/2, the King/2 Ralph and Robert hold of Hardwin de Eschelers, 1/2, Earl Roger Peacoat the Sheriff/2 Alwyn Hamlecock the Bedell holds of the King/2. Now in Domesday Book, we must look to several different pages to get this information about the Vill of Abington to one page for Earl Roger's land. to another page for Picot's land, and we may easily miss the important fact that this Vill of Abington has been rated as a whole at the neat, round figure of 5 hides. And then we see that the whole hundred of Armingford has been rated at the neat, round figure of 100 hides, and has consisted of 6 vills rated at 10 hides apiece and 8 vills rated at 5 hides apiece. Thus, we are brought to look upon the vill as a unit in a system of assessment. All this is concealed from us by the form of Domesday Book. When that book mentions the name of a place, when it says that Roger holds Sut or that Ralph holds 3 hides in Norton, we regard that name as the name of a vill. It may or may not be also the name of a manor. Speaking very generally, we may say that the place so named will in after times be known as a vill, and in our own day will be a civil parish. No doubt in some parts of the country, new vills have been created since the Conqueror's time. Some names that occur in our record fail to obtain a permanent place on the roll of English vills, become the names of hamlets, or disappear altogether. On the other hand, new names come to the front. Of course, we dare not say dogmatically that all the names mentioned in Domesday Book were the names of vills. Very possibly, if this distinction was already known, some of them were the names of hamlets. Nor, again, do we imply that the villa of 1086 had much organization, but a place that is mentioned in Domesday Book will probably be recognized as a vill in the 13th, a civil parish in the 19th century. Let us take Cambridgeshire by way of example. Excluding the Isle of Ely, we find that the political geography of the Conqueror's reign has endured until our own time. The boundaries of the hundreds lie almost where they lay. The number of vills has hardly been increased or diminished. The chief changes amount to this: a small tract on the east side of the county, containing Exening and Bellingham, has been made over to Suffolk. 4 other names contained in Domesday no longer stand for parishes, while the names of 5 of our modern parishes, one of them, is the significant name of Newton, are not found there. But about 110 vills that were vills in 1086 are vills or civil parishes at the present day, and in all probability they then had approximately the same boundaries that they have now. This may be a somewhat too favorable example of permanence and continuity. Of all counties, Cambridgeshire is the one whose ancient geography can be the most easily examined. But wherever we have looked, we have come to the conclusion that the distribution of England into vills is in the main as old as the Norman conquest. 2 causes of difficulty may be noticed, for they are of some interest. Owing to what we have called the notional movability of land, we never can be quite sure that when certain hides or acres are said to be in or lie in a certain place, they are really and physically in that place. They are really in one village, but they are spoken of as belonging to another village, because their occupants pay their geld or do their services in the latter. Manorial and fiscal geography interferes with physical and villar geography. We have lately seen how land rated at 5 hides was comprised, as a matter of fact, in the Vill of Abington, but of those 5 hides, 1 virgate lay in Shinge, a half hide lay in Litlington, while a half virgate lay and had always lain in Morden. This, if we mistake not, leads in some cases to an omission of the names of small vills. A great lord has a compact estate, perhaps the whole of one of the small southern hundreds. He treats it as a whole, and all the land that he has there will be ascribed to some considerable village in which he has his hall. We should be rash in supposing that there were no other villages on this land. For example, in Surrey there is nowadays a hundred called Farnham, which comprises the parish of Farnham, the parish of Frensham, and some other villages. If we mistake not, all that Domesday Book has to say of the whole of this territory is that the Bishop of Winchester holds Farnham, that it has been rated at 60 hides, that it has been worth the large sum of £65 a year, and that there are so many tenants upon it. We certainly must not draw the inference that there was but one vill in this tract. If the bishop is tenant-in-chief of the whole hundred, and has become responsible for all the geld that is levied therefrom, there is no great reason why the surveyors should trouble themselves about the vills. Thus the simple episcopus tenant Ferniham may dispose of some 25,000 acres of land. So the same bishop has an estate at Chilcombe in Hampshire. But clearly the name Silticumbe covers a wide territory, for there are no less than 9 churches upon it. We never can be very certain about the boundaries of these large and compact estates. A second cause of difficulty lies in the fact that in comparatively modern times, from the 12th century onwards, 2 or 3 contiguous villages will often bear the same name and be distinguished only by what we may call their surnames, thus Gilden Morden and Steeple Morden, Stratfield Say, Stratfield Turgis, Stratfield Mortimer, Tolleshunt Knights, Tolleshunt Major, Tolleshunt Darcy. Such cases are common. In some districts they are hardly exceptional. Doubtless they point to a time when a single village, by some process of colonization or subdivision, become 2 villages. Now Domesday Book seldom enables us to say for certain whether the change has already taken place. In a few instances, it marks off the little village from the great village of the same name. In some other instances it will speak, for example, of Morjune and Morjune Alia, of Emmon-Jefford and Emmon-Jefford Alia, or the like, thus showing both that the change has taken place, and also that it is so recent that it is recognized only by very clumsy terms. In Cambridgeshire, since we have the original verdicts, we can see that the 2 Mordens are already distinct. The one is rated at 10 hides, the other at 5. On the other hand, we can see that our Great and Little Shelford are rated as 1 vill of 20 hides, our Castle Camps and Shuddy Camps as 1 vill of 5 hides. Elsewhere, we are left to guess whether the fission is complete, and the surnames that many of our vills ultimately acquire, the names of families which rose to greatness in the 12th and 13th centuries, will often suggest that the surveyors saw but 1 vill where we see 2. However, the broad truth stands out that England was divided into vills, and that in general the vill of Domesday Book is still a vill in after days. The vill or town of the later Middle Ages was, like the civil parish of our own day, a tract of land with some houses on it, and this tract was a unit in the national system of police and finance, but we are not entitled to make for ourselves any one typical picture of the English vill. We are learning from the ordnance map, that marvelous palimpsest, which under Dr. Mateson's guidance we are beginning to decipher, that in all probability we must keep at least 2 types before our minds. On the one hand, there is what we might call the true village or the nucleated village. In the purest form of this type, there is one and only one cluster of houses. It is a fairly large cluster. It stands in the midst of its fields, of its territory, and until lately a considerable part of its territory will probably have consisted of spacious, common fields. In a country in which there are villages of this type, the parish boundaries seem almost to draw themselves. On the other hand, we may easily find a country in which there are few villages of this character. The houses which lie within the boundary of the parish are scattered about in small clusters, here 2 or 3, there 3 or 4. These clusters often have names of their own, and it seems a mere chance that the name borne by one of them should be also the name of the whole parish or vill. We see no traces of very large fields. On the face of the map, there is no reason why a particular group of cottages should be reckoned to belong to this parish rather than to the next. As our eyes grow accustomed to the work, we may arrive at some extremely important conclusions, such as those which Mateson has suggested. The outlines of our nucleated villages may have been drawn for us by Germanic settlers, whereas in the land of hamlets and scattered steads, old Celtic arrangements may never have been thoroughly effaced. Towards theories of this kind, we are slowly winning our way. In the meantime, let us remember that a villa of Domesday Book may correspond to one of at least 2 very different models, or may be intermediate between various types. It may be a fairly large and agrarianly organic unit, or it may be a group of small agrarian units which are being held together in one whole merely by an external force, by police law and fiscal law. 2 little fragments of the original 1-inch ordnance map will be more eloquent than would be many paragraphs of written discourse. The one pictures a district on the border between Oxfordshire and Berkshire, cut by the Thames and the main line of the Great Western Railway, the other a district on the border between Devon and Somerset, north of Calumpton and south of Willelmu. Neither is an extreme example. True villages we may easily find. Cambridgeshire, for instance, would have afforded some beautiful specimens, for many of the open fields were still open when the ordnance map of that county was made. But throughout large tracts of England, even though there has been an enclosure, and there are no longer any open fields, our map often shows a land of villages. When it does so, and the district that it portrays is a purely agricultural district, we may generally assume without going far wrong that the villages are ancient. For during at least the last 3 centuries, the predominant current in our agrarian history has set against the formation of villages and towards the distribution of scattered homesteads. To find the purest specimens of a land of hamlets, we ought to go to Wales or to Cornwall or to other parts of the Celtic fringe. Very fair examples might be found throughout the west of England. Also, we may perhaps find hamlets rather than villages wherever there have been within the historic period large tracts of forest land. Very often, again, the parish or township looks on our map like a hybrid. We seem to see a village with satellitic hamlets. Much more remains to be done before we shall be able to construe the testimony of our fields and walls and hedges, but at least two types of Vill must be in our eyes when we are reading Domesday Book. Illustration: a land of villages on the border between Oxfordshire and Berkshire. Illustration: a land of hamlets on the border between Somerset and Devon. To say that the villa of Domesday Book is in general the Vill of the 13th century, and the civil parish of the 19th, is to say that the areal extent of the villa varied widely from case to case. More important is it for us to observe that the number of inhabitants of the villa varied widely from case to case. The error into which we are most likely to fall will be that of making our Vill too populous. Some vills, especially some royal vills, are populous enough. A few contain 100 households, but the average township is certainly much smaller than this. Before we give any figures, it should first be observed that Domesday Book never enables us to count heads. It states the number of the tenants of various classes, Sacamani, Villani, Bordare, and the like, and leaves us to suppose that each of these persons is, or may be, the head of a household. It also states how many servi there are. Whether we ought to suppose that only the heads of servile households are reckoned, or whether we ought to think of the servi as having no households, but as living within the Lord's gates and being enumerated, men, women, and able-bodied children, by the head, this is a difficult question. Still, we may reach some results which will enable us to compare township with township. By way of fair sample, we may take the Armingford hundred of Cambridgeshire, and all persons who are above the rank of servi we will include under the term, the non-servile population. Armingford hundred. Non-servile population, servi total. Abington, Bassingbourn, Clapton, Croydon, Hatley, Litlington, Melbourne, Meldreth, Morden, Alia, Shinge, Tadlow, Wendy, Wadden total. Here in 14 vills, we have an average of 32 non-servile households for every vill. Now, even in our own day, a parish with 32 houses, though small, is not extremely small. But we should form a wrong picture of the England of the 11th century if we filled all parts of it with such vills as these. We will take at random 14 vills in Staffordshire held by Earl Roger. Non-servile population, servi total. Claverledge, Nordalge, Alvidledge, Hollis, Chenistelle, Otney, Nortbury, Erlide, Gaytone, Cressville, Doddingtone, Modrashale, Almontone, Metford total. Here for 14 vills, we have an average of but 14 non-servile households, and the servi are so few that we may neglect them. We will next look at a page in the Survey of Somersetshire, which describes certain vills that have fallen to the lot of the Bishop of Coutances. Non-servile population, servi total. Wynmaresham, Chettenor, Widdicombe, Harpatrev, Hotun, Lylebur, Wintrith, Azicum, Clutone, Temesbear, Nortone, Cliveham, Farrenburge, Cliveware. Total 153. Here we have on the average but 11 non-servile households for each village, and even if we suppose each service to represent a household, we have not 14 households. Yet smaller vills will be found in Devonshire, many vills in which the total number of the persons mentioned does not exceed 10, and near half of these are servi. In Cornwall, the townships, if townships we ought to call them, are yet smaller. Often we can attribute no more than 5 or 6 families to the vill, even if we include the servi. Unless our calculations mislead us, the density of the population in the average vill of a given county varies somewhat directly with the density of the population in that county. At all events, we cannot say that where vills are populous, vills will be few. As regards this matter, no precise results are attainable. Our document is full of snares for arithmeticians. Still, if for a moment we have recourse to the crude method of dividing the number of acres comprised in a modern county by the number of the persons who are mentioned in the survey of that county, the outcome of our calculation will be remarkable and will point to some broad truth. For Suffolk the quotient is 46 or thereabouts, for Norfolk but little larger, for Essex 61, For Lincoln 67. For Bedford, Berkshire, Northampton, Leicester, Middlesex, Oxford, Kent, and Somerset it lies between 70 and 80. For Buckingham, Warwick, Sussex, Wiltshire, and Dorset it lies between 80 and 90. Devon, Gloucester, Worcester, Hereford are thinly peopled, Cornwall, Stafford, Shropshire very thinly. Some particular results that we should thus attain would be delusive. Thus we should say that men were sparse in Cambridgeshire, did we not remember that a large part of our modern Cambridgeshire was then a sheet of water. Permanent physical causes interfere with the operation of the general rule. Thus Surrey, with its wide heaths has, as we might expect, but few men to the square mile. Derbyshire has many vills lying waste. Yorkshire is so much wasted that it can give us no valuable result. And again, Yorkshire and Cheshire were larger than they are now, while Rutland and the adjacent counties had not their present boundaries. For all this, however, we come to a very general rule. The density of the population decreases as we pass from east to west. With this, we may connect another rule: land is much more valuable in the east than it is in the west. This matter is indeed hedged in by many thorny questions. Still, whatever hypothesis we may adopt as to the mode in which land was valued, one general truth comes out pretty plainly. Namely, that, economic arrangements being what they were, it was far better to have a team land in Essex than to have an equal area of arable land in Devon. Between eastern and western England, there were differences visible to the natural eye. With these were connected unseen and legal differences, partly as causes, partly as effects. But for the moment, let us dwell on the fact that many an English vill has very few inhabitants. We are to speak hereafter of village communities. Let us therefore reflect that a community of some 8 or 10 householders is not likely to be a highly organized entity. This is not all, for these 8 or 10 householders will often belong to 2, 3, or 4 different social and economic, if not legal, classes. Some may be sokemen, some villani, bordare, cadare, and besides them there will be a few servi. If a vill consists, as in Devonshire often enough it will, of some 3 villani, some 4 bordare, and some 2 servi, the township moot. If such a moot there be, will be a queer little assembly. The manorial court, if such a court there be, will not have much to do. These men cannot have many communal affairs. There will be no great scope for dooms or for bylaws. They may well take all their disputes into the 100 court, especially in Devonshire, where the hundreds are small. Thus of the visible vill of the 11th century and its material surroundings we may form a wrong notion. Often enough in the West its common fields, if common fields it had, were not wide fields. The men who had shares therein were few and belonged to various classes. Thus of 2 villages in Gloucestershire, Brookthorpe and Harescombe, all that we can read is that in Brostrop there were 2 teams, 1 villanus, 3 bordare, 4 servi, while in Hersicombe there were 2 teams, 2 bordare, and 5 servi. Many a Devonshire township can produce but 2 or 3 teams. Often enough our village community will be a heterogeneous little group whose main capital consists of some 300 acres of arable land and some 20 beasts of the plough. On the other hand, we must be careful not to omit from our view the rich and thickly populated shires, or to imagine or to speak as though we imagined that a general theory of English history can neglect the east of England. If we leave Lincolnshire, Norfolk, and Suffolk out of account, we are to all appearance leaving out of account not much less than a quarter of the whole nation. Let us make 3 groups of counties. 1, a southwestern group containing Devon, Somerset, Dorset, and Wiltshire. 2, a midwestern group containing the shires of Gloucester, Worcester, Hereford, Salop, Stafford, and Warwick. 3, an eastern group containing Lincolnshire, Norfolk, and Suffolk. The first of these groups has the largest, the third the smallest acreage. In Domesday Book, however, the figures which state their population seem to be these. Southwestern group, 155 Midwestern group, 191 Eastern group, 883. These figures are so emphatic that they may cause us for a moment to doubt their value, and on details we must lay no stress. But we have materials which enable us to check the general effect. In 1297, Edward I levied a lay subsidy of a 1/9. The sums borne by our 3 groups of counties were these. Southwestern group, 038 Midwestern group, 514 Eastern group, 329. There is a curious resemblance between these 2 sets of figures. Then in 1377 and 1381 returns were made for a poll tax. The number of polls returned in our three groups were these: Southwestern Group, 183, 842, 106, 086. Midwestern Group, 245, 115, 679. Eastern Group, 498, 182, 830. No doubt all inferences drawn from medieval statistics are exceedingly precarious. But unless a good many figures have conspired to deceive us, Lincolnshire, Norfolk, and Suffolk were at the time of the conquest, and for 3 centuries afterwards vastly richer and more populous than any tract of equal area in the West. Another distinction between the eastern counties and the rest of England is apparent. In many shires we shall find that the name of each vill is mentioned once and no more. This is so because the land of each vill belongs in its entirety to some one tenant-in-chief. We may go further. We may say, though at present in an untechnical sense, that each vill is a manor. Such is the general rule, though there will be exceptions to it. On the other hand, in the eastern counties this rule will become the exception. For example, of the 14 vills in the Armingford hundred of Cambridgeshire, there is but one of which it is true that the whole of its land is held by a single tenant-in-chief. In this county, it is common to find that 3 or 4 Norman lords hold land in the same vill. This seems true not only of Cambridgeshire, but also of Essex, Suffolk, Norfolk, Lincoln, Nottingham, Derby, and some parts of Yorkshire. Even in other districts of England, the rule that each vill has a single lord is by no means unbroken in the Conqueror's day, and we can see that there were many exceptions to it in the Confessors. A careful examination of all England vill by vill would perhaps show that the contrast which we are noting is neither so sharp nor so ancient as at first sight it seems to be. Nevertheless, it exists. A better known contrast there is. The eastern counties are the home of liberty. We may divide the tillers of the soil into 5 great classes. These in order of dignity and freedom are 1. Liberi homines, 2. Sacamani, 3. Villani, 4. Bordare, Codare, etc., 5. Servi. The 2 first of these classes are to be found in large numbers only in Norfolk, Suffolk, Lincolnshire, Nottinghamshire, Leicestershire, and Northamptonshire. We shall hereafter see that Cambridgeshire also has been full of sokemen, though since the conquest they have fallen from their high estate. On the other hand, the number of servi increases pretty steadily as we cross the country from east to west. It reaches its maximum in Cornwall and Gloucestershire. It is very low in Norfolk, Suffolk, Derby, Leicester, Middlesex, Sussex. It descends to 0 in Yorkshire and Lincolnshire. This descent to 0 may fairly warn us that the terms with which we are dealing may not bear precisely the same meaning in all parts of England, or that a small class is apt to be reckoned as forming part of a larger class. But still, it is clear enough that some of these terms are used with care and express real and important distinctions. Of this we are assured by a document which seems to reproduce the wording of the instructions which define the duty of at least one party of royal commissioners. We are about to speak of the mode in which the occupants of the soil are classified by Domesday Book, and therefore this document deserves our best attention. It runs thus: the king's barons inquired by the oath of the sheriff of the shire, and of all the barons and of their Frenchmen and of the whole hundred, the priest, reeve and 6 villani of every vill, how the mansion Mancio is called, who held it in the time of King Edward, who holds it now, how many hides, how many plout teams on the domain, how many plout teams of the men, how many villani, how many codare, how many servi, how many liberi homines, how many sacamani, how much wood, how much mead, how much pasture, how many mills, how many fisheries, how much has been taken away therefrom, how much added thereto, and how much there is now, how much each liber homo and sacamanus had and has, all this thrice over, to wit as regards the time of King Edward, the time when King William gave it, and the present time, and whether more can be had thence than is had now. 5 classes of men are mentioned, and they are mentioned in an order that is extremely curious: villani, codare, servi, liberi homines, sacamani. It descends 3 steps, then it leaps from the very bottom of the scale to the very top, and thence it descends 1 step. A parody of it might speak of the rural population of modern England as consisting of large farmers, small farmers, cottagers, great landlords, small landlords. But a little consideration will convince us that beneath this apparent caprice there lies some legal principle. We shall observe that these 5 species of tenants are grouped into 2 genera. The king wants to know how much each liber homo, how much each sacamanus holds. He does not want to know how much each villanus, each catarius, each service holds. Connecting this with the main object of the whole survey, we shall probably be brought to the guess that between the Sokman and the villein there is some broad distinction which concerns the king as the recipient of geld. May it not be this: the villein's lord is answerable for the geld due from the land that the villein holds, the Sokman's lord is not answerable. At least he is not answerable as principal debtor for the geld due from the land that the Sokman holds. If this be so, the order in which the 5 classes of men are mentioned will not seem unnatural. It proceeds outwards from the lord and his mansio. First, it mentions the persons seated on land for the geld of which he is responsible, and them it arranges in an order of merit. Then it turns to persons who, though in some way or another connected with the lord and his mansio, are themselves taxpayers, and concerning them the commissioners are to inquire how much each of them holds. Of course, we cannot say that this theory is proved by the statement that lies before us, but it is suggested by that statement and may for a while serve us as a working hypothesis. If this theory be sound, then we have here a distinction of the utmost importance. For one mighty purpose, the purpose that is uppermost in King William's mind, the villanus is not a landowner, his lord is the landowner. On the other hand, the Socomanus is a landowner and is taxed as such. We are not saying that this is a purely fiscal distinction. In legal logic, the lord's liability for the geld that is apportioned on the land occupied by his villeins may be rather an effect than a cause. A lawyer might argue that the lord must pay because the occupier is his villanus, not that the occupier is a villanus because the lord pays. And yet, as we may often see in legal history, there will be action and reaction between cause and effect. The geld is no trifle. Levied at that rate of 6 shillings on the hide, at which King William has just now levied it, it is a momentous force capable of depressing and displacing whole classes of men. In 1086, this tax is so much in everybody's mind that any distinction as to its incidence will cut deeply into the body of the law. Now this classification of men we will take as the starting point for our enterprise. If we could define the liber homo, Socomanus, villanus, caterius, servus, we should have solved some of the great legal problems of Domesday Book, for by the way we should have had to define 2 other difficult terms, namely manerium and soca. It would then remain that we should say something of the higher strata of society, of earls and sheriffs, of barons, knights, thanes and their tenures, of such terms as allodium and feudum, of the general theory of landownership or landholdership. We will begin with the lowest order of men, with the servi, and thence work our way upwards. But our course cannot be straightforward. There are so many terms to be explained that sometimes we shall be compelled to leave a question, but partially answered, while we are endeavoring to find a partial answer for some yet more difficult question. Footnotes: DB Roman 2, 109b, 100 de Grenihu 14 lettys. Ib, 212b, 100 et dim, de clay closa de 10 ladies. Round, Feudal England 101. Some of them are mentioned by Ellis, Introduction, I-34-9. DB I-184b. Hic terra non geldet nec consududinum dat nec in aliquo hundredo iasit. I-157. Hic terra nunquam geldavit nec aliqui hundredo pertinet nec pertinuit. I-357. B he dui caro cati non sunt in numero aliquius hundredi nec habent pairs in Lincolnshire. DB I-207b. Jacet in bedefford sira set geldum dat in huntedonsire. I-61b. Jacet et appreciata est in gretenton quad est in oxeneffordsire et tamen dat scotum in Berkshire. I-132b. The manor of Weston lies in Hitchin, which is in Hertfordshire, but its wara lies in Bedfordshire, i.e. it pays geld, it defends itself in the latter county. I-189b. The wara of a certain hide lies in Hinxton, which is in Cambridgeshire, but the land belongs to the manor of Chesterford and therefore is valued in Essex. DB I-178. 5 hides, geld and plead in Worcestershire, but pay their farm in Herefordshire. DB I-157b. Has Canianxit terri sui in Gloucestershire. I-209b foris missit de hundredo ubic defendabat tre. I-50 et missit foras comitatum et missit in Wiltshire. See also Ellis, I-36. See Round, Feudal England, p. 118. Mr. Round seems to think that the commissioners made a circuit through the hundreds. I doubt they did more than their successors, the justices in eyre, were wont to do. That is, they held in the shire town a moot which was attended by 1. The magnates of the shire who spoke for the shire, 2. A jury from every hundred, 3. A deputation of villani from every township. See the Yorkshire and Lincolnshire clamours, I 375, where we may find successive entries beginning with A. Syra Testator, B. Westreading Testator, C. Testator Wapentack. Strikingly similar entries are found on the eyre rolls, as Sir F. Pollock Eng. Hist. Reverend Zi 213 remarks, it is misleading to speak of the Domesday survey. Domesday inquest would be better. See Round, Feudal England, p. 44. Ins Com Cantab 60. See the table in Round, Feudal England, p. 50. I had already selected this beautiful specimen before Mr. Round's book appeared. He has given several others that are quite as neat. Of course, we take no account of urban parishes. Eighton's laborious studies have made this plain as regards some counties widely removed from each other. Still, e.g. in his book on Somerset, he has now and again to note that names which appear in DB are obsolete. Inc. Com Cant. 61. DB I 31. DB I 41. We shall return to this matter hereafter. A good many cases will be found in Essex and Suffolk. Inc. Com Cantab. 51-53. Ibid 47. Ibid 29. Maitland, Surnames of English Villages, Archaeological Review Roman 4. 233. We do not mean to imply that there were not wide stretches of waste land which were regarded as being extravillar, or common to several villes. Hist. Eng. Law I 547. This of course would not be true of cases in which the lands of various villages were intermixed in one large tract of common field. As to these discrete villes, see Hist. Eng. Law I. This name-giving cluster will usually contain the parish church and so will enjoy a certain preeminence. But we are to speak of a time when parish churches were novelties. See Maetzen, Siedelung und Agrarwesen der Germanen, especially Roman II, 119 ff. When the hamlets bear names with such ancient suffixes as Tun, Ham, By, Worth, Wick, Thorpe, this of course is in favor of their antiquity. On the other hand, if they are known merely by family names such as Styleses, Noakses, Johnsons, or the like, this, though not conclusive evidence of, is compatible with their modernity. Maetzen thinks that in Kent and along the southern shore the German invaders founded but few villages. The map does not convince me that this inference is correct. When more than 25 team lands or thereabouts are ascribed to a single place, we shall generally find reason to believe that what is being described is not a single vill. See above, p. 13. Inc. Com. Cant. 51 Fall. In a few cases our figures will involve a small element of conjecture. DB I 248. We have tried to avoid villes in which it is certain or probable that some other tenant-in-chief had an estate. DB I 88. We have tried to make sure that no tenant-in-chief save the bishop had land in any of these villes, and this we think fairly certain, except as regards Harptree and Norton. There are now 2 Harptrees, east and west, and 4 or more Nortons. We take the figures from Ellis, Introduction, Roman II, 417 ff. Very possibly, this figure is too low. There is reason to think that some of the freemen and sokemen of these counties get counted twice or thrice over because they hold land under several different lords. On the other hand, Ellis, Introduction, Roman II, 491 would argue that the figure is too high. But the words alii ibi tenant, which occur at the end of numerous entries, mean, we believe, not that there are in this vill other unenumerated tillers of the soil, but that the vill is divided between several tenants-in-chief. DB I 162b. Ellis's figures are England 280, 3,242, the 3 counties 883. We take these figures from Ellis. Lay subsidy 25 Edwa. I Yorkshire Archaeological Society, pp. Roman 31 Roman 35. Fractions of a pound are neglected. Powell, The Rising in East Anglia, 123. The great decrease between 1377 and 1381 in the number of persons taxed, we must not try to explain. See the serviceable maps in Seabohm Village Community 86, but they seem to treat Yorkshire unfairly. It has 5% of sokemen. This is found at the beginning of the Inquisitio Alliancis, d. B. Roman 4, 497, Hamilton, Inquisitio 97. C. Round, Feudal England, 133 ff. We must not hastily draw the inference that every party of commissioners received the same set of instructions. Perhaps, for example, carucates, not hides, were mentioned in the instructions given to those commissioners who were to visit the carucated counties. Perhaps the non-appearance of servi in Yorkshire and Lincolnshire may be due to no deeper cause. Section 2. The serfs. The existence of some 25,000 serfs is recorded. In the 13th century, servus and villanus are, at least among lawyers, equivalent words. The only unfree man is the serf villain, and the lawyers are trying to subject him to the curious principle that he is the Lord's chattel, but a free man in relation to all but his lord. It is far otherwise in Domesday Book. In entry after entry and county after county, the servi are kept well apart from the villani, bordare, catare. Often they are mentioned in quite another context to that in which the villani are enumerated. As an instance, we may take a manor in Surrey. In Domain there are 5 teams, and there are 25 villani and 6 bordare with 14 teams. There is 1 mill of 2 shillings and 1 fishery, and 1 church and 4 acres of meadow, and wood for 150 pannage pigs, and 2 stone quarries of 2 shillings, and 2 nests of hawks in the wood and 10 servi. Often enough the servi are placed between 2 other sources of wealth, the church and the mill. In some counties they seem to take precedence over the villani. The common formula is, in dominio sunt e caruci, et b servi, et c villani, et d bordare cum e carusis. But this is delusive. The formula is bringing the servi into connection with the domain teams and separating them from the teams of the tenants. We must render it thus: on the domain there are teams and b servi, and there are C villani and D bordare with E teams. Still, we seem to see a gently graduated scale of social classes, villani, bordare, catare, servi, and while the jurors of one county will arrange them in one fashion, the jurors of another county may adopt a different scheme. Thus, in their classification of mankind, the jurors will sometimes lay great stress on the possession of plough oxen. In Hertfordshire we read, there are 6 teams in domain, and 41 villani and 17 bordare have 20 teams. There are 22 catare and 12 servi. The priest, 13 villani and 4 bordare have 6 teams. There are 2 catare and 4 servi. The priest and 24 villani have 13 teams. There are 12 bordare, 16 catare and 11 servi. A division is in this instance made between the people who have oxen and the people who have none. Villani have oxen, catare and servi have none. Sometimes the bordare stand above this line, sometimes below it. Of the legal position of the service, Domesday Book tells us little or nothing, but earlier and later documents oblige us to think of him as a slave, one who in the main has no legal rights. He is the theo of the Anglo-Saxon dooms, the service of the ecclesiastical canons. But though we do right in calling him a slave, still we might well be mistaken were we to think of the line which divides him from other men as being as sharp as the line which a mature jurisprudence will draw between thing and person. We may well doubt whether this principle, the slave is a thing, not a person, can be fully understood by a grossly barbarous age. It implies the idea of a person, and in the world of sense we find not persons but men. Thus degrees of servility are possible. A class may stand, as it were, halfway between the class of slaves and the class of free men. The Kentish law of the 7th century, as it appears in the Dooms of Ethelbert, like many of its continental sisters, knows a class of men who perhaps are not free men and yet are not slaves. It knows the leet as well as the theo. From what race the Kentish leet has sprung, and how, when it comes to details, the law will treat him, these are obscure questions, and the latter of them cannot be answered unless we apply to him what is written about the lady, Lady, and Liddy of the continent. He is thus far a person that he has a small wergild, but possibly he is bound to the soil. Only in Ethelbert's Dooms do we read of him. From later days, until Domesday Book breaks the silence, we do not obtain any definite evidence of the existence of any class of men who are not slaves, but none the less are tied to the land. Of men who are bound to do heavy labor services for their lords we do hear, but we do not hear that if they run away, they can be captured and brought back. As we shall see by and by, Domesday Book bears witness to the existence of a class of Barry, Burrs, Coliberti, who seem to be distinctly superior to the servi, but distinctly inferior to the villeins, bourdiers, and cottiers. It is by no means impossible that they, without being slaves, are in a very proper and intelligible sense unfree men, that they have civil rights which they can assert in courts of law, but that they are tied to the soil. The gulf between the 7th and the 11th centuries is too wide to allow of our connecting them with the leet of Ethelbert's laws, but still, our documents are not exhaustive enough to justify us in denying that all along there has been a class, though it can hardly have been a large class of men who could not quit their tenements and yet were no slaves. As we shall see hereafter, liberty was in certain contexts reckoned a matter of degree. Even the villanus, even the sacramanus was not for every purpose liber homo. When this is so, the theo or service is like to appear as the unfreest of persons rather than as no person but a thing. In the second place, we may guess that from a remote time there has been in the condition of the theo a certain element of prediality. The slaves have not been worked in gangs nor housed in barracks. The service has often been a service cassatus. He has had a cottage or even a manse and yardland which de facto he might call his own. There is here no legal limitation of his master's power. Some slave trade there has been, but on the whole it seems probable that the theo has been usually treated as annexed to a tenement. The duties exacted of him from year to year have remained constant. The consequence is that a free man in return for a plot of land may well agree to do all that a theo usually does and see in this no descent into slavery. Thus the slave gets a chance of acquiring what will be as a matter of fact a peculium. In the 7th century, the Church tried to turn this matter of fact into matter of law. Non licet hemini, says Theodore's penitential, a servo toller pecuniam, quam ips labor seu adquisirit. We have no reason for thinking that this effort was very strenuous or very successful, or that the law of the 11th century allowed the service any proprietary rights. And yet he might often be the occupier of land and of chattels with which, so long as he did his customary services, his lord would seldom meddle. In the third place, we may believe that for some time past police law and punitive law have been doing something to conceal, if not to obliterate, the line which separates the slave from other men. A mature jurisprudence may be able to hold fast the fundamental principle that a slave is not a person but a thing, while at the same time it both limits the master's power of abusing his human chattel and guards against those dangers which may arise from the existence of things which have wills, and sometimes bad wills, of their own. But an immature jurisprudence is incapable of this exploit. It begins to play fast and loose with its elementary notions. It begins to punish the criminous slave without being quite certain as to how far it is punishing him and how far it is punishing his master. Confusion is easy, for if the slave be punished by death or mutilation, his master will suffer, and a pecuniary mulct exacted from the slave is exacted from his master. Learned writers have come to the most opposite opinions as to the extent to which the Anglo-Saxon dooms, by their distribution of penalties, recognize the personality of the theo. But this is not all. For a long time past the law has had before it the difficult problem of dealing with crimes and delicts committed by poor and economically dependent free men, men who have no land of their own, who are here today and gone tomorrow, men from whom no right can be had. It has been endeavoring to make the lords answerable to a certain extent for the misdeeds of their free retainers. If a slave is charged with a crime, his master is bound to produce him in court. But the law requires that the lord shall in very similar fashion produce his free loaf-eater. His main pest, nay, it has been endeavoring to enforce the rule that every free man who has no land of his own shall have a lord bound to produce him when he is accused. Also, it has been fostering the growth of private justice. The lord's duty of producing his men, bond and free, has been becoming the duty of holding a court in which his men, free and bond, will answer for themselves. How far this process had gone in the days of the confessor is a question to which we shall return. For all this, however, we may say with certainty that in the 11th century the servi were marked off from all other men by definite legal lines. What is more, we may say that every man who was not a theo was in some definite legal sense a free man. This sharp contrast is put before us by the laws of Cnut as well as by those of his predecessors. If a freeman works on a holiday, he pays for it with his heelsfang. If a theoman does the like, he pays for it with his hide or his hidegeld. Equally sharp is the same distinction in the leges Henrici, and this too in passages which, so far as we know, are not borrowed from Anglo-Saxon documents. For many purposes, out service out liber homo is a perfect dilemma. There is no confusion whatever between the Villani and the servi. The Villani are viles et inopes personi, but clearly enough they are liberi homines. So also in the Quadripartidus, the Latin translation of the ancient dooms made in Henry I.'s reign, there is no confusion about this matter. The theoman becomes a service, while villanus is the equivalent for seoral. The Norman writers still tell how according to the old law of the English the villanus might become a thane if he acquired 5 hides of land. At times they will put before us villani and tiny or even villani and barons as an exhaustive classification of free men. Let us learn what may be learnt of the service from the leges Henrici. Every man is either a liber homo or a service. Free men are either 200 men or 1,200 men. Perhaps we ought to add that there is also a class of 600 men. A serf becomes such either by birth or by some event, such as a sale into slavery, that happens in his lifetime. Servile blood is transmitted from father to child. Some lords hold that it is also transmitted by mother to child. If a slave is to be freed, this should be done publicly, in court or church or market, and lance and helmet or other the arms of free men should be given him, while he should give his lord 30 pence, that is the price of his skin, as a sign that he is henceforth worthy of his hide. On the other hand, when a free man falls into slavery, then also there should be a public ceremony. He should put his head between his lord's hands and should receive as the arms of slavery some bill hook or the like. Public ceremonies are requisite, for the state is endangered by the uncertain condition of accused criminals. The lords will assert at one moment that their men are free, and at the next moment that these same men are slaves. The descent of a free man into slavery is treated as no uncommon event. The slave may well have free kinsfolk. But to come to the fundamental rule, the villanus, the meanest of free men, is a 200 man, that is to say, if he be slain the very substantial wergild of 200 Saxon shillings or 4 pounds must be paid to his kinsfolk, while a man-bot of 30 shillings is paid to his lord. But if a service be slain, his kinsfolk receive the comparatively trifling sum of 40 pence, while the lord gets the man-bot of 20 shillings. That the serf's kinsfolk should receive a small sum need not surprise us. Germanic law has never found it easy to carry the principle that the slave is a chattel to extreme conclusions, but the payment seems trifling and half contemptuous. At any rate, the life of the villain is worth the life of 24 serfs. Then again, it is by no means cert that a lord cannot kill his serf with impunity. If, says our text, a man slay his own serf, his is the sin and his is the loss. We may interpret this to mean that he has sinned but sinned against himself. Then again, for the evil deeds of his slave the master is in some degree responsible. If my slave be guilty of a petty theft not worthy of death, I am bound to make restitution. If the crime be a capital one and he be taken handhaving, then he must die like a free man. If my slave be guilty of homicide, my duty is to set him free and hand him over to the kindred of the slain, but apparently I may purchase his life by a sum of 40 shillings, a sum much less than the were of the slain man. We must not be too hard on the owners of delinquent slaves. There are cases, for example, in which, several slaves having committed a crime, one of them chosen by lot must suffer for the sins of all. Our author is borrowing from the laws of several different centuries and does not arrive at any neat result, nor must we wonder at this, for the problems presented to jurisprudence by the crimes and delicts of slaves are very intricate. Then again, we have the rule that if free men and serfs join in a crime, the whole guilt is to be attributed to the free. He who joins with a slave in a theft has no companion. On the whole, though the slave is likely to have as a matter of fact a peculium of his own, a peculium out of which he may be able to pay for his offenses and even perhaps to purchase his liberty, the service of our legs seems to be in the main a rightless being. We look in vain for any trace of that idea of the relativity of servitude which becomes the core of Bracton's doctrine. At the same time, we observe that many, perhaps most, Of the rules which mark the slavish condition of the serf are ancient rules and rules that are becoming obsolete. In the 12th century, the old system of were and bought is already vanishing, though an antiquarian lawyer may yet try to revivify it. When it disappears altogether before the new law, which holds every grave crime to be a felony and punishes almost every felony with death, many grand differences between the villein and the serf will have perished. The gallows is a great leveler. If now we recur to the days of the conquest, we cannot doubt that the law knew a definite class of slaves and marked them off by many distinctions from the villani and cadare, and even from the caliberti. Sums that seem high were being paid for men whose freedom was being purchased. At Lewes, the toll paid for the sale of an ox was a halfpenny. On the sale of a man, it was fourpence. In later documents, we may sometimes see a distinction well drawn. Thus in the Black Book of Peterborough, compiled in 1127 or thereabouts, we may read how on one of his manors the abbot has 8 herdsmen, bavere, how each of them holds 10 acres, has to do labor services and render loaves and poultry. And then we read that each of them must pay 1 penny for his head if he be a free man, liber homo, while he pays nothing if he be a service. This is a well-drawn distinction. Of 2 men whose economic position is precisely the same, the one may be free, the other a slave, and it is the free man, not the slave, who has to pay a head penny. Now when the conqueror's surveyors, or rather the jurors, call a man a service they are, so it seems to us, thinking rather of his legal status than of his position in the economy of a manor. At any rate, we ought to observe that the economic stratification of society may cut the legal stratification. We are accustomed perhaps to suppose that, while the villani have lands that are in some sense their own, while they support themselves and their families by tilling those lands, the service has no land that is in any sense his own, but is fed at his lord's board, is housed in his lord's court, and spends all his time in the cultivation of his lord's domain lands. Such may have been the case in those parts of England where we hear of but few servi. Those few may have been inmates of the lord's house and have had no plots of their own. But such can hardly have been the case in the southwestern counties. The servi are too many to be menials. Indeed, it would seem that these servi sometimes had arable plots and had oxen, which were to be distinguished from the domain oxen of their lords not indeed as a matter of law, but as a matter of economic usage. It is plain that the legal and the economic lines may intersect one another. The menial who is fed by the lord and who must give his whole time to the lord's work may be a free man. The slave may have a cottage and oxen and a plot of arable land, and labor for himself as well laboring for his lord. Hence a perplexed and uncertain terminology. The service who has land and oxen may be casually called a villanus, and we cannot be sure that no one whom our record calls a service has the wergild of a free man. Nor can we be sure that the enumeration of the servi is always governed by one consistent principle. In the shires of Gloucester, Hereford, and Worcester, we read of numerous ancillae in Worcestershire of 677 servi and 101 ancillae, and this may make us think that in this district all the able-bodied serfs are enumerated, whether or no they have cottages to themselves. We may strongly suspect that the king's commissioners were not much interested in the line that separated the villani from the servi, since the lord was as directly answerable for the geld of any lands that were in the occupation of his villeins as he was for the geld of those plots that were tilled for him by his slaves. That there should have been never a theo in all Yorkshire and Lincolnshire is hardly credible, and yet we hear of no servi in those counties. This being so, we encounter some difficulty if we would put just the right interpretation on a remarkable fact that is visible in Essex. The description of that county tells us not only how many villani, bordere, and servi there are now, but also how many there were in King Edward's day, and thus shows what changes have taken place during the last 20 years. Now on manor after manor the number of villeins and bordiers, if of them we make one class, has increased, while the number of servi has fallen. We take 100 entries, 4 batches of 25 apiece, and see that the number of villani and bordera has risen from 1486 to 1894, while the number of servi has fallen from 423 to 303. We make another experiment with 100 entries. This gives the following result: villani bordera servi. This decrease in the number of servi seems to be pretty evenly distributed throughout the county, We shall not readily ascribe the change to any mild-heartedness of the lords. They are Frenchmen, and in all probability they have got the most they could out of a mass of peasantry made malleable and manageable by the conquest. We may rather be entitled to infer that there has been a considerable change in rural economy. For the cultivation of his domain land, the lord begins to rely less and less on the labor of serfs whom he feeds, more and more upon the labor of tenants who have plots of their own and who feed themselves. From this again, we may perhaps infer that the labor services of the villani and bordari are being augmented. But at any rate it speaks ill of their fate, that under the sway of foreigners, who may fairly be suspected of some harshness and greed, their inferiors, the true servi, are somewhat rapidly disappearing. However, it is by no means impossible that with a slavery so complete as that of the English Theo, the Normans were not very familiar in their own country. Footnotes: Hist. Eng. Law I 398. DB I 34, Leimnisfeld. DB I 132b, His. DB I 132b, Waldenay. DB I 136, Sandon. Ethelb 26. Tacitus Germ. C25. Ceteris servis non in nostrum morm, descriptis per familiam ministeriis, utunter. Suum quisquesedum, suos penades regit. Fermenti modum dominus aut pecoris aut vestes ut colono eniangit, et servis hac denis paret. Haddon and Stubbs, Counsels Roman 3, 202. See on the one hand Mora, KU I 410, on the other a learned essay by Jastrow. Zur Strafrechtlichen Stellung der Sklaven, in Jirks Untersuchungen zur Deutschgeschichte. Volume I Mora holds that the Anglo-Saxon slave is in the main a chattel, that e.g. the master must answer for the delicts of his slave in the same way that the owner answers for damage done by his beasts, and that this liability can be clearly marked off from the duty of the lord of free retainers, who is merely bound to produce them in court. Jastrow, on the contrary, thinks that even at a quite early time the Anglo-Saxon slave is treated as a person by criminal law. He has a wergild. He can be fined. His trespasses are never compared to the trespasses of beasts. The lord's duty, if one of his men is charged with crime, is much the same whether that man be free or bond. Any theory involves an explanation of several passages that are obscure and perhaps corrupt. Senat Roman 2, 45-6. Schmid Appendix V of Ranks. Pseudologus Canudi, 60 Schmid p. 431. Leg. Hen. 76 Section 7. Differentiatamen wergildi multa est in cantia villanorum et baronum. Leg. Hen. 76 Section 2. Leg. Hen. 76 Section 3. Ibid. 76 Section 3. Ibid. 77 see Hist. Eng. Law I 405. Ibid. 78 Section 2. The difficult strublum we leave untouched. Ibid. 78 Section 2 from Senat Roman 2, 20, on this see Jastrow's comment op. Cit. p. 80. Ibid. 70 Section 5. Ibid. 70 Section 1, 76 Section 4. Ibid. 69 Section 2. Ibid. 70 Section 4. See liber servum occidat similiter redet parentibus 40 den, et duas muffles et unum pullum al, billum mutilatum. The muffli are thick gloves. Compare Ancient Laws of Wales, I 239, 511. The bondman has no galanas wergild, but if injured he receives a sarad. The sarad of a bondman is 12 pence, 6 for a coat for him, 3 for trousers, 1 for buskins, 1 for a hook and 1 for a rope, and if he be a woodman let the hook penny be for an axe. If we read billum instead of pullum, the English rule may remind us of the Welsh. His hedger's gloves and billhook are the arms appropriate to the serf, servitudes arma, cf. Leg. Hen. 78 Section 2. As to the man-bought C. Lieberman, Leg. Edwardy, p. 71. In Leg. Hen. 81 Section 3, a passage which seems to show that by his master's favor even the service may sometimes sue for a wrong done to him, we have this sum, villainous, cothcetus, service, 30, 15, 6. Ibid. 75 Section 4, suum peccatum est et dampnum. See also 70 Section 10, an exceedingly obscure passage. Ibid. 59 Section 23. Ibid. 70 Section 5, but for this our author has to go back as far as Ani. Ibid, 59 section 25. Ibid, 59 section 24, 85 section 4. Solus furator qui cum servo furator. Ibid, 78 section 3, 59 section 25. Hist. Eng. Law I 398 402. Hist. Eng. Law Roman II, 457. See the Bath manumissions, Kemble, Saxons, I 507 ff. Sometimes a pound or a half pound is paid. DB I 26. Cron, Petrob, 163. DB I 105b, Devon, Rolf tenet de be Bosley, terra est 8 carusis. In dominio est 1 caruca et dimidia et 7 servi cum 1 caruca. DB Roman 4. 265. Baldwinus habet 1 mansionum qui vocatur Boslia. Hanc possent error 8 caruci et modo tenet im Rafus de Balduino. Into habit R 1 Ferdinum et 1 carucem et dimidium in dominio et villani tenent alium terram et habent ibi 1 carucem. Ibi habit R 7 servos. In the Exeter record, these 7 serfs seem to get reckoned as being both servi and villani. So in the account of Rentes D. B Roman 4. 245, the lord is said to have 1/4 of the arable in domain and 2 oxen, while the villani are said to have the rest of the arable and 1 team. But the only villani are 8 caliberti and 4 servi. See last note. Ellis, Introduction, Roman 2, 546. See, for example, the following Herefordshire entry, DBIB. In dominio sunt 2 caruci et 4 villani, et 8 bordare et prepositus et bedellis. Inter omnes habent 4 carucas. Ibi 8 inter servos et ancillas et vicarius et dea. Mr. Round has drawn attention to the great increase of bordare. Antiquary, 1882, Roman 6. 9. In the second of our 2 experiments, the cases were taken from the royal domain and the lands of the churches. The surveys of Norfolk and Suffolk profess to enumerate the various classes of peasants TRE, but commonly each entry reports that there has been no change. Without saying that we disbelieve these reports, we nevertheless may say that a verdict which asserts that things have always semper been as they now are may easily be the outcome of nescience. Hist. Eng. Law I 53-4. Section 3, the villains. Next above the servi, we see the small but interesting class of bari, burrs, or caliberti. Probably it was not mentioned in the writ which set the commissioners their task, and this may well be the reason why it appears as but a very small class. It has some 900 members. Still, it is represented in 14 shires: Hampshire, Berkshire, Wiltshire, Dorset, Somerset, Devon, Cornwall, Buckingham, Oxford, Gloucester, Worcester, Hereford, Warwick, Shropshire, in short, in the shires of Wessex and Western Mercia. Twice over our record explains a piece of rare good fortune that bari and caliberti are all one. In general, they are presented to us as being akin rather to the servi than to the villani or bordare, as when we are told, in domain there is 1 virgate of land, and there are 3 teams and 11 servi and 5 caliberti, and there are 15 villani and 15 bordare with 8 teams. But this rule is by no means unbroken. Sometimes the caliberti are separated from the servi, and a precedence over the cadare, or even over the bordare, is given them. Thus of a Wiltshire manor it is written, in domain there are 8 teams and 20 servi, and 41 villani, and 30 bordare, and 7 caliberti, and 74 cadare, have among them all 27 teams. Again of a Warwickshire manor, there is land for 26 teams. In domain are 3 teams and 4 servi, and 43 villani and 6 caliberti, and 10 bordare with 16 teams. A classification which turns upon legal status is cut by a classification which turns upon economic condition. The calibertus we take to be an unfreer man. How there come to be degrees of freedom is a question to be asked by than the caterius or the bordarius, but on a given manor he may be a more important person, for he may have plough beasts while the caterius has none, he may have 2 oxen while the bordarius has but an ox. In calling him a calibertus, the Norman clerks are giving him a foreign name, the etymological origin of which is very dark. But this much seems plain, that in the France of the 11th century, a large class bearing this name had been formed out of ancient elements, Roman coloni and Germanic lidi, a class which was not rightless, for it could be distinguished from the class of servi, and a colubertus might be made a service by way of punishment for his crimes, but which yet was unfree, for the colubertus who left his lord might be pursued and recaptured. As to the Englishman upon whom this name is bestowed, we know him to be a jebber, a boor, and we learn something of him from that mysterious document entitled Rectitudines Singularum Personarum. His services, we are told, vary from place to place. In some districts he works for his lord 2 days a week, and during harvest time 3 days a week. He pays gaffal in money, barley, sheep, and poultry. Also he has ploughing to do besides his week work. He pays hearthpenny. He and one of his fellows must between them feed a dog. It is usual to provide him with an outfit of 2 oxen, 1 cow, 6 sheep, and seed for 7 acres of his yardland, and also to provide him with household stuff. On his death, all these chattels go back to his lord. Thus the boor is put before us as a tenant with a house and a yardland or verget, and 2 plough oxen. He will therefore play a more important part in the manorial economy than the cottager who has no beasts. But he is a very dependent person. His beasts, even the poor furniture of his house, his pots and crocks, are provided for him by his lord. Probably it is this that marks him off from the ordinary villanus or townsman and brings him near the serf. In a sense, he may be a free man. We have seen how the law, whether we look for it to the Code of C-Nut or to the Legs Henrici, is holding fast the proposition that everyone who is not a theoman is a free man, that everyone is either a liber homo or a servus. We have no warrant for denying to the boor the full wergild of 200 shillings. He pays the hearthpenny, or Peter's penny, and the document that tells us this elsewhere mentions this payment as the mark of a free man. And yet, in a very true and accurate sense, he may be unfree to quit his lord's service. All that he has belongs to his lord. He must be perpetually in debt to his lord. He could hardly leave his lord without being guilty of something very like theft, an abstraction of chattels committed to his charge. Very probably, if he flies, his lord has a right to recapture him. On the other hand, so dependent a man will be in a very strict sense a tenant at will. When he dies, not only his tenement but his stock will belong to the lord. Like the French colibert, he is mainmortable. At the same time, to one familiar with the cartularies of the 13th century, the rents and services that this boor has to pay and perform for his vergate will not appear enormous. If we mistake not, many a villanus of Henry Roman III's day would have thought them light. Of course, any such comparison is beset by difficulties, for at present we know all too little of the history of wages and prices. Nevertheless, the intermediation of this class of Barry or Coliberty between the serfs and the villeins of Domesday Book must tend to raise our estimate both of the legal freedom and of the economic welfare of that great mass of peasants which is now to come before us. That great mass consists of some 108,500 villani, some 82,600 bordarii, and some 6,800 cottarii and cossets. Though in manner after manner we may find representatives of each of these 3 classes, we can see that for some important purpose they form but one grand class, and that the term villanus may be used to cover the whole genus as well as to designate one of its 3 species. In the Exon Domesday, a common formula, having stated the number of hides in the manor and the number of teams for which it can find work, proceeds to divide the land and the existing teams between the domain and the villani, it will say, have so many hides and so many teams. Then it will state how many villani, bordarii, cottarii there are. But it will sometimes fall out that there are no villani if that term is to be used in its specific sense, and so, after having been told that the villani have so much land and so many teams, we learn that the only villani on this manor are bordarii. The lines which divide the 3 species are, we may be sure, much rather economic than legal lines. Of course, the law may recognize them upon occasion, but we cannot say that the bordarius has a different status from that of the villanus. In the legs, both fall under the term villani. Indeed, as hereafter will be seen, that term has sometimes to cover all men who are not servi but are not noble. Nor must we suppose that the economic lines are drawn with much precision or according to any one uniform pattern. Of villani and bordarii we may read in every county. Cottarii or cossets in considerable numbers are found only in Kent, Sussex, Surrey, Middlesex, Wiltshire, Dorset, Somerset, Berkshire, Hertford, and Cambridge, though they are not absolutely unknown in Buckingham, in Devon, in Hereford, Worcester, Shropshire, Yorkshire. We cannot tell how the English jurors would have expressed the distinction between borderais and cotterais, for while the cot is English, the board is French. If we are entitled to draw any inference from the distribution of the cottagers, it would be that the smallest of small tenements were to be found chiefly along the southern shore. But then there are no cotterais in Hampshire, plenty in Sussex, Surrey, Wiltshire, and Dorset. Again, in the two shires last mentioned, some distinction seems to be taken between the cossets and the cotterais, the former being superior to the latter. 2 centuries later, we find a similar distinction among the tenants of Worcester Priory. There are cotmany whose rents and services are heavier, and whose tenements are presumably larger than those of the cotterais, though the difference is not very great. The vagueness of distinctions such as these is well illustrated by the failure of the term bordarius, and none is more prominent in Domesday Book, to take firm root in this country. The successors of the borderais seem to become in the later documents either villani with small or cottiers with large tenements. Distinctions which turn on the amount of land that is possessed or the amount of service that is done cannot be accurately formulated and forced upon a whole country. Perhaps in general, we may endow the villanus of Domesday Book with a virgate or quarter of a hide, while we ascribe to the bordarius a less quantity and doubt whether the cotarius usually had arable land. But the survey of Middlesex, which is the main authority touching this matter, shows that the villanus may on occasion have a whole hide, that is 4 virgates, and that often he has but half a virgate. It shows us that the bordarius, though often he has but 4 or 5 acres, may have a half virgate, that is as much as many a villanus. It shows us that the cotarius may have 5 acres, that is as much as many a bordarius, though he will often have no more than a croft. In Essex we hear of bordarais who held no arable land, nor dare we lay down any stern rule about the possession of plough beasts. It would seem as if sometimes the bordarius had oxen, while sometimes he had none. The villanus might have 2 oxen, but he might have more or less. We may find that in Cornwall a single team of 8 is forthcoming where there are villani, 4 borderais, 2 servi. In some Gloucestershire manors, every villein seems to have a full plough team. Merely economic grades are essentially indefinite. Who could have defined a cottage in the 11th century? Who can define one now? In truth, the vast class of men that we are examining must have been heterogeneous to a high degree. Not only were some members of it much wealthier than others, but in all probability some were economically subject to others. So it was in later days. In the 13th century, we may easily find a manor in which the lord is paying hardly any wages. He gets nearly all his agricultural work done for him by his villeins and his cottiers. Out of his cottiers, however, he will get but 1 day's work in the week. If then we ask what the cottiers are doing during the rest of their time, the answer surely must be that they are often working as hired laborers on the villeins' virgates, for a cottier cannot have spent 5 days in the week over the tillage of his poor little tenement. It is a remarkable feature of the manorial arrangement that the meanest of the lord's natavi are but rarely working for him. Thus, if we were to remove the lord in order that the village community might be revealed, we should still see not only rich and poor, but employers and employed, villagers and undersettles. Now all these people are in a sense unfree, while yet in some other sense they are free. Let us then spend a short while in discussing the various meanings that freedom may have in a legal classification of the sorts and conditions of men. When we have put out of account the rightless slave, who is a thing, it still remains possible to say that some men are unfree, while others are free, and even that freedom is a matter of degree. But we may use various standards for the measurement of liberty. Perhaps in the first place, we shall think of what German writers call Freizügigkeit, the power to leave the master whom one has been serving. This power our ancestors would perhaps have called fairworthiness. If the master has the right to recapture the servant who leaves his service, or even if he has the right to call upon the officers of the state to pursue him and bring him back to his work, then we may account this servant an unfree man, albeit the relation between him and his master has been created by free contract. Such unfreedom is very distinct from rightlessness. As a freak of jurisprudence, we might imagine a modern nobleman entitled to reduce by force and arms his fugitive butler to well-paid and easy duties, while all the same that butler had rights against all the world including his master, had access to all courts, and could even sue for his wages if they were not punctually paid. If we call him unfree, then freedom will look like a matter of degree. For the master's power to get back his fugitive may be defined by law in divers manners. May he go in pursuit and use force? Must he send a constable or sheriff's officer? Must he first go to court and obtain a judgment, a decree for specific performance of the contract of service? The right of recapture seems to shade off gradually into a right to insist that a breach of the contract of service is a criminal offense to be punished by fine or imprisonment. Then, again, there may seem to us to be more of unfreedom in the case of one who was born a servant than in the case of one who has contracted to serve, though we should note that one may be born to serve without being born rightless. More to the point than these obvious reflections will be the remark that in the 13th century we learned to think of various spheres or planes of justice. A right good in one sphere may have no existence in another. The rights of the villeins in their tenements are sanctioned by manorial justice. They are ignored by the king's courts. Here, again, the ideas of freedom and unfreedom find a part to play. True that in the order of legal logic freedom may precede royal protection. A tenure is protected because it is free. Still, men are soon arguing that it is free because it is protected, and this probably discloses an idea which lies deep. The king's courts, the national courts, are open to the free. We approach the rightlessness of the slave if our rights are recognized only in a court of which our lord is the president. The 13th century will also supply us with the notion that continuous agricultural service, service in which there is a considerable element of uncertainty, is unfree service, where from day to day the lord's will counts for much in determining the work that his tenants must do. Such tenants, even if they be free men, are not holding freely. But uncertainty is a matter of degree, and therefore unfreedom may easily be regarded as a matter of degree. Then, again, in the law books of the Norman age, we see distinct traces of a usage which would make liber or liberalis an equivalent for our noble, or at least for our gentle. The common man with the wergild of 200 shillings, though indubitably he is no service, is not liberalis homo. Lastly, in our 13th century we learn that privileges and exceptional immunities are liberties and franchises. What is our definition of a liberty, a franchise? A portion of royal power in the hands of a subject. In Henry Roman III's day we do not say that the Earl of Chester is a freer man, more of a liber homo, than is the Earl of Gloucester, but we do say that he has more, greater, higher liberties. Therefore we shall not be surprised if in Domesday Book what we read of freedom, of free men, of free land is sadly obscure. Let us then observe that the villainous both is and is not a free man. According to the usual terminology of the legs, everyone who is above the rank of a service, but below the rank of a thane, is a villanus. The villanus is the non-noble liber homo. All those numerous sokemen of the eastern counties whom Domesday ranks above the villani, all those numerous liberi homines whom it ranks above the sokemen, are, according to this scheme, villani if they be not thanes. And this scheme is still of great importance, for it is the scheme of bot and were. By what have been the most vital of all the rules of law, all these men have been massed together. Each of them has a were of 200 shillings. This, we may remark in passing, is no trivial sum, though the shillings are the small Saxon shillings of 4 pence or 5 pence. There seems to be a good deal of evidence that for a long time past the ox had been valued at 30 pence, the sheep at 5 pence. At this rate, the seorl's death must be paid for by the price of some 24 or 30 oxen. The sons of a villanus who had but 2 oxen must have been under some temptation to wish that their father would get himself killed by a solvent thane. Very rarely indeed do the lieges notice the sokemen or mention liberi homines so as to exclude the villani from the scope of that term. Domesday Book also on occasion can divide mankind into slaves and free men. It does so when it tells us that on a Gloucestershire manor there were 12 servi whom the lord had made free. It does so again when it tells us that in the city of Chester the bishop had 8 shillings if a free man, 4 shillings if a serf, did work upon a festival. So in a description of the manor of South Parrot in Somerset, we read that a certain custom is due to it from the manor of Crutch, Crewkerne, namely, that every free man must render 1 bloom of iron. We look for these free men at Crutch, and see no one on the manor but villani, bordareae, coliberti, and servi. Of the Count of Mortaine's manor of Bikenhall, it is written that every free man renders a bloom of iron at the king's manor of Curry, but at Bikenhall there is no one above the condition of a villanus. Other passages will suggest that the villanus sometimes is and sometimes is not liber homo. On a Norfolk manor, we find free villains, liberi villani. For all this, however, there must be some very important sense in which the villanus is not free. In the survey of the eastern counties, he is separated from the liberi homines by the whole class of Sacamani. In this manner, we are told, there was at that time a free man with half a hide who has now been made one of the villains. At times, the word francus is introduced so as to suggest for a moment that though the villain may be liber homo, he is not francus. But this suggestion, even if it be made, is not maintained, and there are hundreds of passages which implicitly deny that the villain is liber homo. But then these passages draw the line between freedom and unfreedom at a point high in the legal scale, a point far above the heads of the villani. At least for the main purposes of Domesday Book, the free man is a man who holds land freely. Let us observe what is said of the men who have been holding manors. The formula will vary somewhat from county to county, but we shall often find 4 phrases used as equivalent: ex tenuit et liber homo fuit, ex tenuit ut liber homo, ex tenuit et cum terra sua liber fuit, ex tenuit liber. But this freeholding implies a high degree of freedom of a kind that would have shocked the lawyers of a later age. With some regrets, we must leave the peasants for a while in order that we may glance at the higher strata of society. We may take it as certain that, at least in the eyes of William's ministers, the ordinary holder of a manor in the time of the confessor had been holding it under, sub some lord, if not of some lord. But then the closeness of the connection between him and his lord, the character of the relation between lord, man, and land, had varied much from case to case. Now these matters are often expressed in terms of a calculus of personal freedom, but let us begin with some phrases which seem intelligible enough. The man can, or he cannot, sell or give his land. He can, or he cannot, sell or give it without the license of his lord. He can sell it if he has first offered it to his lord. He can sell it on paying his lord 2 shillings. This seems very simple. The lord can, or, as the case may be, cannot, prevent his tenant from alienating the land. He has a right of preemption, or he has a right to exact a fine when there is a change of tenants. But then come phrases that are less in harmony with our idea of feudal tenure. The man cannot sell his land away from his lord. He cannot give or sell it outside a certain manor belonging to his lord, or being the tenant of some church. He cannot separate his land from the church or give or sell it outside the church. We have perhaps taken for granted under the influence of later law that an alienation will not impair the lord's rights, and will but give him a new instead of an old tenant. But it is not of any mere substitution such as this that these men of the 11th century are thinking. They have it in their minds that the man may wish, may be able, utterly to withdraw his land from the sphere of his lord's rights. Therefore, in many cases, they note with some care that the man, though he can give or sell his land, cannot altogether put an end to such relation as has existed between this land and his lord. He can sell, but some of the lord's rights will remain. In particular, the lord's soak over the land, for the present let us say his jurisdiction over the land, will remain. The purchaser will not of necessity become the man of this lord, will not of necessity owe him any servidium or consuetudo, but will come under his jurisdiction. Interchanging, however, with these phrases, we have others which seem to point to the same set of distinctions, but to express them in terms of personal freedom. The man can, or else he cannot, withdraw from his lord, go away from his lord, withdraw from his lord's manor. He can or he cannot withdraw with his land. He can or cannot go to another lord or go wherever he pleases. Some of these phrases will, if taken literally, seem to say that the persons of whom they are used are tied to the soil. They cannot leave the land, or the manor, or the soak. Probably in some of these cases, the bond between man and lord is a perpetual bond of homage and fealty, and if the man breaks that bond by refusing the due obedience or putting himself under another lord, he is guilty of a wrong. But of pursuing him and capturing him and reducing him to servitude there can be no talk. Many of these persons who cannot recede are men of wealth and rank, of high rank that is recognized by law. They are king's thanes or the thanes of the churches. They are 1,200 men. However, it is not the man's power to leave his lord so much as the power to leave his lord and take his land with him. that these phrases bring to our notice. Or rather, the assumption is made that no one will want to leave his lord if he must also leave his land behind him. And then this power of taking land from this lord and bringing it under another lord is conceived as an index of personal freedom. Thus we read, "These men were so free that they could go where they pleased. And again, 4 Soke-men held this land, of whom 3 were free, while the 4th held 1 hide but could not give or sell it." Not that no one is called a liber homo unless he has this power of receding from his lord. Far from it. All is a matter of degree. But the free man is freer if he can go to what lord he pleases. And often enough the phrases ex tenuit et liber homo fuit, ex tenuit liber. Ex tenuit ut liber homo seem to have no other meaning than this, that the occupant of the land enjoyed the liberty of taking it with him whithersoever he would. Therefore there is no tautology in saying that the holder of the land was a thane and a free man, though of course there is a sense, there are many senses, in which every thane is free. All this talk of the freedom that consists in choosing a lord and subjecting land to him may well puzzle us, for it puzzled the men of the 12th century. The chronicler of Abingdon Abbey had to explain that in the old days a free man could do strange things. Comparisons may be instituted between the freedom of one free man and that of another. 5 thanes held this land of Earl Edwin and could go with their land whither they would, and below them they had 4 soldiers, who were as free as themselves. A high degree of liberty is marked when we are told that the said men were so free that they could sell their land with soke and sake wherever they would. But there are yet higher degrees of liberty. Of Worcestershire it is written, "When the king goes upon a military expedition, if anyone who is summoned stays at home, then if he is so free a man that he has his sake and soke, and can go whither he pleases with his land, he with all his land shall be in the king's mercy." The free man is the freer if he has soke and sake, if he has jurisdiction over other men. Exceptional privileges, immunities from common burdens, are already regarded as liberties. This is no new thing. Often enough when the Anglo-Saxon land books speak of freedom, they mean privilege. The idea of freedom is equally vague and elastic if, instead of applying it to men, we apply it to land or the tenure of land. 2 borderai are now holding a small plot. They themselves held it freely in King Edward's day. Here no doubt there has been a fall, but how deep a fall we cannot be sure. To say that a man's land is free may imply far more freedom than freehold tenure implies in later times. It may imply that the bond between him and his lord, if indeed he has a lord, is of a purely personal character, and hardly gives the lord any hold over the land. But this is not all. Perfect freedom is not attained so long as the land owes any single duty to the state. Often enough, but exactly how often, it were no easy task to tell the liberatera of our record, is land that has been exempted even from the Danegeld. It is highly privileged land. Let us remember that at the present day, though the definition of free land or freehold land has long ago been fixed, we still speak as though free land might become freer if it were, free of land tax and tithe rent charge. If now we return to the villainous and deny that he is liber homo and deny also that he is holding freely, we shall be saying little and using the laxest of terms. There are 6 questions that we would fain ask about him, and there will be no harm in asking them, though Domesday Book is taciturn. Is he free to quit his lord and his land, or can he be pursued and captured? No one word can be obtained in answer to this question. We can only say that in Henry Roman II's day the ordinary peasant was regarded by the royal officials as a scriptitious. The land that he occupied was said to be part of his lord's domain. His chattels were his lord's. But then this was conceived to be, at least in some degree, the result of the Norman conquest and subsequent rebellions of the peasantry. To this we may add that in one of our sets of legs, the French lays of William the Conqueror, there are certain clauses which would be of great importance could we suppose that they had an authoritative origin, and which in any case are remarkable enough. The nativus who flies from the land on which he is born, let none retain him or his chattels. If the lords will not send back these men to their land, the king's officers are to do it. On the other hand, the tillers of the soil are not to be worked beyond their proper rent. Their lord may not remove them from their land so long as they perform their right services. Whether or no we suppose that in the writer's opinion the ordinary peasant was a nativus, of Nativi Domesday Book has nothing to say, we still have law more favorable to the peasant than was the common law of Bracton's age, a tiller who does his accustomed service is not to be ejected. He is no tenant at will. Hereafter we shall show that the English peasants did suffer by the substitution of French for English lords. But the question that we have asked, so urgent, so fundamental, as it may seem to us, is really one which, as the history of the Roman colony might prove, can long remain unanswered. Men may become economically so dependent on their lords, on wealthy masters and creditors, that the legal question whether they can quit their service has no interest. Who wishes to leave his all and go forth a beggar into the world? On the whole, we can find no evidence whatever that the men of the Confessor's day who were retrospectively called villani were tied to the soil. Certainly, in Norman times, the tradition was held that according to the old law, the villanus might acquire 5 hides of land, and so thrive to thane right. Our next question should be whether he was subject to seigneurial justice. This is part of a much wider question that we must face hereafter, for seigneurial justice should be treated as a whole. We must here anticipate a conclusion, the proof of which will come by and by, namely, that the villanus sometimes was, and sometimes was not the justiciable of a court in which his lord or his lord's steward presided. All depended on the answer to the question whether his lord had sake and soke. His lord might have justiciary rights over all his tenants, or merely over his villani, or he might have no justiciary rights, for as yet sake and soke were in the king's gift, and the mere fact that a lord had men or tenants did not give him a jurisdiction over them. With this question is connected another, namely, whether the villani had a locus standi in the national courts. We have seen 6 villani together with the priest, undoubtedly a free man, and the reeve of each vill summoned to swear in the great inquest. One of the most famous scenes recorded by our book is that in which William of Churnet claimed a Hampshire manor on behalf of Hugh de Port, and produced his witnesses from among the best and eldest men of the county. But Picot, the sheriff of Cambridgeshire, who was in possession, replied with the testimony of villeins and mean folk and reeves, who were willing to support his case by oath or by ordeal. Again, in Norfolk, Roger the sheriff claimed 100 acres and 5 villani and a mill as belonging to the royal manor of Brantford, and 5 villani of the said manor testified in his favor, and offered to make whatever proof anyone might adjudge to them. But the 50 of Ipswich testified that the land belonged to a certain church of St. Peter that Whitger held, and he offered to derain this. Certainly, this does not look as if villani were excluded from the national moots. But a rule which valued the oath of a single thane as highly as the oath of 6 seorls would make the seorl but a poor witness and tend to keep him out of court. The men who are active in the communal courts, who make the judgments there, are usually men of thenly rank, but to go to court as a doomsman is one thing, to go as a litigant is another. We may now approach the question whether, and if so in what sense, the land that the villanus occupies is his land. Throughout Domesday Book a distinction is sedulously maintained between the land of the villeins, terra villanorum, and the land that the lord has in dominio. Let us notice this phrase. Only the domain land does the lord hold in dominio, in ownership. The delicate shade of difference that Bracton would see between dominicum and dominium is not as yet marked. In later times, it became strictly correct to say that the lord held in demesne, in dominico suo, not only the lands which he occupied by himself or his servants, but also the lands held of him by villain tenure. This usage appears very plainly in the dialogue on the Exchequer. You shall know, says the writer, that we give the name demesnes, dominica, to those lands that a man cultivates at his own cost or by his own labor, and also to those which are possessed in his name by his ascriptatae. For by the law of this kingdom, not only can these ascriptatae be removed by their lords from the lands that they now possess and transferred to other places, but they may be sold and dispersed at will. So that rightly are both they and the lands which they cultivate for the behalf of their lords accounted to be dominia. Far other is the normal, if not invariable, usage of Domesday Book. The terri villanorum, the silvi villanorum, the piscarii villanorum, the Molini villanorum for the villains have woods and fisheries and mills these the lord does not hold in dominio. Then again, the oxen of the villains are carefully distinguished from the oxen of the domain, while often enough they are not distinguished from the oxen of those who in every sense are free tenants. Now as regards both the land and the oxen, we seem put to the dilemma that either they belong to the lord or else they belong to the villeins. We cannot avoid this dilemma, as we can in later days, by saying that according to the common law the ownership of these things is with the lord, while according to the custom of the manor it is with the villeins, for we believe that a hall moot, a manorial court, is still a somewhat exceptional institution. On the whole, we can hardly doubt that both in their land and in their oxen the villeins have had rights protected by law. Let us glance once more at the scheme of bot and were that has been in force. A villein is slain. The man-bot payable to his lord is marked off from the much heavier wergild that is payable to his kindred. If all that a villein could have belonged to his lord, such a distinction would be idle. Still we take it that for one most important purpose the villein's land is the lord's land, the lord must answer for the geld that is due from it. Not that the burden falls ultimately on the lord. On the contrary, it is not unlikely that he makes his villeins pay the geld that is due from his domain land. It is one of their services that they must defend their lord's inland against the geld. But over against the state, the lord represents as well the land of his villeins as his own demesne land. From the great levy of 1084, the domain lands of the barons had been exempted, but no doubt they had been responsible for the tax assessed on the lands held by their villani. We much doubt whether the collectors of the geld went round to the cottages of the villeins and demanded here 6 pence and there 4 pence. They presented themselves at the lord's hall and asked for a large sum. Nay, we believe that very often a perfectly free tenant paid his geld to his lord, or through his lord. Hence arrangements by which some hides were made to acquit other hides. Such, for example, was the arrangement at Tewkesbury. There were 50 hides which had to acquit the whole 95 hides from all geld and royal service. And then it might be that the lord, enjoying a special privilege, was entitled to take the geld from his tenants, and yet paid no geld to the king. Thus did the canons of St. Petroc in Cornwall and the monks of St. Edmund in Suffolk. But as regards lands occupied by villeins, the king, so it seems to us, looks for his geld to the lord, and he does not look behind the lord. This is no detail of a fiscal system. A potent force has thus been set in motion. He who pays for land it is but fair that he should be considered the owner of that land. We have a hint of this principle in a law of Senut. He who has defended land with the witness of the shire is to enjoy it without question during his life, and on his death may give or sell it to whom he pleases. We have another hint of this principle in a story told by Hemming, the monk of Worcester. In Senut's time, but 4 days of grace were given to the landowner for the payment of the geld. When these had elapsed, anyone who paid the geld might have the land. It is a principle which, if it is applied to the case of lord and villein, will attribute the ownership of the land to the lord and not to the villein. And then we would ask, what services do the villeins render? A deep silence answers us, and as will hereafter be shown, there are many reasons why we should not import the information given us by the monastic cartularies, even such early cartularies as the Black Book of Peterborough, into the days of the Confessor. No doubt the villeins usually do some labor upon the lord's domain lands. In particular, they help to plough it. A manor, we can see, is generally so arranged that the ratio borne by the domain oxen to the domain land will be smaller than that borne by the villein's oxen to the villein's land. Thus, to give one example out of 100, in a Somersetshire manor the lord has 4 hides and 3 teams, the villeins have 2 hides and 3 teams. But then the lord gets some help in his agriculture from those who are undoubtedly free tenants. The teams of the free tenants are often covered by the same phrase that covers the teams of the villeins. Rack knights who are liberi homines plough and harrow at the lord's court. The very few entries which tell us of the labor of the villeins are quite insufficient to condemn the whole class to unlimited, or even to very heavy work. On a manor in Herefordshire, there are 12 boardiers who work 1 day in the week. On the enormous manor of Leominster, there are 238 villani and 85 boarderi. The villani plough and sow with their own seed 140 acres of their lord's land, and they pay £11 and 52 pence. On the manor of Markle, which also is in Herefordshire, there are 36 villani and 10 boarderi with 40 teams. These villani plough and sow with their own seed 80 acres of wheat and 71 of oats. At Kingston, yet another manor in the same county, the villani who dwelt there in King Edward's day carried venison to Hereford and did no other service, so says the shire. On one Worcestershire manor of Westminster, abbey 10 villeins and 10 bourdiers, with 6 teams, plough 6 acres, and sow them with their own seed. On another 8 villeins and 6 bourdiers with 6 teams do the like by 4 acres. This is light work. Casually, we are told of burgesses living at Tamworth who have to work like the other villeins of the manor of Drayton to which they are attached, and we are told of men on a royal manor who do such works for the king as the reeve may command. But curiously enough, it is not of any villeins, but of the Bishop of Worcester's riding men, radmeni, that it is written, they do whatever is commanded them. With our 13th century cartularies before us, we might easily underrate the amount of money that was already being paid as the rent of land at the date of the conquest. In several counties, we come across small groups of censare, censors, gablatters who pay for their land and money, of servisarii and melitarii who bring beer and honey. Renders in kind, in herrings, eels, salmon are not uncommon, and sometimes they are appreciated, valued in terms of money. The panage pig or the grass swine, which the villeins give in return for mast and herbage, is often mentioned. Throughout Sussex, it seems to be the custom that the lord should have, for herbage, 1 pig from every villain who has 7 pigs, but money will be taken instead of swine, oxen, or fish. The jursuma, the tela, the theoretically free gifts of the tenants, are sums of money, but often enough the villainess is paying a substantial money rent. We have seen how at Leominster villeins plough and sow 140 acres for their lord, and pay a rent of more than £11. At Lewisham in Kent, the abbot of Gone has a manor valued at £30. Of this £2 is due to the profits of the port, while 2 mills with the gaffal of the rustics bring in £8. 12 pounds. Such entries as the following are not uncommon there, is 1 villain rendering 30d. There is 1 villain rendering 10s 46 codara, with 1 hide render 30 shillings, a year the villains give 13s. 4d. By way of consuetudo. No doubt it would be somewhat rare to find a villain discharging all his dues in money. This is suggested when we are told how on the land of St. Augustine one Watard holds a large piece de terra villanorum, and yet renders no service to the abbot save 30s. a year. At least in one instance the villains seem to be holding the manor in farm, that is to say, they are farming the Domesday land and paying a rent in money or in provender. We dare not represent the stream of economic history as flowing uninterruptedly from a system of labor services to a system of rents. We must remember that in the Conqueror's reign the Lord very often had numerous serfs whose whole time was given to the cultivation of his domain. In the southwestern counties, he will often have 2, 3 or more serfs for every team that he has on his domain. And, while this is so, we cannot safely say that his husbandry requires that the villains should be laboring on his land for 3 or 4 days in every week. As a last question we may ask, what was the English for villainous? It is a foreign word, one of those words which came in with the Conqueror. Surely, we may argue, there must have been some English equivalent for it. Yet we have the greatest difficulty in finding the proper term. True that in the quadripartitus and the legs villainous generally represent seoral. Seoral, when it is not rendered by villainous, is left untranslated in some such form as seoliscus homo. But then seoral must be a wider word than the villainous of Domesday Book, for it has to cover all the non-noble free men. It must comprehend the numerous sacamani and liberi homines of northern and eastern England. This in itself is not a little remarkable. It makes us suspect that some of the lines drawn by Domesday Book are by no means very old. They cannot be drawn by any of those terms that have been current in the Anglo-Saxon dooms, or which still are current in the textbooks that lawyers are compiling. To suppose that villainous is equivalent to jebber is impossible. We have the best warrant for saying that the Latin for jebber is not villainous, but colubritus. Nor can we hold that the villainous is a geniat. In the last days of the Old English kingdom, the geniat, the companion, the fellow, appears as a horseman who rides on his lord's errands. We must seek him among the radmeni and rationisters and drengi of Domesday Book. We shall venture the guess that when the Norman clerks wrote down villainous, the English jurors had said tunesman. As a matter of etymology, the two words answer to each other well enough. The villa is the tun, and the men of the villa are the men of the tun. In the enlarged Latin version of the laws of Senat, known as Instituta Senudi, there is an important remark: tithes are to be paid both from the lands of the thane and from the lands of the villainstam de dominio liberalis homines. id est thegines, quam de terra villanorum, id est tuumans cor. Tunmans. Then, in a collection of dooms known as the Northumbrian Priests' Law, there is a clause which orders the payment of Peter's pence. If a king's thane or landlord landrica withholds his penny, he must pay 10 half-marks, half to Christ, half to the king. But if a tunesman withholds it, then let the landlord pay it and take an ox from the man. A very valuable passage this is. It shows us how the lord is becoming responsible for the man's taxes. If the tenant will not pay them, the lord must. It is then in connection with this responsibility of the lord that the term townsman meets us, and, if we mistake not, it is the lord's responsibility for geld that is the chief agent in the definition of the class of villani. The pressure of taxation, civil and ecclesiastical, has been forming new social strata, and a new word, in itself a vague word, is making its way into the vocabulary of the law. The class of villeins may well be heterogeneous. It may well contain, so we think, men who, or whose ancestors, have owned the land under a political supremacy, not easily to be distinguished from landlordship, that belongs to the king. And, on the other hand, it may well contain those who have never in themselves or their predecessors been other than the tenants of another man's soil. In some counties on the Welsh March, there are groups of hospites who in fact or theory are colonists whom the lord has invited onto his land. But this word, very common in France, is not common in England. Our record is not concerned to describe the nature or the origin of the villain's tenure. It is in quest of geld and of the persons who ought to be charged with geld, and so it matters not whether the lord has let land to the villain or has acquired rights over land of which the villain was once the owner. Therefore we lay down no broad principle about the rights of the villain, but we have suggested that taken in the mass, the villani of the confessor's reign were far more lawworthy than were the villani of the 13th century. We cannot treat either the legal or the economic history of our peasantry as a continuous whole. It is divided into two parts by the red thread of the Norman conquest. That is a catastrophe. William might do his best to make it as little of a catastrophe as was possible, to insist that each French lord should have precisely the same rights that had been enjoyed by his English antecessor. It may even be that he endeavored to assure to those who were becoming villani the rights that they had enjoyed under King Edward. Such a task, if attempted, was impossible. We hear indeed that the English redeemed their lands, but probably this refers only to those English lords, those thanes or the like, who were fortunate enough to find that a ransom would be accepted. We have no warrant for thinking that the peasants, the common townsmen, obtained from the king any covenanted mercies. They were handed over to new lords, who were very free in fact, if not in theory, to get out of them all that could be got without gross cruelty. We are not left to speculate about this matter. In after days, those who were likely to hold a true tradition, the great financier of the 12th, the great lawyer of the 13th century, believed that there had been a catastrophe. As a result of the conquest, the peasants, at all events some of the peasants, had fallen from their free estate. Free men, holding freely, they had been compelled to do unfree services, but if we need not rely upon speculation, neither need we rely upon tradition. Domesday Book is full of evidence that the tillers of the soil are being depressed. Here we may read of a free man with half a hide who has now been made one of the villeins, there of the holder of a small manor who now cultivates it as the farmer of a French lord graviter et miserabiliter, and there of a sokeman who has lost his land for not paying geld, though none was due. While the great Richard of Tonbridge has condescended to abstract a verget from a villain or a villain from a verget. But again, it is not on a few cases in which our record states that some man has suffered an injustice that we would rely. Rather, we notice what it treats as a quite common event. Free men are being added to manors to which they did not belong. Thus in Suffolk, a number of free men have been added to the manor of Montfort. They pay no custom to it before the conquest, but now they pay £15. Aelfric, who was reeve under Roger Bigot, set them this custom. Hard by them were men who used to pay 20 shillings, but this same Aelfric raised their rent to 100 shillings. A free man held this land and could sell it, but Waleran, father of John, has added him to this manor. Entries of this kind are common. The utmost rents are being exacted from the farmers. This manor was let for 3 years at a rent of £12 and a yearly gift of an ounce of gold, but all the farmers who took it were ruined. That manor was let for £3. 15s. But the men were thereby ruined, and now it is valued at only 45s. About these matters French and English cannot agree. This manor renders 70 pounds by weight, but the English value it at only 60 pounds by tale. The English fix the value at 80 pounds, but the French at 100 pounds. Frenchmen and Englishmen agree that it is worth 50 pounds, but Richard let it to an Englishman for 60 pounds, who thereby lost 10 pounds a year, at the very least. It cannot pay, it can hardly pay, it could not stand the rent, such are the phrases that we hear. If the Lord gets the most out of the farmer to whom he has leased the manor, we may be sure that the farmer is making the most out of the villeins. But the most convincing proof of the depression of the peasantry comes to us from Cambridgeshire. The rural population of that county, as it existed in 1086, has been classified thus. Sacameni 213 villani, bordere catarec servi. But we also learn that the Cambridgeshire of the Confessor's day had contained at the very least 900 instead of 200 sokemen. This is an enormous and a significant change. Let us look at a single village. In Meldreth there is a manor. It is now a manor of the most ordinary kind. It is rated at 3 hides and 1 verget, but contains 5 teamlands. In Domesday are half a hide and 1 team, and 15 bordera and 3 catara have 4 teams, and there is 1 service. But before the conquest, this land was held by 15 sokemen. 10 of them were under the soke of the Abbey of Ely and held 2 hides and half a verget. The other 5 held 1 hide and half a verget and were the men of Earl Aelfgar. What has become of these 15 sokemen? They are now represented by 15 bordiers and 5 cottiers, and the domain land of the manor is a new thing. The sokemen have fallen, and their fall has brought with it the consolidation of manorial husbandry and seigneurial power. At Orwell, Earl Roger has now a small estate. A third of it is in domain, while the residue is held by 2 villeins and 3 bordiers, and there is a serf there. This land had belonged to 6 sokemen, and those 6 had been under no less than 5 different lords. 2 belonged to Edith the Fair, 1 to Archbishop Stigand, 1 to Robert Wimmark's son, 1 to the king, and 1 to Earl Aelfgar. Displacements such as this we may see in village after village. No one can read the survey of Cambridgeshire without seeing that the freer sorts of the peasantry have been thrust out, or rather thrust down. Evidence so cogent as this we shall hardly find in any part of the record, save that which relates to Cambridgeshire and Bedfordshire. But great movements of the kind that we are examining will hardly confine themselves within the boundaries of a county. A little variation in the formula, which tells us who held the land in 1066, may hide from us the true state of the case. We cannot expect that men will be very accurate in stating the legal relationships that existed 20 years ago. Since the day when King Edward was alive and dead, many things have happened, many new words and new forms of thought have become familiar. But taking the verdicts as we find them, there is still no lack of evidence. In Essex we may see the Libery homines disappearing. But we need not look only to the eastern counties. At Bromley, in Surrey, Bishop Odo has a manor of 32 hides, 4 of which had belonged to free men who could go where they pleased, but now there are only villeins, cottiers, and serfs. We turn the page and find Odo holding 10 hides which had belonged to the alloduries of the Vill. In Kent, Hugh de Port is holding land that was held by 6 free men who could go whither they would. There are now 6 villeins and 14 bordiers there, with 1 team between them. Students of Domesday were too apt to treat the antecessors of the Norman lords as being in all cases lords of manors. Lords of manors, or rather holders of manors, they often were, but as we shall see more fully hereafter, when we are examining the term manerium, such phrases are likely to deceive us. Often enough they were very small people with very little land. For example, these 6 free men whom Hugh de Port represents had only 2.5 team lands. We pass by a few pages and find Hugh de Montfort with a holding which comprises but 1 team land and a half. He has 4 villeins and 2 bordiers there. His antecessors were 3 free men who could go whither they would. They had need for but 12 oxen, they had no more land than they could easily till, at all events with the help of 2 or 3 cottagers or slaves. To all appearance they were no better than peasants. They or their sons may still be tilling the land as Hugh's villeins. When we look for such instances, we very easily find them. The case is not altered by the fact that the term manor is given to the holdings of these antecessors. In Sussex, an under-tenant of Earl Roger has an estate with 4 villeins upon it. His antecessors were 2 free men who held the land as 2 manors. And how much land was there to be divided between the two? there was one team land. Such holders of manieria were tillers of the soil, peasants, at best yeomen. If they were of thenly rank, this again does not alter the case. When in the survey of Dorset we read how 4 thanes held 2 team lands, how 6 thanes held 2 team lands, 8 thanes 2 team lands, 9 thanes 4 team lands, 11 thanes 4 team lands, we cannot of course be certain that each of these groups of co-tenants had but one holding. But thenly rank is inherited, and if a thane will have 9 or 10 sons, there will soon be tillers of the soil with the wergild of 1,200 shillings. Now if these things are being done in the middling strata of society, if the sokemen are being suppressed or depressed in Cambridgeshire, the alloduries in Sussex, what is likely to be the fate of the poor? They will have to till their lord's domain graviter et miserabiliter. He can afford to dispense with serfs, for he has villeins. A last argument must be added. What we see in the 13th century of the ancient domain of the crown might lead us to expect that in Domesday Book, the manors of St. Edward would stand out in bold relief. Instead of a population mainly consisting of villeins, shall we not find upon them large numbers of sokemen, the ancestors of the men who in after days will be protected by the little writ of right and the monstraverunt? Nothing of the kind. The royal manor differs in no such mode as this from any other manor. If it lies in a county in which other manors have sokemen, then it may or may not have sokemen. If it lies in a county in which other manors have no sokemen, it will have none. Cambridgeshire is a county in which there are some, and have been many, sokemen. There is hardly a sokeman upon the ancient domain. In after days, the men of Chesterton, for example, will have all the peculiar rights attributed by lawyers to the sokemen of St. Edward. But St. Edward, if we trust Domesday Book, had never a sokeman there. He had 2 villeins and a number of bourdiers and cottiers. It seems fairly clear that from an early time, if not from the first days of the conquest onwards, the king was the best of landlords. The tenants of those manors that were conceived as annexed to the crown, those tenants one and all, save the class of slaves which was disappearing, got a better, a more regular justice than that which the villeins of other lords could hope for. It was the king's justice, and therefore for the king's public and private capacities were hardly to be distinguished, it was public justice, and so became formal justice, defined by writs, administered in the last resort by the highest court, the ablest lawyers. And so sokemen disappear from private manors. Some of them as tenants in free socage may maintain their position, many fall down into the class of tenants in villenage. On the ancient domain the sokemen multiply. They appear where Domesday knew them not. For those who are protected by royal justice can hardly, now that villenage implies a precarious tenure, be called villeins, they must be villein sokemen at the least. Whether or no we trust the tradition which ascribes to the Conqueror a law in favor of the tillers of the soil, we can hardly doubt that the villani and borderat whom Domesday Book shows us on the royal manors are treated as having legal rights in their holdings. And if this be true of them, it should be true of their peers upon other manors. Yes, it should be true. The manorial courts that are arising should do impartial justice even between lord and villeins, but who is to make it true? Footnotes. DB I 307b, 308. It will be convenient for us to adopt this term, a teamland, as an equivalent for the terra ad unum carucam of our record, so that b teamlands shall translate terra ad b carucas. The reader is asked to accept this note as an interpretation clause. DB I 353. DB I 308 Trectone. DB I 275b Bernal Festoon. DB I 337b. CPP 40403. We shall not complain of our tools, but Domesday Book is certainly not impeccable. As to its omissions, see Istam, Notes on Domesday, 1880, also round, Feudal England, 43. Agricultural Returns, 1895, Board of Agriculture, p. 34, tidal water is excluded. The received figures are Middlesex, 149,046, London, 75,442. From older sources we give Middlesex, 180,480. Population Abstract, 1833, Volume IP 376. For some good remarks on these matters see Istam, Notes on Domesday. Lincoln, Nottingham, and Northampton would require correction because of the treatment that Rutland has received. The boundary of Shropshire has undergone changes. The inclusion of stretches of Welsh ground increases the population without adding to the hittage of some western counties. See above P7. Thus Leicester is charged with 100 pounds, 0 S-pounds, 0 D-pounds, with 99 S-pounds, 11 D, and with 99 pounds, 19 S-pounds, 4 D-pounds. In 8 Hen, Roman 2, several of the counties answer for about 10 less than had formerly been demanded from them. The inclusion of the boroughs would have led to many difficulties. London, for example, though no account is taken of it in DB, seems to have gelded for 1,200 hides. Brit, Mus, Ms. Ad, 14,252, F 126. We omit the ingeldable carucates which occur in some hitdated counties. This may introduce a little caprice. If the jurors in one of these counties ascribe 12 carucates to a manor, we do not count them. If they had spoken of hides which never gelded, we should have counted them. And yet we may agree with Eiton that the two phrases would mean much the same thing. But this source of error or caprice is not very important in our present context. Thus we take Dorset. Eiton gives it 2321 hides, and then by adding, quasi-hides brings up the number to 2650. The difference between these two figures is not large when regarded from the point that we are occupying. I have thought that the difficulty would be better met by the warning that Wiltshire, Dorset, Somerset, and Devon contain considerable stretches of unhitdated royal domain, than by my reckoning as hides what Eiton called quasi-hides. In the case of Dorset, Somerset and Stafford I have placed Eiton's figures below my own and signed them with the letter E. I know full well that his are much more accurate than mine. He probably gave to each county that he examined more months than I have given weeks to the whole of England. In comparing our results, it should be remembered that, at least in Staffordshire, he dealt with the county boundary in a manner which, in my ignorance, I dare not adopt. My calculations about Leicestershire are more than usually rough, owing to the appearance of the curious hide, or hundred, or whatever it is. See on the one hand Stevenson, E. HRV 95, and on the other round, Feudal England, 82. Whether this unit contained 12 or 18 carucates is not of very great importance to us at the moment, but there are other difficulties in Leicestershire. In Cornwall, I was compelled to make an assumption as to the peculiar ager or accra of that county, but no reasonable theory about this matter would seriously affect the number of Cornwall's hides. The usual formula is, tunc si defendit pro ahides modo pro A, we place it in call Roman 4, A in call V. The usual formula is, tre geldebat pro ahides, I by tamen sunt a hidi. We place it in call Roman 4, and A in call V, and we shall argue hereafter with some hesitation that the taxation of this county has been increased under William. The words terra est are written and are followed by a blank space, many instances in Kent and Sussex. On the other hand, when I find a statement about B and none about C, I do not assume that C equals B. On the contrary, I read the entry to mean that C equals 0. In other words, it is very possible that there should be teamlands without teams. But I do not think that for Domesday's purposes there can be teams, i.e. teams at work, without land that is being plowed, though it is true that often, and in some counties habitually, C will be slightly greater than B. One of the chief difficulties in the way of accurate computation is occasioned by what we may call the complex entries. We start with some such statement as this. The bishop holds Norton. It defends itself for a hides. There is land for B teams. There are D teams on the domain, and the villains have E teams. But then we read, of this land Rotter holds M hides, there are N teams on the domain, and the villains have O teams. Here the total number of hides is A, and not a M, and I think that the total number of teamlands is B, and not B some unstated number held by Roger, but the total number of teams is D, E, N, O. Entries in this form are not very uncommon, and therefore this explanation seemed to be required. Pearson, History of England, Roman 2, 665. Call Roman 9 gives I divided by Roman 2. Call X gives I divided by Roman 6. Call Z gives I divided by Roman 7. Call Roman 12 gives Roman 2 divided by Roman 6. Call Roman 13 gives Roman 2 divided by Roman 7. Call Roman 14 gives Roman 6 divided by Roman 7. Call Roman 15 gives Roman 8 divided by Roman 6, 0. In Gloucester, Worcester, Hereford, and Shropshire, I was compelled to adopt as the divisor the number of teams instead of the number of teamlands, as it is fairly certain that these counties were underteamed. BC, the resulting quotient annual value of land actually tilled by a team should be diminished before it is compared with the figures given for other counties. C.S. Taylor, Analysis of Gloucestershire Domesday, Bristol and Gloucestershire Archaeol, Soc. 1887-9. But this is intended to include males only. The ancillae are left out. Mr. Taylor says in his preface, "The work has occupied a large part of my leisure time for 5 years. There is therefore some audacity in my printing my figures beside his. It is clear that we have put different constructions upon some of the composite entries concerning large manors. See below p. Mr. Taylor, like Eighton, computes only 48 geld acres to the hide. I reckon 120 acres to the hide. That, however, is in this context a trifling matter. Mr. Taylor has brought out 15s, 5d, as the average valet of land tilled by a team. By taking Pearson's valet and my teams, I have brought out 15s, 0d. For Dorset and Somerset, my figures can be checked by Eighton's, for Wiltshire, Devon, Cornwall, by the geld inquests. These give for Wiltshire, C. W. H. Jones, Domesday for Wiltshire, FF. 3955 H3V, for Devon, see Devonshire Domesday ed. Devonsh, a sock, P. Roman 49. 1029 H1V3F. For Cornwall H3V1F, I give for Wiltshire 4050H, for Devon 1119H. For Cornwall 399H. Lincoln, Nottingham 44, Derby 39, Surrey 37, Hampshire 36, Middlesex 34, Dorset 33, Cambridge 31, Berkshire 30, Wiltshire 29, Hertford, Northampton, Warwick, Somerset 28, Huntingdon 26, Oxford 25, Bedford and Buckingham 24, Cornwall and Stafford 22, Devon 21. For Kent, the figure would be near 39. For Sussex, near 33. For apparently in these counties, there was approximate equality between the number of teams and the number of teamlands. One word about the meaning of the valets. I think it very clear from thousands of examples that an estate is valued as a going concern. The question that the jurors put to themselves is, what will this estate bring in, peopled as it is and stocked as it is? In other words, they do not endeavor to make abstraction of the villeins, oxen, etc., and to assign to the land what would be its annual value if it were stocked or peopled according to some standard of average culture. Consequently, in a few years, the value of an estate may leap from £1 to £3, or to 5 shillings, or even to 0. Eighton, Dorset, 56, has good remarks on this matter. Seabohm, Village Community, 85-6. To the contrary round in Domesday Studies, I 209, and Feudal England, 35. Round, Feudal England, 35. CEGDB I 222, Terra S2 car, has habent I by 3 Sockamani at 12 borderai. Terra S3 car, I by sunt ipsi cum 9 Soccamanis at 9 borderes. Ibid, I 223, Terra ESD1 car, quam habent I by 4 borderai. Ibid, I 107b, Terra Est 7 car, et tot I by sunt. DB I 222, Code Stoch Lidentone. DB I 289, 339b, Betcheling. DB I 342b, Torspy. DB I 339, Agetorn. DB I 174, Lapuit. DB I 163, Bircheli. DB I 218b, Stanford. Or let us take this case, DBI, Terra Est 3 car, in dominio est una et 4 villani habent alium et tertia potest feri. Is this third team to be a team of 4 or a team of 8? Seabohm, Village Community, 85. As a specimen, we take 10 consecutive entries from the Royal Demesne in Surrey in which it is said that X villains and Y bourdiers have Z teams. We add half of Y to X and divide the result by Z. The quotients are 10, 3, 4, 0, 3, 7, 5, 3, 4, 2, 7, 2, 2, 1, 9, 1, 8, 1, 4. If we mass the 10 cases together, the quotient would be 2, 8. We can easily find averages. But even if we omit cases in which there is an exceptional dearth of oxen, the variations are so considerable that we must not speak of a type or norm. Glastonbury Rentalia 51-2, S tenet 1 vergetam ter, et si habit 8 boves debit werkter, 7 acras, si autumn possiers habit werktebit pro anakwoke bove octavam partum acrarum. Ibid. 61, RC tenet unum vergetam, et habit 4 boves cum bobus domini. Ibid. 68, G tenet dimidium hidum, et si haburit 8 boves. Ibid. 78, L. Tenet 5 acras. Et bis debit venire cum 1 bove et cum pluribus si haburit. Ibid. 98-9, M tenet 1 vergetam, si haburit quatuor boves. Ibid. 129, S tenet 1 vergetam, et debit in venire domino 1 carum et 6 boves ad cariandum fenum. Ibid. 130, M tenet dimidium vergetam, et debit in venire 2 boves. Ibid. 189, 3 cases in which a vergator comes to the boon days with 8 oxen. Larking, Domesday of Kent, App 33, Customs of Hedinam, habit unum vergetam terri, item habit quatuor boves in pasturam domini. DB I 211, terra est dim, car, et unius bos I by eret. DB I 342b, torsby. Pollock EHR Zi 813, I venture to think that Sir F. E. Pollock has not answered his own argument, p. 220, for a constant karuka. Inc. Com. Cant. 70. Another example from a Northamptonshire column, DBI 226, will show what we mean. Let H stand for hides and T for teamlins, and let the verget be a quarter of a hide, then we have this series. 2H 5T, 212H 4T, 4H 8T, minus 1/4H 3T, 1712H 4T, 38H 12T, 12H 1T, minus 1/2H 6T, 114H 3T, 2H 4T, 78H 3T. We see that T is integral where H is fractional. Exceptionally, we read in Kent I9, terra est dim, car, et ibidum sundet huc 30 acri terri. And is not this a rule-proving exception? The jurors cannot say simply land for half a team and 30 acres. They say land for half a team and there are 30 acres in addition. DB Roman 4, 497 Inc., Com. Cant. 97. There can be little doubt that this is the right reading. See round, Feudal England, 134. Thus DB Roman 2. 39, Tunc 4 caruci in dominio post et modo, et 2 caruci possunt restaurari. To use our symbols in Essex, Norfolk, and Suffolk, we obtain statements about A and about C, but learn nothing about B, unless this is to be inferred from the increase or decrease that has taken place in C. We shall hereafter argue that, in spite of some appearances to the contrary, the carucates of East Anglia belong to the order A and not to the order B. Thus, DB I 231, rad tenet du episcopo 4 car, terri in partene, terra est 4 car, in dominio sunt 2 et villani habent 2 car. Just before this we have the other common formula, rad tenet 2 car, terri in toniscote, dui car, possunt esse et ibi sunt. Thus, DB I 231b, ipsa comatissa tenuit dunitone, ibi 22 car, et dimid, tre erant ibi 12 car, modo in dominio sunt 3 et villani habent 12 car. To me it looks as if the variations were due to a clerk's caprice. The Leicestershire survey fills 30 columns. Not until the top of call 5 has the compiler, except as a rare exception, the requisite information. Then, after hesitating as to whether he shall adopt the X car, possunt S formula, he decides in favor of terra est X car. This we will call formula, it reigns throughout calls. 513, though broken on 3 or 4 occasions by what we will call formula Roman 2, namely tre erant I by X car. At the top of call 14 formula Roman 2, takes possession and keeps it into call 16, then I has a short turn. Then call 17 Roman 2 is back again, then follow many alternations. At the top of call 24, however, a simplified version of Roman 2 appears, the express reference to the TRE vanishes, and we have merely I by furent X car. In the course of call 26, this is changed to I by X car. Furent. These two versions of Roman 2 prevail throughout the last 6 columns, though there is one short relapse to I call 28. The proof of this lies in the Inc. Com. Cant. and the Exon Domesday. This appears on a collation of DB with the two records mentioned in our last note. See round, Feudal England, 26. DB I 174. In omnibus his manieres non passant esse, plus caruci quam dictum est. When C varies from B, the statement about C will sometimes be introduced by a sed or a tamen which tells us that things are not what they might be expected to be. D. B. I 77b, terra est dimid, car, et tamen est I by 1 car. D. B. I 222, terra est dim, car, tamen 2 villani habent 1 car. As a wheat grower, Devon stands in our own day at the very bottom of the English counties. Its average yield per acre in 95 was 21 bushels, while Cambridge's was 32. Next above Devon stands Monmouth, and then comes Cornwall. Marshall, Review of Reports to Board of Agriculture from Southern Departments, 524. The management of the land is uniform, here and there an exception will be found. The whole is convertible, sometimes into arable and sometimes pasture. Arable is sown with wheat, barley, or oats, as long as it will bear any, and then grass for 8 or 10 years until the land is recovered and capable again of bearing corn. See also p. 531, the lands go back to the waste, in tenfold worse condition than they were in a state of nature. It is just in the country which is not a country of village communities that we find this aeration of the waste. Some parts of Worcestershire, for example, show a marked deficiency in oxen. On the lands of Osborne Fitz Richard, 14 entries, there are about 102 teams, and there could be 32 more. CDB I 176b in some parts of Cheshire, also there is a great deficiency. DB I 122b, Lujuham, Terra 15 car, Vel 30 car. In the Exeter Book, DB Roman 4, 240, two conflicting estimates are recorded. Luduem, in Esunt 3 Hidditeri et Reddit Gildum pro 1 Hida, Hanc passant error 15 Cherokee. Hanc tenet Ricardus decamite. In Esunt 3 Hidditeri et Reddit Gildum pro 1 Hida, Hanc passant error 30 Cherokee. Hanc tenet Ricardus decamite. DB I 246b. Often a Yorkshire entry touching a Wasteville gives no B. Therefore in my tables I have omitted the number of the Yorkshire teamlands, lest hasty inferences should be drawn from it. I believe it falls between 5,000 and 6,000. It is much smaller than A, much greater than C. Be it remembered that these Wastevilles cannot send deputations to meet the justices, and that the representatives of the wapentakes may never have seen some of those deserts of which they have to speak. All of these villes, they say on one occasion, I 301, belong to Preston. In 16 of them there are a few inhabitants, but how many we do not know. The rest are waste. See below, p. 471. Devon 21, Cornwall 22, Derby 39, Nottingham 44, Lincoln. The figure for Stafford is about as low as that for Cornwall, but Stafford has been devastated. See Eighton, Staffordshire 30. Kent and Surrey would stand high. Kent would perhaps stand as high as Derby, but Lincoln has no peer, unless it be Norfolk, Suffolk, or Essex. Our reason for not speaking of these last 3 counties will appear by and by. An essay by Mr. W. J. Corbett, which I had the advantage of seeing some time ago, and which will I hope soon be in print, will throw much new light on this matter. I have roughly added up the carucates and teams of Norfolk, a laborious task, and have seen reason to believe that the figures for Suffolk would be of the same kind. In dealing with Essex, Norfolk, and Suffolk, an equation connecting the hide, or as the case may be, carucate with the acre becomes of vast importance. I have throughout assumed that 120 acres make the hide or carucate. If this assumption, about which something will be said hereafter, is unjustified, my whole computation breaks down. Then in Norfolk there are, especially I think in certain particular hundreds, a good many estates for which no extent, real or rateable, is given. I have made no allowance for this. On the other hand, I believe that I have carried to an extreme in Norfolk the principle of including everything. I doubt, for example, whether some of the acres held by the parish churches have not been reckoned twice over. Also both in Essex and Norfolk, I reckoned in the lands that are mentioned among the invasions, and in so doing ran the danger of counting them for a second time. Also, we may remark that in many respects the survey of Essex is closely akin to the survey of East Anglia. But in Essex, nothing is said about the geldability of villes, and therefore, Unless the Essex hides and acres belong to the order of geldable units, our record tells us nothing as to the geld of Essex. An unacceptable conclusion. Dorset 15, 23-24. In Dorset, 22,000 acres are designedly omitted. In Somerset, nearly 178,000. In Staffordshire, nearly 246,000. Mr. C.S. Taylor puts the deficiency in Gloucestershire at 200,000 or thereabouts. See above, p. 370. D.B. Roman 2. 160b. A certain Vill is 1 league 10 perches long, and 1 league 4 feet wide. Surely such a statement would never come from men who could use and were intending to use a system of superficial measurement. D.B. Roman 2, 170, or take West Bruges, Roman 2. 206, 2 carucates, 2 teams and a half. This Vill is 5 furlongs in length by 3 in breadth. If every inch of the Vill is plowed, the carucate can only have 75 acres, and each team tills but 60. I have noted many cases in which this method will not leave acres for the team. DB I44b. Istam terram calumpniatur Willelmu de Chernit, Dyson's pertinor ad minerium de Cernford, feudum Hugonis de Port per hereditatem sui antecessoris, et de hoc suum testimonium adduxit de melliribus, et antiquis hominibus todius comitatus, et hundredi. Et pico contraduxit suum testimonium de Villanis, et villi plebe et de prepositis, qui volent defender per sacramentum vel Dei judicium, quod alequi tenuit terram liber homo fuit et potuit ire, cum terra sua quo voluit. Sed testes Willelmi nolent, acciper legem nisi regis, Edwardi usque dum definiator per regem. It seems possible that William's witnesses wished to insist on the ancient rule that the oath of one thegn would countervail the oaths of 6 ceorls. This was the Old English law, Lex Edwardi, on which they relied. D.B. Roman 2. 393, et 5 Villani de eadem manerio testantur, et offerunt legem qualum quis iudicaverit, set dimidium hundret de jepusvis testantur, quod hoc iesbat ad ecclesiam tre. Et viscaris tenebat, et offert durationari. Schmid ap Roman 6, leg, hen, 61 section 2, tiny iusiorandum contravalle iusiorandum sex villanorum. Leg, hen 29 section 1. Hist, eng, law I 344. Dialogus IC 11. DB I 67b, de terra villanorum dedit abitissa uni militi hidas et dimidium. Ibid, 89, tenet Johans de Episcopo 2 hidas de terra villanorum. Ibid, I 169, unius Francisna tenet terram unius villani. Ibid, 164, in Saurna 11 Pescari and Dominio at 42 Pescari villanorum. Ibid, 230, Silva Dominica 1 leu, long, et dim, leu, lat. Silva villanorum 4 querent, long, et 3 querent, lat. Ibid, 7b 5 Melini villanorum. We have not seen Dominicum used as a substantive, but in the exon, D.B. Roman 4. 75 we have Dominicatus regis, for the king's domain. There is already a slight ambiguity about the term dominium. We may say that a church has a manor in dominio, meaning thereby that the manor as a whole is held by the church itself and is not held of it by any tenant, and then we may go on to say that only 1/2 of the land comprised in this manor is held by the church in dominio. Cf. Hist. Eng. Law, Roman 2. 126. For example, DB I 159, nunc in dominio 3 caruci et 6 servi, et 26 villani cum 3 bordores et 15 liberi homines habent 30 carucas. Ibid. 165, in dominio 2 caruci et 9 villani et 6 bordare, et presbyter et unius rationister cum 10 carucis. Ibid. 258b, et 3 villani et 2 bordare et 2 francisni cum 2 carucis. But such entries are common enough. Round Doomsday Studies, I-97. DB I-28, Ips Willelmus de Breos tenet Wassenjetun, de hac terra tenet gis libertas dim. Hidum, Radolphus 1 hidum, Willelmus 3 vergas, luinis dim. Hidum qui potuit recedir cum terra sua et dedit geldum domino suo et dominus sus nitial dedit. DB I-163, 163b. DB I-121, omnis superius descriptas terras tenebant tr. E. S. Petrarchus, huius sancti terri nunquam rediturunt geldum nisi ipsi ecclesiae. D.B. Roman 4. 187, terri S. Petroci nunquam rediturunt gildum nisi sancto. D.B. Roman 2. 372, et quando in hundredo solvitur ad geldum 1 libra tunc inde exiunt 60 denarii ad victum monachorum. Senat Roman 2. 79, and sethi land jurad heb b sire juitnus, the A.S. Wirion is just the Latin defender. Hemming, Cartulary, I 278. Round, Domesday Studies, I 89. Compare the story in DBI 216b. Osburn or Osbert the fisherman claims certain land as having belonged to his antecessor. Sed postquem rex Willelmus in Angliam venit, ille gablum de hac terra der noluit et Radolphus Tailgebosc, gablum dedit et pro foris facto, ipsum terram sumpsit, et cuitum seu militi tribuit. D.B. Roman 4, 245 Kruka. See above p54, note 175. D.B. I 163. Ibi erant Villani 21, et 9 rationisters habens carucas et 5 coliberti, et unius bordarius cum 5 carusis. Hi rationisters erabant et hertiabant ad curiam domini. Ibid. Ibi 19 liberi homines rationisters habens 48 carucas cum suis hominibus. Ibid. 166. De terra huius manieri tenebant rationisters, id est liberi homines, tre, qui tamen omnes ad opus domini erabant, et hertiabant, et falcabant, et metebant. D.B. I 186, Huias. D.B. I 180. D.B. I 179b. D.B. I 179b. D.B. I 174b. D.B. I 246b, so the burgesses of Staining, I 17. Ad curiam operabentur sicut Villani tre. D.B. I 219. D.B. I 174b. Ipsi radmans secabant unidae in anno et omni servitium quad is eubebetur facebant. The position of these tenants will be discussed hereafter in connection with St. Oswald's charters. D.B. I 16b. De herbagio, unius porcus de anaquoque villano qui habet septem porcos. In the margin stands, similiter per totum Sussex. D.B. I 12b. Ibi tantum silvi unde exiunt de pesnagio 40 porci, out 54 denarii et unius obolis. Ibid. 191b. De presentation piscium 12 solidi et 9 denarii. Ibid. 117b. Out unum bovum out 30 denarios. See above p56. D.B. I 12b. D.B. I 11b. Hampstead. D.B. I 117b. Colin. D.B. I 127, Steibenhead. D.B. I 179b, Lean. D.B. I 12b, Norborne. D.B. I 127b, Wellesdone tenent canonici S. Pauli, hoc maenerium tenent Villani ad firmum canonicorum, in dominio nil habetur. See above p36. This matter will be discussed when we deal with St. Oswald's charters. Schmid p. 263 note. This document is Dr. Lieberman's Instituta Sinudi, trans Roy Hist. Soch, Roman 7, 77. Schmid ap Roman 2, 57-9. For the rest, the word tunesman appears in Edgar Roman 4. 8, 13, in connection with provisions against the theft of cattle. D.B. I 259, 259b. Legwill, I 29. D.B. Roman 2. 360b. Hanc terram habet abas in vatimonio pro duobus marsis ori concessu engelrisi, quando redimebant Anglici terras suas. Sometimes the Englishman gets back his land as a bedesman. I 218. Hanc terram tenuit pater huius homines et vendir potrit tre, hanc rex Willelmus in Elemosina idem concessit. I 211. Hanc terram tenuit avigi et poduit der cui voluit tre, hanc I postia rex Willelmus concessit, et per breve ar talibos commandavit ut eum serverit. I 218b, a similar case. Dialogus I C10, Bracton F7. On both passages see Vinogradov, Villanage, p. 121. D.B. Roman 2. 1. In hoc manerio erat tunc temporis quidem liber homo, qui modo effectus est unius divillanis. DB I 148b. In mers tenet Aelric de Willelmu, 4 hidas pro uno manerio. Istamit tenuit tre sed modo tenet, ad firmum de Willelmu, graviter et miserabiliter. DB I 141. Hanc terram sumpsit Petrus Viscums de isto Sacamano, regis Willelmi in manu Istam regis, pro foris factura de gildo regis, si non redditus ut homines sui dicunt. Sed homines de sera non portant Viscomedi testimonium, quia semper fuit quieta de gildo et de aliis erger, regem quamdu tenuit, testante hundret. DB I 30. Ricardus de Tonebridge tenet de hoc manerio, unum vergatam cum silva, under obstulit rusticum qui ibi mainbet. DB Roman 2. 282b. Et istam consududinum constituit illis alluricus prepositus in tempor ar bigot. DB Roman 2. 284b. DB Roman 2. 84b. DB Roman 2. 353b. Omnes fuerunt confusi. DB Roman 2. 440b. Sed homines in de fuerunt confusi. DB I 65 Aldeborn. DB Roman 2. 18 Berdringas. DB Roman 2. 88b Tashasteta. Ellis, Introduction, Roman 2. 428. We give Ellis's figures, but think that he has exaggerated the number of soakmen who were to be found in 1086. We make considerably more than 900, by counting only those who are expressly described as soakmen, and excluding the many persons who are simply described as homines capable of selling their land. Hamilton, Inquisitio 65. Hamilton, Inquisitio 77. Thus e.g. DB Roman 2. 87b. Hittingham tenet Garangerus de Rogero pro 25 acris quas tenerant 15 liberi homines tre. DB I 31. DB I 31b. Et 10 hitas tenebant allodera Villi. DB I 10b. DB I 13 Esella. DB I 24. DB 83, 83b. Vinogradov Villanage 89 FF. Hist, Engel, Law I 366 FF. DB I 189b. Section 4, The Soakmen. Now of a large part of England, we may say that all the occupiers of land who are not holding manors will belong to some of those classes of which we have already spoken. They will be villeins, bourdiers, cottiers, boors, or serfs. Here and there we may find a few persons who are described as liberi homines. In some of the western counties, Gloucester, Worcester, Hereford, Shropshire, there are rationisters or radmans. Between the Ribble and the Mersey we may find a party of drengs. Still, it is generally true that 2 of those 5 classes that seem to have been mentioned in King William's writ, the Sockamani and the liberi homines, are largely represented only in certain counties. They are to be seen in Essex, yet more thickly in Suffolk and Norfolk. In Lincolnshire, nearly half of the rural population consists of soakmen, though there is no class of persons described as liberi homines. There are some soakmen in Yorkshire, but they are not very numerous, and there are hardly any liberi homines. We have seen how in Cambridgeshire and Bedfordshire the soakmen have fared ill, but still some are left there. Traces of them may be found in Hertford and Buckingham. They are thick in Leicester, Nottingham, and Northampton. There are some in Derbyshire. There have been soakmen in Middlesex and in Surrey, but they have been suppressed. A few remain in Kent, so we should be rash were we to find anything characteristically Scandinavian in the soakmen. Even in Suffolk they are suffering ill at the hands of their new masters, while in Cambridgeshire, Bedfordshire, Hertfordshire they have been suppressed or displaced. We have now to enter on a difficult task, a discussion of the relation which exists between these Sockamani and liberi homines on the one hand and their lord upon the other. The character of this relation varies from case to case. We may distinguish 3 different bonds by which a man may be bound to a lord: a personal bond, a tenurial bond, a jurisdictional or justiciary bond. But the language of Domesday Book is not very patient of this analysis. However, in the 2nd volume, we very frequently come upon 2 ideas which are sharply contrasted with each other. The one is expressed by the term commendatio, the other by the term soca. To these, we must add the great vague term consuetudo, and we shall also have to consider the phrases which describe the various degrees of that freedom of withdrawing himself with his land that a man may enjoy. In order that we may become familiar with the use made of these terms and phrases, we will transcribe a few typical entries. 2 free men, of whom Aelfwin had not even the commendation. Of these men Harold had not even the commendation. Thus commendation seems put before us as the slightest bond that there can be between lord and man. Very often we are told that the lord had the commendation and nothing more. Thus it is contrasted with the soke. His predecessor had only the commendation of this, and Harold had the soke. Of these 6 free men, St. Bennet had the soke, and of one of them the commendation. And the commendation is contrasted with the custom, the consuetudo, perhaps we might say the service. Of the said sokeman Ralph Peveril had a custom of 3 shillings a year, but in the confessor's time his ancestor had only the commendation. Our Mallet claims 18 free men, 3 of them by commendation, and the rest for all custom. And the soke is contrasted with the consuetudo. To this manner belong 4 men for all custom, and other 4 for soke only. In a given case, all these bonds may be united. There are 7 sokemen who are the saint's men with sake and soke, and all custom. Over this man, the saint has sake and soke and commendation with all custom. Then if the man withdraws, or gives or sells his land, we often read of the soke remaining. We sometimes read of the commendation, the custom, the service remaining. These free men could sell or give their land, but the commendation and the soke and sake would remain to St. Edmund. These men could sell their land, but the soke would remain to the saint and the service servitium, whoever might be the buyer. They could give and sell their land, but the soke and the commendation and the service would remain to the saint. But after all, these distinctions are not maintained with rigor, for the soke is sometimes spoken of as though it were a species of consuetudo. We have a tangled skein in our hands. The thread that looks as if it would be the easiest to unravel is that which is styled mere commendation. The same idea is expressed by other phrases. He committed himself to Bishop Herman for his defense. They submitted themselves with their land to the abbey. For defense he became the man of Goisfred of his own free will she put herself with her land in the hand of the queen. Homage is not a common term in Domesday Book, but if, when speaking of the old time, it says, as it constantly does, that one person was the man of another, no doubt it is telling us of a relationship which had its origin in an oath and a symbolic ceremony. She put herself into the hands of the queen. We should take these words to mean just what they say. An Anglo-Saxon oath of fealty, hildath, has been preserved. The swearer promises to be faithful and true to his lord, to love all that his lord loves and eschew all that his lord eschews. He makes no distinct reference to any land, but he refers to some compact which exists between him and his lord. He will be faithful and true on condition that his lord treats him according to his deserts and according to the covenant that has been established between them. To all seeming there need not be any land in the case, and, if the man has land, the act of commendation will not give the lord, as a matter of course, any rights in that land. Certainly Domesday Book seems to assume that in general every owner or holder of land must have had a lord. This assumption is very worthy of notice. A law of Ethelstan had said that lordless men of whom no right could be had were to have lords, but this command seems aimed at the landless folk, not at those whose land is a sufficient surety for their good behavior. The law had not directly commanded the landed men to commend themselves, but it had supplied them with motives for so doing. What did a man gain by this act of submission? Of advantages that might be called extralegal we will say nothing, though in the wild days of Ethelred the Unready, and even during the confessor's reign, there was lawlessness enough to make the small proprietor wish that he had a mightier friend than the law could be. But there were distinct legal advantages to be had by commendation. In the first place, the life of the great man's man was protected not only by a wergild, but by a manbot due to one who had the power to exact it. And if, as one of our authorities assures us, the amount of the manbot varied with the rank of the lord, this would help to account for a remarkable fact disclosed by Domesday Book, namely, that the chosen lord was usually a person of the very highest rank, an earl, an archbishop, the king. Then, again, if the man got into a scrape, his lord might be of service to him. Suppose the man accused of theft. In certain cases, he might escape with a single, instead of a triple ordeal, if he had a lord who would swear to his good character. In yet other cases, his lord would come forward as his compurgator. Perhaps he was morally bound to do so, and, being a man of high rank, would swear a crushing oath. And within certain limits that we cannot well define, the lord might warrant the doings of his man, might take upon himself the task of defending an action to which his man was subjected. What the man has sought by his submission is defensio, tuitio. The lord is his defensor, tutor, protector, advocatus, in a word, his warrantor. Of warranty, we are accustomed to think chiefly in connection with the title to land. The fiefur warrants the feoffee in his enjoyment of the tenement. But to all appearance in the 11th century, it is rather as lord than as giver, seller, or lender that the vouchee comes to the defense of his man. If the land is conceived as having once been the warrantor's land, this may be but a fiction. The man has given up his land and then taken it again merely in order that he may be able to say with some truth that he has it by his lord's gift. But we cannot be sure that as yet any such fiction is necessary. I will defend any action that is brought against you for this land. As yet men see no reason why such a promise as this, if made with due ceremony, should not be enforced. A certain amount of maintenance is desirable in their eyes and laudable. Though we began with the statement that, where there is commendation there may yet be no land in the case, we have nonetheless been already led to the supposition that often enough land does get involved in this nexus between man and lord. No doubt, a landless man may commend himself and get no land in return for his homage, but with such an one Domesday Book is not concerned. The cases in which it takes an interest are those in which a landholder has commended himself. Now we dare not say that a landholder can never commend himself without commending his land also. Howbeit, the usual practice certainly is that a man who submits or commits himself for defense or protection shall take his land with him. He goes with his land to a lord. Very curious are some of the instances which show how large a liberty men have enjoyed of taking land wherever they please. Tostig bought this land from the Church of Malmesbury for 3 lives. In this there is nothing strange. Leases for 3 lives granted by churches to thanes have been common. But of course we should assume that during the lease the land could have no other lord than the Church of Malmesbury. Not so, however, for during his lease Tostig could go with that land to whatever lord he pleased. In Essex there was before the conquest a man who held land. That land in some sort belonged to the Abbey of Barking, and could not be separated from the abbey. But the holder of it was the man. Merely the man, say the jurors of one Leofild the predecessor of Geoffrey de Mandeville. In this last case, we may satisfy ourselves by saying that a purely personal relation is distinguished from a tenurial relation. The man of Leofild is the tenant of the abbey. But what of Tostig's case? Land that he holds of the Church of Malmesbury, and that too by no perpetual tenure, he can commend to another lord. From the man's point of view, protection, defense, warranty is the essence of commendation, and the warranty that he chiefly needs is the warranty of his possession, of the title by which he holds his land. It cannot but be therefore that the lord to whom he commends himself and his land should be in some sort his landlord. Not that he need pay rent or perform other services in return for the land. The land is his land. He has not obtained it from his lord. On the contrary, he has carried it to his lord. Mere commendation is therefore distinguished by a score of entries from a relation that involves the payment of consuetudines. Doubtless, however, the lord obtains a valuable consideration for all that he gives. Part of this will probably lie without the legal sphere. He has a sworn retainer who will fight whenever he is told to fight. But even the law allows the man to go great lengths in his lord's defense. In a rough age happy is the lord who has many sworn to defend him. When at a later time we see that the claimant of land must offer proof, by the body of a certain free man of his, we are taught that the lords have relied upon the testimony and the strong right arms of their vassals. That in all cases the lord got more than this we cannot say, though perhaps commendation carried with it the right to the heriot, the horse and armor of the dead man. The relation is often put before us as temporary. Numerous are the persons who can seek lords where they choose, or who can go with their land wherever they please. How large a liberty these phrases accord to lord and man it were hard to tell. We cannot believe that either party to the contract could dissolve it just at the moment when the other had some need to enforce it. But still, at other times, the man might dissolve it, and we may suppose that the lord could do so too. But the connection might be of a more permanent kind. Perhaps in most cases in which we are told that a man cannot withdraw his land from his lord, the bond between them is regarded as something other than commendation. There is commendation and something more. But this is no universal truth. You might be the lord's man merely by commendation, and yet be unable to sell your land without the lord's leave. At any rate, in one way and another, the commendation is considered as capable of binding the land. The commended man will be spoken of as holding the land under sub his lord, if not of de his lord. In many cases, if he sells the land, the commendation will remain to his lord, by which is meant, not that the vendor will continue to be the man of that lord. For the purposes of the Domesday inquest, this would be a matter of indifference, but that the lord's rights over the land are not destroyed. The purchaser comes to the land and finds the commendation inhering in it. And so, again, the lord's rights under the commendation seem to constitute an alienable and heritable seigneury. It is thus that we may best explain the case, very common in East Anglia, in which a man is commended half to one and half to another lord. Thus, we read of a case in which a free man was commended as to 1/3 to Wulfsige, and as to the residue to Wulfsige's 2 brothers. In this instance, it seems clear that the commendation has descended to 3 co-heirs. In other cases, a lord may have made over his rights to 2 religious houses. Thus we hear of a man who is common to the abbots of Ely and St. Edmunds. In some cases, a man may, in others he may not, be able to prevent himself being transferred from lord to lord, or from ancestor to heir. What passes by alienation or inheritance may be regarded rather as a right to his commendation than as the commendation itself. Of course, there is nothing to hinder one from being the man of several different lords. Aelfric Black held lands of the abbot of Westminster which he could not separate from the church, but for other lands he was the man of Archbishop Stigand. Already a lofty edifice is being constructed. B, to whom C is commended, is himself commended to A, and in this case a certain relation exists between C and A. C is subcommended to A. In a given case, the somewhat vague obligation of the commended man may be rendered definite by a bargain which imposes upon him the payment of rent or the performance of some specified services. When this is so, we shall often find that the land is moving, if we may so speak, not from the man but from the lord. The man is taking land from the lord to hold during good behavior, or for life, or for lives. A form of lease or loan land, which gives the land to the lessee and to 2 or 3 successive heirs of his, has from of old been commonly used by some of the great churches. Also, we see landowners giving up their land to the churches and taking it back again as mere life tenants. During their lives, the church is to have some service, or at least some recognition of its lordship, while after their deaths the church will have the land in domain. This is something different from mere commendation. We see here the feuda oblata or beneficia oblata, which foreign jurists have contrasted with feuda or beneficia data. The land is brought into the bargain by the man, not by the lord. But often the land comes from the lord, and the tenancy is no merely temporary tenancy, it is heritable. The king has provided his thegns with lands. The earls, the churches have provided their thanes with lands, and these thanes have heritable estates, and already they are conceived as holding them of the churches, the earls, the king. But we must not as yet be led away into any discussion about the architecture of the very highest stories of the feudal or vassalic edifice. It must at present suffice that in humbler quarters there has been much letting and hiring of land. The leases, if we choose to call them so, the gifts, if we choose to call them so, have created heritable rights and perdurable relationships. There is no kind of service that cannot be purchased by a grant or lease of land. Godric's wife had land from the king because she fed his dogs. Aelfjafu the maiden had land from Godric, the sheriff, that she might teach his daughter orphrey work. The monks of Pershore stipulate that their dominion shall be recognized by a day's farm in every year, that is, that the lessee shall once a year furnish the convent with a day's victual. The king's thanes between the Ribble and the Mersey have like villains to make lodges for the king, and fisheries and deer hays, and must send their reapers to cut the king's crops at harvest time. The radmen and radknights of the West must ride on their lord's errands and make themselves generally useful. They plow and harrow and mow, and do whatever is commanded them. But we would here speak chiefly of the lowly, free men and sokemen of the eastern counties. Besides having their commendation and their soke, the lord very often has what is known as their consuetudo or their consudidines. Often they are the lord's men de omni consudidine. In all probability, the word when thus employed, when contrasted with commendation on the one hand and with soke on the other, points to payments and renders to be made in money and in kind, and to services of an agricultural character. Of such services, only one stands out prominently. It is very frequently mentioned in the survey of East Anglia. It is fold soke soca faldi. The man must not have a fold of his own. His sheep must lie in the Lord's fold. It is manure that the Lord wants. The demand for manure has played a large part in the history of the human race. Often enough this is the one consuetudo, the one definite service, that the Lord gets out of his free men. And then a man who is consudus ad faldum, tied to his Lord's fold, is hardly to be considered as being in all respects a free man. Those who are not fold-worthy are to be classed with those who are not moot-worthy or fiad-worthy. We are tempted to say that a man's caput is diminished by his having to seek his Lord's fold, just as it would be diminished if he were excluded from the communal courts or the national host. From the nature of this one consuetudo, and from the prominence that is given to it, we may guess the character of the other consudidines. Suit to the Lord's mill would be analogous to suit to his fold. Of millsoke, we read nothing, but often enough a surprisingly large part of the total value of a manor is ascribed to its mill, and we may argue that the Lord has not invested capital in a costly undertaking without making sure of a return. We may well suppose that, like the radmen of the West, the free men and sokemen of the East give their Lord some help in his husbandry at harvest time. From a document which comes to us from the Abbey of Ely, and which is slightly older than the Domesday Inquest, we learn that certain of St. Etheldreda's sokemen in Suffolk had nothing to do but to plough and thresh whenever the abbot required this of them. Others had to plough and weed and reap, to carry the victual of the monks to the minster and furnish horses whenever called upon to do so. This seems to point rather to boon days than to continuous week work, and we observe that the sokemen of the East, like the radmen of the West, have horses. Occasionally we learn that a sokeman has to pay an annual sum of money to his lord. Sometimes this looks like a substantial rent, sometimes like a mere recognition. But the words that most nearly translate our rent, reditus, census, gablum are seldom used in this context. All is consuetudo. It is an interesting word. We perhaps are eager to urge the dilemma that in these cases the land must have been brought into the bargain either by the lord or by the tenant. Either the lord is conceived as having let land to the tenant, or the theory is that the tenant has commended land to the lord. But the dilemma is not perfect. It may well be that this relationship is thought of as having existed from all time. It may well be that this relationship, though under slowly varying forms, has really existed for several centuries, and has had its beginning in no contract, in no bargain. In origin, the rights of the lord may be the rights of kings and ealdormen, rights over subjects rather than rights over tenants. The word consuetudo covers taxes as well as rents, and if the sokeman has to do work for his lord, very often, especially in Cambridgeshire and Hertfordshire, he has to do work for the king or for the sheriff also. If he has to do carrying service for the lord, he has to do carrying service, avera, for the sheriff also, or in lieu thereof to pay a small sum of money. And another aspect of this word consuetudo is interesting to us. Land that is burdened with customs is customary land, terra consuetudinaria. As yet this term does not imply that the tenure, though protected by custom, is not protected by law. There is no opposition between law and custom. The customary tenant of Domesday Book is the tenant who renders customs, and the more customs he renders, the more customary he is. This word consuetudo is the widest of words. Perhaps we find the best equivalent for consuetudines in our own vague dues. It covers what we should call rents, it covers what we should call rates and taxes, but further it covers what we should call the proceeds and profits of justice. Let us construe a few entries. At Romney there are burgesses who in return for the service that they do on the sea are quit of all customs except 3, namely, larceny, peace breach, and ambush. In Berkshire, King Edward gave to one of his foresters half a hide of land free from all custom, except the king's forfeiture, such as larceny, homicide, homfare, and peace breach. In what sense can a crime be a custom? In a fiscal sense. A crime is a source of revenue. In what sense should we wish to have our land free of crimes, free even, if this be possible, of larceny and homicide? In this sense, we should wish that no money whatever should go out of our land, neither by way of rent, nor by way of tax, rate, toll, nor yet again by way of forest factura, of payment for crime committed. We should wish also that our land with the tenants on it should be quit or quiet quieta from the incursions of royal and national officers, whether they be in search of taxes or in search of criminals and the fines due from criminals, and we should also like to put those fines in our own pockets. Justice therefore takes its place among the consuetudines. Larceny is a source of income. A lord who has his customs is a lord who has among other sources of revenue, justice or the profits of justice. Justice or the profits of justice, we say, for our record does not care to distinguish between them. It is thinking of money while we are engaged in questioning it about the constitution and competence of tribunals. It gives us but crooked answers. However, we must make the best that can be made of them, and in particular must form some opinion about the consuetudines known as sake and soke. D.B. Roman 2, 256. Hemming cart. I-75-6. Quod ali 15 hidi insti pertinent ad Oswaldus law hundredum episcopi, et debent cum ipso episcopo sensum regis solver, et omnia alia servitia, ad regem pertinentia, et inda idem requirer ad placitandum. Another account of the same transaction, Ibid. 77 says, et deresiasanavit sacem et sacem de Hamptona, ad suum 100 Oswaldus loiu quad, I by debent placiter, et geldum et expeditionum, et cetera legis servitia dualis, 15 hidis secum, debent per solver. Schmid glossar, S.V. Sosin. The word, it would seem, first makes its way into the vocabulary of the law as describing the act of seeking a sanctuary and the protection that a criminal gains by that act. A forged charter of Edgar for Thorney Abbey, Red Book of Thorney, Cam. Univ. Lib. F4 says that the word is a Danish word regiviro pro consensu, et iustum mercimonia licentia, ac pro ritus emendation, quam Dani sacni encitato nominant vocabulo. Centum dedit splendidissimi ori mancuses. Leg Henner, 9 section 4. Ibid. 22. Ibid 20 section 3. Ibid 24. Selden's Eadmer, p. 197, Bigelow Placida Anglo-Norman, p. 7. DB I 238b, Alvastone. CNUT Roman 2. 12. We may construe these terms by breach of the king's special peace, attacks on houses, ambush, neglect of the summons to the host. In Hereford, DB I 179, the king is accounted to have 3 pleas, breach of his peace, hamfare, which is the same as hamsaken, and for steal. And besides this, he receives the penalty from a man who makes default in military service. DB I 298b. DB I 87b. Isti consuetudines pertinent ad tanton, burgerist, latrons, passus infractio, hainfare, denarii 100, et denariis petri, tur in anno teneri placida episcopi sine ammunition, proftio in exercitum cum hominibus episcopi. See also the English document Kemble Cod, Dipple, Roman 4, p. 233. The odd word burgerist looks like a corrupt form of barkrith, the piece of the bar, or of barcherita, barrites, burrodues, which word occurs in the English document. DB I 172, 175. CNUT Roman 2, 12, 13, 14. Perhaps when in other parts of England the pleas of the crown are reckoned to be but 4, it is treated as self-evident that the outlaw falls into the king's hand, as also the man who harbors an outlaw. If fitwite is the right word, we must suppose with Schmid, p. 586, that a fitwite was only paid when there was homicide. A fine for mere fighting or drawing blood would not have been a reserved plea. DB Roman 2, 179b, et ist with rehabet sachem et sacem super, istem terram et rex et cum 6 foris facturas. Ibid. 223, in chean chala soca de 6 foris facturis. DB Roman 2, 413b, sacem et sacem preter 6 foris facturas s, Edmundi, Ibid. 373, S. Edmundus 6 Foris Facturas. Ibid. B. Tota hectara iesbat in dominio abatiati. R. Ecum omni consududine praetor sex Foris Facturas S. Edmundi. D.B. Roman 2. 244. Sex liberi homines, ex his habit S. E. Benedictus sacem et de uno commendationem et de 24 tres Foris Facturas. DB I 336b. Praetor geld et heriet et Foris Facturam corporum suorum de 40 oris argenti et praetor latronum. Such a phrase as geld, heriot, and thief is instructive. DB I 4b. William I for Ely, Hamilton, Inquisitio, P. Roman 18. Omnes alias Foris Facturas qui emendabiles sunt. DB Roman 2. 195. Super hos habuit tre episcopus 6 Foris Facturas, sed hundred nec vidit breve nec sigillum nec concessum regis. DB Roman 2. 34b. CAG DB I 220. DB I 336. Rogerius de Busli habit unum mansum suni filii su cum saca et soca. Judita comitissa habit unum mansum story sine saca et soca. DB I 2. DB I 1b. DB I 337. DB I 280b. DB Roman 2. 185. Super omnes liberos istius hundredi de Northerpingeham habit rex sacem et sacem. Ibid. 188b. Rex et comes de omnibus istis liberis hominibus sacem. Ibid. 203. Et de omnibus his liberis soca in hundredo. DB Roman 2. 210. Super omnes istos liberos homines habuit rex edwardus sacem et postea girt accepit per vim, sed rex Willelmus dedit, cum maenerio sacem et sacem de omnibus liberis girt sicut ips tenebat, hoc reclamant Menachi. Below, p. 105. DB Roman 2. 425b. DB Roman 2. 287, 287b. Sanfort Hund. Et dim superdictum manerium silicet Burkholt, cum soca de hundredo et de midio redibat tre 24 lib. On subsequent pages, it is often said that the soc of certain persons or lands is in Burgolt. DB Roman 2. 408b. Hagala tenuit Gutmundus sub rege Edwardo pro manerio 8 carteri, cum soca et saca super dominium halitantum. Tunc 32 villani, 8 bordare, 10 servi, semper 4 caruci in dominio. Tunc et post 24 caruci hominum, sex sacamani iestum Gutmundi de quibus soca est in hundredo. DB Roman 2. 216. De rediham habet abas sacum super hos qui sequibenter faldum, et de aliae soca in hundredo. Ibid. 129b. Super omnes istos qui faldum comitus requirebant habet cum sacum et sacum, super alios omnes rex et cums. Ibid. B. In begetum attenuit episcopus almaris per emptionum t. R. Ecum soca et saca decamite, algero debor et sequentibus faldum 3 carucatas terri. Ibid. 350b. Habet sacum et sacum super halum et borderios. DB Roman 2. 130b. DB I 265b. Hoc manerium habet suum placitum in alla domini sue. Above p. 88. DB Roman 2. 385b. DB Roman 2. 46b. DB I 283b. DB I 11b. Cron, de bello Anglia Christiana Soch. P. Battle Customals cammed, Soch, p. 126. DB I 154b. DB 39b Hance, Huic Manerio pertinet soca duorum hundredorum. Ibid. 64b Wilts, in hac firma erant placida hundretorum decismentone et pseudolesberg qui regi pertinbent. Ibid. Roman 2. 185. Super omnes liberos istius hundredi habet rex sacem et sacem. Ibid. Roman 2. 113b. Soca et sacha de grenihu hundredo pertinet ad vistun manerium regis, quicunc ibi tenit, et habent rex et cums. See above, note 367. Above p. 88. DB Roman 2. 379. Super ferding de almiham habet, w episcopus sacem et sacem. DB I 184. Hic terra non pertinet, ad hundredum. De hac terra habet Rogerius 15 sexterios mellis, et 15 porcos, quando homines sunt ibi, et placida super ius. DB Roman 2, 139b. DB Roman 2, 114. DB I 340, 346, 357b, 366, 368b ter. See also on F 344b, the symbol FETH in the margin. The word Fritzsachen occurs in Etheller. Roman 8. 1 and C nut I2 section 3, where it seems to stand for a sanctuary, an asylum. If one of A's tenants is sued in a personal action in the 100 court, he will have to answer there unless it appears and claims his court. This comes out plainly in certain rolls of the court of Wisbeach 100, which by the kind permission of the Bishop of Ely, I have examined. On a roll of Edwa, we find Stephen Hammond sued for a debt. Et super hoc venit prior aliensis et pedi curiam suum, et Thomas Dorward pedi curiam suum dedicto Stefano resident seu et tenant seu. The prior's petition is refused on the ground that Stephen is not his tenant, and Dorward's petition is refused on the ground that it is unprecedented. DB Roman 2, 291, et fuit in soca regis, postquem Briennus habuit nullum consududinum redidit in hundredo. Ibid. 240, hoc totum tenuit Lysias pro uno manierio, modo tenet iudo successor Elias et in tre soca et soca fuit in hundredo, set modo tenet iudo ibid. 240b, soca istius ter tr. Iacuit in falsa regis, modo habet Walterius, ibid. 285b. The 100 testified that in truth the king and earl had the soke and sake in the confessor's day, but the men of the Vill say that Burchard likewise, similiter, had the soke of his free men as well as of his villains. DB I 35b, duo fraters tenerunt tre, unusquis cabuit domum suum et tamen manserunt in una curia. Ibid. 103b, ibi molendinum serviens curiae. Ibid. 103, arabant et herciabant ad curiam domini. DB I 87b Kemble, Cod, Dip, Roman 4, p. 233, and triwa second gemat on 12 monthum. DB I 193b, Hamilton, Inquisitio 77-8. DB I 75. DB I 238. DB I 186. DB I 38b. DB I 101. DB I 280b. Hic notinter qui habuerant sacem, et sacem, et thal et time, et consududinum regis tu denarium. Horum omnium nemo haber poduit tertium denarium comitis nisi ius concessu, et hoc quamdu viverit, praeter archiepiscopum et ulf ferisc, et goju comitissum. See above p92, note 367. DB Roman 2, 123b, de istis est soca in hundredo ad tertium denarium. DB Roman 2, 282. DB Roman 2, 312. Rex habet in dunuuit consududinum hanc quad duo vel tres ibunt ad hundret si rect maniti furent, et si hoc non faciunt, foris facti sunt de tu oris, et si latro ibi furit captus ibi judicabitur, et corporalis iustitia in blebert capiator, et sua pecunia remainbit dominio de dunuuic. It seems to us that the first ibi must refer to Dunwich, and therefore that the second does so likewise. Still the passage is ambiguous enough. See above p91. Battle Customals, Camden Soch. 136. This is an interesting example, for it suggests an explanation of the common claim to hold a court, outside the 100 court, pedi curiam suum extra hundredum. The claimant's men will go apart and hold a little court by themselves outside the 4 benches of the 100. DB I 32. Et si quis foris faciens ibi calumpniatus fuiset, regia mendabat, si viro non calumpniatus abisset sub eo qui sacem et sacem habuset, ille amendum de rio haberit. Compare with this the account of Guildford, Ibid. 30. DB I 56b. DB I 336b. DB I 238. The passages from the Dooms are collected by Schmid SV, Hosfrid Featon. Inni 6 section 3. If he fight in the house of a gavel payer or boor, let him give 30 shillings by way of white and 6 shillings to the boor. DB I 204. DB Roman 2. 419b. Cursus fort tenuit Scapius Tanus Heroldi, Scapius habuit sacum sub Heroldo, Ibid. 313. Heroldus sacum habuit et stanuinus de eo, idem stanuinus sacum habuit de Heroldo. DB I 142b. Et vendir poterunt praetor sacum, unius autem aerum etiam sacum suum cum terra vendir potret. Comp D. B Roman 2. 230. Huic manerio iacent 5 liberi homines ad sacum tantum commend et 2 de omni consudidine, Ibid. Roman 2. 59. In singeham tenuit soinus presbyter 15 acras. In idem villa tenuit etsinus 15 acras. Isti superdicti furent liberi, ida quad ipsi passent vendir terram cum soca et saca ut hundredus testator, Ibid. Roman 2. 40b. Et ist fuit ida liber quad possit ire quo velit cum soca et sacha, set tantum fuit homo viscari. Leg Henner. 81 section 3. Quidem, villani qui sunt, iasmodi laerwitum et blodwitum et huiasmodi minora foris facta emerent a domini sues, vel quamodo merunt, de sues et insuos, quorum flet jeffoth veloversunessa est 30 den. Cathseti 15 den. Servi 6, al 5 den. The flet jeffoth seems to be the sum due for fighting in a man's flet or house. Munimenta Guildhalley, I 66. Hist, Eng, Law I 582. DB Roman 2. 424. Et dicant etiam quad istam terram ar calumpniavit super Radolfum, et viscums regerius denominavit illis constitutum tempus, ut ambo id fuisent. Ranulfo advenient defuit Radolfus, et exerco diudicaverunt homines hundredi Ranulfum esse seitem, Ibid. I 165b. Modo iasit in Bernatone hundredo iudicio hominum iustum hundredi, Ibid. I 58b. Unda iudicium non dixerunt, sed ante regem ut iudicit dimiserunt, Ibid. 182b. In isto hundredo ad placida conveniunt qui ibi manent ut rectum facient et accipient. Above P95. DB Roman 2. 186. In steristuna tenuit 1 liber homo s aldred t. Re et stigandi erat soca et saco in hersum, set nec der nec vendir potret terram suum sine licentia s aldred et stigandi. DB Roman 2. 376. DB Roman 2. 401b. Eadem tempor furunt furati equi inventi in domo istius Brungari, ida quad abas cuius fuit soca, et saca, et rodbertus qui habuit commendationum super istum venerunt de hoc furdo ad placitum, et sicut hundred testator, decesserunt amicabiliter sine iudicio quad vidist, sic hundred. E.g. DB Roman 2. 35b. Quas tenerunt 2 sacamani et 1 liber homo. DB Roman 2. 28b. Huic manerio iacent 5 sacamani quorum 2, occupavit ingelricus tempor regis Willelmu qui tun, erant liberi homines. DB Roman 2. 83. 3 sacamani tenens liber, Ibid. 88b. Tunc fuit 1 sacamanus qui liber tenuit 1 virgatam, Ibid. In hac terra sunt 13 sacamani qui liber tenent. DB I 212b, Bedv. Hanc terram tenerunt 4 sacamani quorum 3 liberi furunt, quartus viro unum hitum habuit, sed nec der nec vendir potuit. DB I 35b. Isti liberi homines ida liberi furunt quad potrent ire quo volbent, Ibid. Roman 2. 187. 5 homines, ex istis erant 4 liberi ut non passent recedier nisi dando 2 solidos. Round, Feudal England, 34. DB Roman 2. 59b. Essex. Quad tenerant 2 liberi homines, set non potrent recedier sine licentia Elias Algari, Ibid. B. Norf. Ibi sunt 5 liberi homines es benedicti commendation tantum, et ida est in monasterio quad nec vendir nec foris facere pot extra ecclesia set soca est in hundredo, Ibid. I 137b. Hertz. Duo tani, vendir non poterunt, Ibid. I 30b. Hants. Duo liberi homines tenerant to episcopo t, re sed recedier, cum terra non poterunt. Above P 103, note 417. EGDB I 129b. In hac terra, furunt 5 sacamani de 6 hidis quas, poterunt der vel vendir, sine licentia dominorum suorum. Above P100, note 402. E.g. DB Roman 2. 358, 7 liberos homines, hi potrent der vel vendir terram, set soca et commendatio, et servitium remainbant sancto. DB Roman 2. 186, in steristuna tenuit unius liber homo s. Aldridi tre et stigandi erat soca et saco in hersum, ibid. 139b, habuit sacem et sacem, de commandati sues. DB I 141. Lieberman, Legs Edwardi, p. 72. The most important passage is Leg. Edwa. 12 section 4. Manboat in Dane Laga de Villano et de Sacemen, 12 horas, de liberis hominibus 3 marcas equals sol. A study of the 100 rolls might prepare us for this result. One jury will call servi those whom another jury would have called villani. See e.g. R.H. Roman 2. 688 ff. D.B. Roman 2. 189b, 190. D.B. Roman 2. 318, in sutna tenet idem w de r. Mallet 2 libros homines commandatos edrico 61 acer et sub ex ipsis 5 libri homines, ibid. 321b, in caldicota 6 libri homines commandati luuino de bacatuna 74 acer, et 7 libri homines sub i's commend de 6 acer. Et dim. Section 6, the manner. This brings us face to face with a question that we have hitherto evaded. What is a manor? The word manerium appears on page after page of Domesday Book, but to define its meaning will task our patience. Perhaps we may have to say that sometimes the term is loosely used, that it has now a wider, now a narrower compass, but we cannot say that it is not a technical term. Indeed, the one statement that we can safely make about it is that, at all events in certain passages and certain contexts, it is a technical term. We may be led to this opinion by observing that in the description of certain counties Middlesex, Buckingham, Bedford, Cambridge, Huntingdon, Derby, Nottingham, Lincoln, York, the symbol M, which represents a manor, is often carried out into the margin, and is sometimes contrasted with the S, which represents a soak, and the B, which represents a bearwick. This no doubt has been done, though it may not have been very consistently done for the purpose of guiding the eye of officials who will turn over the pages in search of manors. But much clearer evidence is forthcoming. Throughout the survey of Essex, it is common to find entries which take such a form as this. Thurkel held it for 2 hides and for 1 manor. Brithmere held it for 5 hides and for 1 manor. 2 free men who were brothers held it for 2 hides and for 2 manors. 3 free men held it for 3 manors and for 4 hides and 27 acres. In Sussex again the statement, ex tenuit pro uno manerio frequently occurs. Such phrases as 4 brothers held it for 2 manors, Hugh received it for 1 manor. These 4 manors are now for 1 manor. Then there were 2 halls. Now it is in 1 manor a certain thane held 4 hides, and it was a manor, are by no means unusual. A clerk writes Elmer tenuit, and then is at pains to add by way of interlineation, pro manerio. 8 thanes held this manor. One of them, Alwyn, held 2 hides for a manor. Another, Ulf, 2 hides for a manor. Another, Alger, 1 hide and a half for a manor. Elsie 1 hide, Turkel 1 hide, Lodi 1 hide, Ossulf 1 hide, Elric a half hide. When we read this, we feel sure that the scribe is using his terms carefully and that he is telling us that the holdings of the 5 thanes last mentioned were not manors. And then Hugh de Port holds Wallop in Hampshire for half a manor. But let us say at once that at least one rule of law, or of local custom, demands a definition of a manerium. In the shires of Nottingham and Derby, a thane who has more than 6 manors pays a relief of £8 to the king, but if he has only 6 manors or less, then a relief of 3 marks to the sheriff. It seems clear, therefore, that not only did the Norman rulers treat the term manerium as an accurate term charged with legal meaning, but they thought that it, or rather some English equivalent for it, had been in the Confessor's day an accurate term charged with legal meaning. The term manerium seems to have come in with the Conqueror, though other derivatives from the Latin verb manor, in particular mansa, mansio, manciuncula, had been freely employed by the scribes of the land books. But these had as a rule been used as representatives of the English hide, and just for this reason, they were incapable of expressing the notion that the Normans desired to express by the word manerium. In its origin, that word is but one more name for a house. Throughout the Exeter Domesday, the word mansio is used instead of the manerium of the Exchequer record, and even in the Exchequer record, we may find these two terms used interchangeably. 3 free men belonged to this manerium. One of them had half a hide and could withdraw himself without the license of the lord of the mansio. If we look for the vernacular term that was rendered by manerium, we are likely to find it in the English heel. Though this is not connected with the Latin alla, still these two words bearing a similar meaning meet and are fused in the alla, halla, halla of Domesday Book. Now this term stands in the first instance for a house and can be exchanged with curia. You may say that there is meadow enough for the horses of the curia, and that there are 3 horses in the alla. You may speak indifferently of a mill that serves the hall, or of the mill that grinds the corn of the court. But further, you may say that in Stanem there are 50 acres of the Domesday land of the hall in Creting, or that in Thorney there are 24 acres which belong to the hall in Stanem, or that Roger de Rams has lands which once were in the hall of St. Edmund, or that in the hall of Grantham there are 3 carucates of land, or that Guthmund's sake and soak extended only over the domain of his hall. We feel that to such phrases as these we should do no great violence were we to substitute manor for hall. Other phrases serve to bring these two words very closely together. One in the same page tells us first that Hugh de Port holds as one manor what 4 brothers held as 2 manors, and then that on another estate there is 1 hall though of old there were 2 halls. These 2 stories seem to have the same point. 4 brothers held this, there was only 1 hall there. 2 brothers held it, and each had his hall, now it is as 1 manor. In these 2 lands there is but 1 hall. Then there were 2 halls, now it is in 1 manor. 10 manors, 10 thanes, each had his hall. Ingelric set these men to his hall, Ingelric added these men to his manor. We do not contend that manerium and halla are precisely equivalent. Now and again, we shall be told of a manerium sign halla as of some exceptional phenomenon. The term manerium has contracted a shade of technical meaning. It refers, so we think, to a system of taxation, and thus it is being differentiated from the term hall. Suppose, for example, that a hall or manor has meant a house from which taxes are collected, and that someone removes that house, houses being very portable things. By construction of law, as we now say, there still may be a hall or manor on the old site, or we may take advantage of the new wealth of words and say that, though the hall has gone, the manor remains. To do this is neater than to say that there is a constructive hall where no hall can be seen. Then again, manerium is proving itself to be the more elastic of the 2 terms. We may indeed speak of a considerable stretch of land as belonging to or even as being in a certain hall, and this stretch may include not only land that the owner of the hall occupies and cultivates by himself or his servants, but also land and houses that are occupied by his villeins. Still, we could hardly talk of the hall being a league long and a league wide, or containing a square league. Of manerium, however, we may use even such phrases as those just mentioned. For all this, we can think of no English word for which manerium can stand, save hall. Tun, it is clear enough, was translated by villa, not by manerium. If now we turn from words to look at the things which those words signify, we shall soon be convinced that to describe a typical manerium is an impossible feat. For on the one hand there are enormous maneria, and on the other hand there are many holdings called maneria which are so small that we, with our reminiscences of the law of later days, can hardly bring ourselves to speak of them as manors. If we look in the world of sense, for the essence of the manerium, we shall find nothing that is common to all maneria save a piece of ground very large it may be, or very small held, in some sense or another, by a single person or by a group of co-tenants. For even upon a house, we shall not be able to insist very strictly. After weary arithmetical labors, we might indeed obtain an average manor. We might come to the conclusion that the average manor contained so many hides or acres, possibly that it included land occupied by so many sokemen, villeins, bourdiers, serfs. But an average is not a type, and the uselessness of such calculations will soon become apparent. We may begin by looking at a somewhat large manor. Let it be that of Staines in Middlesex, which is held by St. Peter of Westminster. It is rated at 19 hides but contains land for 24 plough teams. To the Domesday belong 11 hides and there are 13 teams there. The villains have 11 teams. There are villains with a half hide apiece, villains with a hide between them, villains with a half virgate apiece, bordiers with 3 hides between them, villain with 1 virgate. Bordiers with 40 acres between them, bordiers with 5 acres apiece, cottiers with 4 acres, bordiers with 1 virgate, cottiers with 9 acres, serfs, burgesses paying 40 shillings a year. There are 6 mills of 64 shillings and 1 fishweir of 6s, 8d, and 1 weir which renders nothing. There is pasture sufficient for the cattle of the Vill. There is meadow for the 24 teams, and in addition to this there is meadow worth 20s a year. There is wood for 30 pigs, there are 2 arpents of vineyard. To this manor belong 4 bearwicks. Altogether it is worth £35, and formerly it was worth £40. This is a handsome manor. The next manor that is mentioned would be a fairer specimen. It is Sunbury, held by St. Peter of Westminster. It is rated at 7 hides, and there is land for but 6 teams. To the Domesday belong 4 hides, and there is 1 team there. The villains have 4 teams, there are a priest with a half virgate, villains with a virgate apiece, villains with a virgate, bordiers with a virgate, cottiers, serf. There is meadow for 6 teams, and pasture enough for the cattle of the Vill. Altogether, it is worth £6, and has been worth £7. Within this one county of Middlesex we can see wide variations. There are manors which are worth £50, and there are manors which are not worth as many shillings. The Archbishop's Grand Manor at Harrow has land for 70 teams. The Westminster Manor of Cowley has land for but 1 team, and the only tenants upon it are 2 villains. But far larger variations than these are to be found. Let us look at a few gigantic manors. Leominster in Herefordshire had been held by Queen Edith together with 16 members. The names of these members are given, and we may find them scattered about over a wide tract of Herefordshire. In this manor with its members there were 80 hides. In the domain there were 30 teams. There were 8 reeves and 16 beadles and 8 racknights and 238 villains, 75 bordiers and 82 male and female serfs. These in all had 230 teams, so that with the domain teams there were no less than 260. Further, there were Norman barons paying rents to this manor. Ralph de Mortimer, for example, paid 15s, and Hugh de Lacy 6s, 8d. It is let to farm at a rent of £60, and besides this has to support a house of nuns. Were it freed from this duty, it might, so thinks the county, be let at a rent of £120. It is a most interesting manor, for we see strong traces of a neat symmetrical arrangement. Witness the 16 members, 8 reeves, 8 racknights, 16 beadles. Very probably it has a Welsh basis. But we have in this place to note that it is called a manor, and for certain purposes it is treated as a single whole. For what purposes? Well, for one thing, it is let to farm as a single whole. This, however, is of no very great importance, for landlords and farmers may make what bargains they please. But also it is taxed as a single whole. It is rated at the nice round figures of 80 hides. No less handsome, and yet more valuable, is Berkeley in Gloucestershire. It brought in a rent of £170 of refined money. It had 18 members, which were dispersed abroad over so wide a field that a straight line of 30 miles would hardly join their uttermost points. All the aforesaid members belonged to Berkeley. There were 29 racknights, 162 villains, 147 bordiers, 22 caliberts, 161 male and female serfs, besides some unenumerated men of the racknights. On the Domesday land were 54 1-2 teams, and the tenants had 192. Tewkesbury also is a splendid manor. When it was all together in King Edward's time, it was worth £100, though now but £50 at the most can be had from it, and in the turmoil of the Conquest, its value fell to £12. It was a scattered unit, but still it was a unit for fiscal purposes. It was reckoned to contain 95 hides, but the 45 which were in domain were quit of geld, and matters had been so arranged that all the geld on the remaining 50 hides had, as between the lord and his various tenants, been thrown on 35 of those hides. The head of the manor was at Tewkesbury. The members were dispersed abroad, but they gelded in Tewkesbury. No list of great manors would be complete without a notice of Taunton. The Bishop of Winchester holds Tantone or has a mansion called Tantone. Stigand held it in King Edward's day, and it gelded for 54 hides and 212 vergets. There is land for 100 teams, and besides this the bishop in his domain has land for 20 teams which never gelded. With all its appendages and customs it is worth £154, 12d pounds. Tantone, then, is valued as a whole, and it has gelded as a whole. But Tantone, in this sense, covers far more than the borough which bears that name. It covers many places which have names of their own, and had names of their own when the survey was made. We might speak of the Bishop of Exeter's manor of Crediton in Devon, which is worth £75, and in which are 264 villeins and 73 bourdiers, or of the Bishop of Winchester's manor of Chilcombe in Hampshire, where there are 9 churches. But we turn to another part of England. If we wish to see a Midland manor with many members, we may look at Rothley in Leicestershire. The Vill of Rothley itself is not very large, and it is separately valued at but 62s. But to this manor belong the following members, and then we read of no less than 21 members scattered over a large area, and containing 204 sokemen, who with 157 villeins and 94 bourdiers have 82 teams, and who pay in all £31, 8s pounds, 1d pounds. Their rents are thus reckoned as forming a single whole. In Lincolnshire, Earl Edwin's manor of Curtin had 25 satellites, Earl Morcar's manor of Caister 16, the Queen's manor of Horncastle 15. A Northamptonshire manor of 27 hides lay scattered about in 600s. It is common enough to see a townhouse annexed to a rural manor. Sometimes a considerable group of houses, or haws, in the borough is deemed to lie in or form part of a manor remote from its walls. Thus, to give but 2 examples, 12 houses in London belong to the Bishop of Durham's manor of Waltham in Essex, 28 houses in London to the manor of Barking. Not only these houses, but their occupants are deemed to belong to the manor. Thus 80 burgesses in Dunwich pertain to one of the Ely manors. The Berwick Barrowita also frequently meets our eye. Its name seems to signify primarily a wick, or village, in which barley is grown. But like the Barton Burtona and the Grange Grangia of later days, it seems often to be a detached portion of a manor which is in part dependent on, and yet in part independent of, the main body. Probably at the Berwick, the lord has some demesne land and some farm buildings, a barn or the like, and the villeins of the Berwick are but seldom called upon to leave its limits, but the lord has no hall there. He does not consume its produce upon the spot, and yet for some important purposes the Berwick is a part of the manor. The Berwick might well be some way off from the hall. A manor in Hampshire had 3 Berwicks on the mainland and 2 in the Isle of Wight. Then again in the north and east the manor is often the center of an extensive but very discrete territory known as its soke. One says that certain lands are soke, or are the soke, or are in the soke of such a manor, or that their soke belongs to such a manor. One contrasts the soke of the manor with the inland, and with the Berwicks. The soke in this context seems to be the territory in which the lord's rights are, or have been, of a justiciary rather than of a proprietary kind. The manor of the eastern counties is a discrete, a dissipated thing. Far from lying within a ring fence, it often consists of a small nucleus of demesne land and villain tenements in one village, together with many detached parcels in many other villages, which are held by free men and sokemen. In such a case, we may use the term manerium now in a wider, now in a narrower sense. In valuing the manor, we hardly know whether to include or exclude these free men. We say that the manor, with the free men, is worth so much, or that the manor, without the free men, is worth so much, that the manor is worth £10, and that the free men pay 40 shillings, that Thermot had soke over the manor, and over 3 of the free men, while the abbot of Ely had soke over the other 3. From one extreme we may pass to the other extreme. If there were huge manors, there were also tiny manors. Let us begin in the southwest of England. Quite common is the manor which is said to have land for but 1 team. Common also is the manor which is said to have land for but half a team. This means, as we believe, that the first of these manors has but some 120 acres of arable, while the second has but 60 acres or thereabouts. Domesday measures are, it is well known, the matter of many disputes. Therefore we will not wholly rely upon them, but will look at some of these half-team manors and observe how much they are worth, how many tenants and how much stock they have upon them. A Somersetshire manor. Half the land is in demesne, half is held by 7 bourdiers. The only plow beasts are 4 oxen on the Domesday. There are 3 beasts that do not plow, 20 sheep, 7 acres of underwood, 20 acres of pasture. It is worth 12s. Formerly it was worth 10s. Roman 2, a Somersetshire manor. A quarter of the land is in Domesday, the rest is held by 2 villeins and 3 bourdiers. The men have 1 team. Apparently the domain has no plow oxen. No other animals are mentioned. There are 140 acres of wood, 41 acres of moor, 40 acres of pasture. It is worth 12s, 6d, and has been worth 20s. Roman 3, a Somersetshire manor. All the land, save 10 acres, is in domain. 2 bourdiers hold the 10 acres. There is a team on the Domesday. There are 2 beasts that do not plow, 7 pigs, 16 sheep, 4 acres of meadow, 7 of pasture. Value 6s. Roman 4, a Somersetshire manor. The whole of the arable is in Domesday. The only tenant is a bourdier. There are 4 plow oxen and goats and 7 acres of underwood. Value 6s. V, a Devonshire manor. To all seeming all is in domain and there are no tenants. There are 4 plow beasts, 15 sheep, 5 goats, acres of meadow. Value 3s. Roman 6, a Devonshire manor. Value 3s. All seems to be in Domesday. We see no tenants and no stock. We have been at no great pains to select examples, and yet smaller manors may be found, manors which provide arable land for but 2 oxen. Thus, Roman 7, a Somersetshire manor occupied by 1 villain. We read nothing of any stock. Value 15d. Roman 8, a Somersetshire manor with 3 bourdiers on it. Value s. Roman 9, a Somersetshire manor with 1 bourdier on it. Value d. The lowest value of a manor in this part of the world is, so far as we have observed, 1 shilling. That manor to all appearance was nothing but a piece of pasture land. Yet each of these holdings is a mansio, and the Bishop of Winchester's holding at Taunton is a mansio. From one side of England, we will journey to the other side, from Devon and Somerset to Essex and Suffolk. We soon observe that in describing the holdings of the freemen and sokemen of this eastern district, as they were in King Edward's day, our record constantly introduces the term manerium. A series of entries telling us how a free man held X hides or carucates or acres will ever and anon be broken by an entry that tells us how a free man held X hides or carucates or acres for a manor. We soon give up counting the cases in which the manor is rated at 60 acres. We begin counting the cases in which it is rated at 30 acres and find them numerous. We see manors rated at 24 acres, at 20, at 15, at 12 acres. But this, it may be said, tells us little, for these manors may be extravagantly underrated. Let us then look at a few of them. I, in Espal, Cyric, held 30 acres for a manor. There were always 3 bourdiers and 1 team and 4 acres of meadow, wood for 60 pigs and beasts. It was then worth 10s. Roman 2, in Torrentuna Turchettle, a free man held 30 acres for a manor. There were always 2 bourdiers and 1 team and a half. It is worth s. Roman 3, in Bongia Godric, a free man held 30 acres for a manor. There were 1 bourdier and 1 team and 2 acres of meadow. It was then worth s. Roman 4, 3 free men and their mother held 30 acres for a manor. There was half a team. Value 5s. V, in Rinchem, a free man held 30 acres for a manor. There were half a team and 1 acre of meadow. Value 5s. Roman 6, in Wenham Aelfger, a free man held 24 acres for a manor. Value s. Roman 7, in Torp, a free man held 20 acres for a manor. 1 team, wood for 5 pigs. Value 40d. Roman 8, in Tudenham Aelfric the Deacon, a free man held 12 acres for a manor. 1 team, 3 bourdiers, 2 acres of meadow, 1 rounsey, 2 beasts that do not plow, 11 pigs, 40 sheep. Value 3s. We are not speaking of curiosities. The 60-acre manor was very common in Essex. The 30-acre manor was no rarity in Suffolk. Now it is plain enough that the lord of such a manor, or rather the holder of such a manor, for there was little lordship in the case, was often enough a peasant, a tiller of the soil. He was under soke and under commendation, commended it may be to one lord, rendering soke to another. Sometimes he is called a sokeman, but he has a manor. Sometimes he has a full team, sometimes but half a team. Sometimes he has a couple of bourdiers seated on his land, who help him in his husbandry. Sometimes there is no trace of tenants, and his holding is by no means too large to permit of his cultivating it by his own labor and that of his sons. No doubt in the West Country, even before the conquest, these petty mansions or manieria were being accumulated in the hands of the wealthy. The thane, who was the antecessor of the Norman baron, sometimes held a geographically discontinuous group, of petty manors as well as some more substantial and better consolidated estates. But still each little holding is reckoned a manor, while in the east of England there is nothing to show that the nameless free men who held the manors, which are said to consist of 60, 40, 30 acres, had usually more than one manor apiece. When therefore we are told that already before the conquest England was full of manors, we must reply, yes, but of what manors? Now were the differences between various manors a mere difference in size and in value, a student of law might pass them by. Our notion of ownership is the same whether it be applied to the largest and most precious, or to the smallest and most worthless of things. But in this case, we have not to deal with mere differences in size or value. The examples that we have given will have proved that few, if any, propositions of legal import will hold good of all manieria. We must expressly reject some suggestions that the later history of our law may make to us. A manor has a court of its own. This is plainly untrue. To say nothing of extreme cases, of the smallest of the manors that we have noticed, we cannot easily believe that a manor with less than 10 tenants has a court of its own, yet the number of such manors is exceedingly large. A manor has freehold tenants. This of course we must deny, unless we hold that the villani are freeholders. A manor has villein or customary tenants. Even this proposition, though true of many cases, we cannot accept. Not only may we find a manor the only tenants upon which are liberi homines, but we are compelled to protest that a manor need not have any tenants at all. A manor must contain domain land. This again we cannot believe. In one case we read that the whole manor is being farmed by the villeins, so that there is nothing in domain, while in other cases we are told that there is nothing in domain and see no trace of any recent change. Thus, one after another, all the familiar propositions seem to fail us, and yet we have seen good reason to believe that manierium has some exact meaning. It remains that we should hazard an explanation. A manor is a house against which geld is charged. To the opinion that in some way or another the definition of a manor is intimately connected with the great tax we shall be brought by phrases such as the following. Richard holds 5 hide of the earl which Britmare held in King Edward's time for 40 acres, and for a manor. 2 free men who were brothers, Bondi and Aelfric, held it for 2 hides and for 2 manors. When we say that a man holds land as or for 40 acres, we mean that his holding, be its real size what it may, is rated to the geld at 40 acres. If we add the words and as or for 1 manor, surely we are still speaking of the geld. For one moment the thought may cross our minds that besides a tax on land, there has been an additional tax on halls, on houses of a certain size or value, but this we soon dismiss as most unlikely. To raise but one out of many objections, had there been such a house tax, it would have left plain traces of itself in those geld inquests of the southwestern counties that have come down to us. Rather we regard the matter thus: the geld is a land tax, a tax of so much per hide or carucate. In all likelihood it has been assessed according to a method which we might call the method of subpartitioned provincial quotas. The assumption has been made that a shire or other large district contains a certain number of hides. This number has then been apportioned among the hundreds of that shire, and the number allotted to each hundred has been apportioned among the vills of that hundred. The common result is that some neat number of hides, 5, 10, or the like, is attributed to the vill. This again has been divided between the holdings in that vill. Ultimately, it is settled that for fiscal purposes a given holding contains, or must be deemed to contain, this or that number of hides, vergets, or acres. Thus far the system makes no use of the manierium. But it now has to discover some house against which a demand may be made for every particular penny of geld. Despite the realism of the system, it has to face the fact that, after all, taxes must be paid by men and not by land. Men live in houses. It seeks the taxpayer in his house. Now, were all the occupiers of land absolute owners of the land that they occupied, even were it true that every acre had some one person as its absolute owner, the task would be simple. A schedule of 5 columns, such we are familiar with, would set forth owner's name, place of residence, description of geldable property, hittage, amount due. But the occupier is not always the owner. What is more, there is no absolute ownership. 2, 3, 4 persons will be interested in the land. The occupier will have a lord and that lord a lord. The occupier may be a serf, a villein, a sokeman. There is commendation to be considered and soke, and all the infinite varieties of the power to withdraw the land from the lord. Rude and hard and arbitrary lines must be drawn. Of course, the state will endeavor to collect the geld in big sums. It will endeavor to make the great folk answer for the geld which lies on any land that is in any way subject to their power. Thus the cost of collecting petty sums will be saved, and the tax will be charged on men who are solvent. The central power may even hold out certain advantages to the lord, who will become responsible for the geld of his tenants or justiciables or commended men. The hints that we get in divers counties that the lord's inland has borne no geld seem to point in this direction, though the arrangements about this matter seem to have varied from shire to shire. On the pipe rolls of a later day, we see that the geld charged against the magnates is often pardoned. For one reason, the king cannot easily tax the rich. For another, he cannot easily tax the poor, so he gets at the poor through the rich. The small folk will gladly accept any scheme that will keep the tax collector from their doors, even though they purchase their relief by onerous promises of rents and services. The great men, again, may find advantage in such bargains. They want periodical rents and services, and in order to obtain them, will accept a certain responsibility for occasional taxes. This process had gone very far on the eve of the conquest. Moreover, the great men had enjoyed a large liberty of paying their geld where they pleased, of making special compositions with the king, of turning some wide and discrete territory into a single geld-paying unit, of forming such manors as Taunton or Berkeley or Leominster. In King Edward's day, the occupiers of the soil might, so it seems to us, be divided by the financier into 3 main classes. In the first class, we place the man who has a manor. He has, that is, a house at which he is charged with geld. He may be a great man or a small, an earl or a peasant. He may be charged at that house with the geld of 100 hides or with the geld of 15 acres. In the second class, we place the villeins, bourdiers, cottiers. The geld apportioned to the land that they occupy is demanded from their lord at his manor or one of his manors. How he recoups himself for having to make this payment, that is his concern, but he is responsible for it to the king, not as guarantor but as principal debtor. But then, at least in the east and north, there are many men who fall into neither of these classes. They are not villeins, they are sokemen or freemen, but their own tenements are not manors. They belong to or lie in some manor of their lord. These men, we think, can be personally charged with the geld, but they pay their geld at their lord's hall, and he is in some measure bound to exact the payment. Anything that could be called a strict proof of this theory we cannot offer, but it has been suggested by many facts and phrases which we cannot otherwise explain. In the first place, our record seems to assume that every holding either is a manor or forms part of a manor. Then we are told how lands geld, at or in some manor, or at the caput maneri. Thus lands which lie many miles away from Tewkesbury, but which belong to the manor of Tewkesbury, geld in Tewkesbury. Sometimes the same information is conveyed to us by a phrase that deserves notice. A piece of land is said to defend itself, in or at some manor, or, which is the same thing, to have its wara or render its wara, that is to say, its defense, its answer to the demand for geld, there. In Middleton too, sokemen had 16 acres of land, and they rendered their wara in the said Middleton, but they could give and sell their land to whom they pleased. When we are told that certain lands are in Warnode Drogonus or in Warnode Archiepiscopi, it is meant that the lands belong to Drogo or the archbishop for the purpose of defense against the geld. It is not sufficient that land should be taxed, it must be taxed in some place, which may be remote from that in which, as a matter of physical fact, it lies. One clear case of a free tenant paying his geld to his lord is put before us. Leofwin had half a hide and could withdraw with his land, and he paid geld to his lord, and his lord paid nothing. Besides this, we have cases in which the lord enjoys the special privilege of collecting the geld from his tenants and keeping it for his own use. A remarkable Kentish entry tells us that at Peckham the archbishop had an estate which had been rated at 6 sullungs, and then that, of the land of this manor, A certain man of the archbishop held a half-sullung which in King Edward's day gelded with these 6 sullungs. Although being free land, it did not belong to the manor save for the purpose of the Scot. Here we have land so free that the one connection between it and the manor to which it is attributed consists in the payment of geldit gelds along with the other lands of the manor. In the great lawsuit between the churches of Worcester and Evesham about the lands at Hampton, the former contended that these lands should pay their geld along with the other estates of the bishop. Let us observe the first question that the commissioners are to ask of the jurors. What is the name of the mansio? Every piece of geldable land is connected with some mansio, at which it gelds. Let us observe how the commissioners and the jurors proceed in a district where the villi and the mansions or mineria are but rarely coincident. The jurors of the Armingford hundred of Cambridgeshire are speaking of their country Vill by Vill. They come to the Vill of Abington. Abington, they say, was rated at 5 hides. Of these 5 hides the king has a half hide. This lies in Litlington. Earl Roger has 1 verget. This lies in his manor of Shinge. Pico the sheriff has a half verget. This lies and has always lain in Morden. In what sense important to the commissioners or their master can a bundle of strips scattered about in the fields of Abington be said to lie in Litlington, in Shinge, or in Morden? We answer that it gelds there. Hence the importance of the hall. It is the place where geld is demanded and paid. A manor without a hall is a thing to be carefully noted, otherwise some geld may be lost. A man's land has descended to his 3 sons. If there is only 1 hall, but 1 demand for geld need be made. If each has his hall, there must be 3 separate demands. When we are told that 2 brothers held land and that each had his house, domus, though they dwelt in 1 court, curia, a nice problem is being put before us: 2 halls, or 1 hall, 2 manors, or 1 manor. The petty maneria of Suffolk, what can they be but holdings which geld by themselves? The holders of them are not great men, they have no tenants or just 2 or 3 boardiers. Sometimes they cannot withdraw their lands from their lords. But still, they pay their own taxes at their own houses. In supposing that forces have been at work which tend to make the lord responsible for the taxes of his men, we are not without a warrant in the ancient dooms. If a king's thane or a lord of land, landrica, neglects to pay the Rome penny, let him forfeit 10 half-marks, half to Christ, half to the king. If a townsman withholds the penny, let the lord of the land pay the penny and take an ox from the man, and if the lord neglects to do this, then let Christ and the king receive the full bot of 12 oars. The right of doing justice is also the duty of doing justice. It is natural that the lord with soke should become a tax-gatherer, and he will gladly guarantee the taxes if thereby he can prevent the king's officers from entering his precinct and meddling with his justiciables. At no time has the state found it easy to collect taxes from the poor. Over and over again, it has been glad to avail itself of the landlord's intermediation. Our theory that while the lord is directly and primarily responsible for the geld of his villeins, he is but subsidiarily responsible for the geld of those of his sokemen, or free men, who are deemed to belong to his manor, is founded in part on what we take to have been the wording of King William's writ, in part on the form taken by the returns made thereto. The writ draws a marked line between the villain and the sokeman. The king wishes to know how much land each sokeman, each liber homo, holds. He does not care that any distinction should be drawn between the lord's domain lands and the lands of the villains. And, on the whole, his commands are obeyed. A typical entry in the Survey of East Anglia will first describe in one mass the land held by the lord and his villains, will tell us how many carucates this land is rated at, how many teams there are on the domain, and how many the men have. Then it will enumerate sheep and pigs and goats. And then, as it were in an appendix, it will add that so many sokemen belong to this manor, and that between them they hold so many carucates or acres. In Suffolk, even the names of these humble tenants are sometimes recorded. And then, we have seen that there is some doubt as to whether or no these men are or are not to be reckoned as part of the manor for all purposes. We have to say that the manor with the free men, or without the free men, is worth so much. After all, we are only supposing that the fashion in which the Danegeld was put in charge resembled in some of its main outlines the fashion in which a very similar tax was put in charge under Richard I in 1190, for the land tax that was levied for the payment of the king's ransom seems to have been assessed according to the hittage stated in Domesday Book. Then, in 1198, a new assessment was made. We are told that the king ordained that every baron should, with the sheriff's aid, distrain his men to pay the tax cast upon them, and that if, owing to the baron's default, distresses were not made, then the amount due from the baron's men should be seized from the baron's own domain, and he should be left to recoup himself as best he could. Now it is a liability of this sort that we are venturing to carry back into the confessor's day. The lord is responsible to the state as principal, and indeed as sole debtor for so much of the geld as is due from his domain land and from the land of his villany, while as regards any lands of free men or sokemen which are attached to his manor, his liability is not primary nor absolute. He is bound to take measures to make these men pay their taxes. If he fails in this duty, then their taxes will become due from his domain. When we read that in Nottinghamshire, the relief of the thane who had 6 manors or less was 3 marks, while his who had more than 6 manors was £8, this may seem to hint that some inferior limit was set to the size of the manor. If so, it was drawn at a very low point in the scale of tenements. Possibly some general rule had compelled all men who held less than a bovate or half furget to add themselves to the manor of some lord. But the Nottinghamshire rule is rude and arbitrary. He who has 7 houses against which geld is charged is a big man. On the other hand, it is probable that the Norman lords brought with them some notion, and not a very modest notion, of what a reasonably sufficient manerium should be. The king has in some cases rewarded them by a promise of 10 or 20 manors, without specifying very carefully what those manors are to be like. He has promised Count Eustace 100 manors. Thus we would explain a not uncommon class of entries. 14 free men commended to Wulfsige were delivered to Reynold to make up ad proficiendum, this manor of Carlington. In Birmingham, a free man held 20 acres of land, and this was delivered to Walter Gifford to make up Letheringsit. Peter claims the land, which belonged to 17 free men, as having been delivered to him to make up this manor. This land was delivered to Peter to make up some, but his men do not know what manor. The small, free men of the East have been added to manors to which they did not belong in King Edward's day. A few of the free men of Suffolk still remain in the king's hand, ready to be delivered out to complete the manors of their conquerors. Here too we may perhaps find the explanation of the entry which says that Hugh de Port held Wallop for half a manor. The king has promised him a dozen or score of manors, and this estate at Wallop worth but 15 shillings a year. Really no gentleman would take it for a manor. Such then is the best explanation that we can offer of the manerium of Domesday Book. About details, we may be wrong, but that this term has a technical meaning which is connected with the levy of the Danegeld we cannot doubt. It loses that meaning in course of time because the Danegeld gives way before newer forms of taxation. It never again acquires a technical meaning until the late days when retrospective lawyers find the essence of a manor in its court. DB I 163. DB I 163b. Hanc terram dedit Regina Ruggiero de Busle, et geldabat pro 4 hitties in Tedda Chesbury. DB I 87b, Roman 4, 161. Iton Somerset Roman 2, 34. DB I 101b, Roman 4, 107. DB I 41. DB I 230. DB I 338-9. DB I 220, Tingdin. DB Roman 2, 15b, 17b. DB Roman 2, 385b. The form Baroita is exceedingly common, but must, we think, be due to a mistake. C has been read as T. DB I 38b Edlinges. Some of the wicks seem to have been dairy farms. DB I 58b, et Wica de 10 pensis caesorum. On the Glastonbury estates we find persons called Wicari, each of whom has a Wica. Glastonbury Rentalia, 39, Thomas de Wica tenet, 5 acras et 50 oves matrices et 12 vacas, Philippus de Wica tenet, unum furlingum et 50 oves matrices et vacas. Ibid. 44, AB tenet unum furlingum et 50 oves matrices et 12 vacas pro 1 sol, pro Wica. Ibid. 48, Ricardus de Wica tenet 5 acras et 50 oves matrices et 12 vacas, Alanus de Wica eadem modo. Ibid. p. 51. db I 350. In Oscope by et toila by 2 bo inland, et 1 bo soca huius maniri. db I 338b. Hibbeldesten est beruida non soca et in Grangeham sunt 2 car inland et in Springetorpdim. Car est inland. Reliqua omnes est soca. When therefore, as is often the case, we find that the occupants of the soc are not sokemen but villeins, this seems to point to a recent depression of the peasantry. db Roman 2. 330b. In a low manierio, sunt 35 liberi homines, tunc valuerent liberi homines 4 libras, manierium cum liberis hominibus velle modo 24 libras. db Roman 2. 358b. Hoc manierium acceptis liberis tunc valuet 30 solidos. db Roman 2. 289b. db Roman 2. 285b. db Roman 4. 397, I93b, Ikatoka. db Roman 4. 411, I94b, Tachaswilla. db Roman 4. 398, I93b, Pillock. db Roman 4. 341, I96, Sorda Manford. db Roman 4. 355, I116b, Labara. db Roman 4. 367, I112b, Oplomia. db Roman 4. 338, I95b, Asaforda. db Roman 4. 395, I93, Terra Colgrini. db Roman 4. 394, I93, Rima. db Roman 4. 338, I95b, Asaforda. As the term manierium is often represented by the mere letter M or M, we will refer to some cases in which it is written in full. db Roman 2. 295b. 40 acras pro uno manierio, ibid. b. In idem villa est 1 liber homo de 40 acres et tenet pro manierio. The question whether the acreage stated in the Suffolk survey is real or rateable cannot be briefly debated. We hope to return to it. db Roman 2. 322b. 323. db Roman 2. 323. db Roman 2. 288. db Roman 2. 309. db Roman 2. 297b. db Roman 2. 377. db Roman 2. 333. db Roman 2. 423. db Roman 2. 316. In Aldeburg tenuit Ulricus Soccamanus Edricite, re 80 acras pro manierio. Ibid. 353. Nordbirium tenuit Eduinus presbyter Soccamanus abadis 30 acras pro manierio. We have taken our examples of small manors from the east and the southwest because Little Domesday and the Exeter Domesday give details which are not to be had elsewhere, but instances may be found in many other parts of England. Thus, in Sussex, I. 24, 2 free men held as 2 manors land rated at a hide and sufficient for 1 team. It is now tilled by 4 villeins. In the Isle of Wight, db I 39b, 5 free men held as 5 manors land sufficient for 2 teams. It is now tilled by 4 villeins. In Gloucestershire, db I 170 is a manor worth 10 shillings with 2 serfs upon it, also a manor rated at 1 virgate. In Derbyshire, db I 274b, land sufficient for 4 teams and rated as 4 carucates had formed 8 manors. In Nottinghamshire, db I 285b, land sufficient for a team and a half and valued at 10 shillings had formed 5 manors for 5 thanes, each of whom had his hall. db Roman 2. 380. In Thistledona tenet 1 liber homo ulmaris commandatus s Eldred 60, acras pro manierio et 5 liberi homines sub c. db I 127b. Wellesdone tenent canonici s Pauli, hoc manierium tenent villani ad firmum canonicorum, in dominio nil habiter. db I 235b. Billisdone, in dominio nil fuit nec est. Ibid. 166b. Glauc, Istam Willelmus tenet Alverdestone, bondi tenuit tre I by 3 hidi geldents, nil I by est in dominio, sed 5 villani et 3 bordera habent 3 carucas, Istam Willelmus tenet Odelavestone, Brictree filius Algari tenuit, ibi nil in dominio nisi 5 villani cum 5 carusis. DB Roman 4. 396. Regerius habet 1 mansionum qui vocatur p. Et reddit gildum pro dimidia vergata, hanc potest error 1 caroca. Hanc tenet ancitilis de regerio. Ibi habet ancitilis 4 borderios qui tenent todem elam terram, et habent ibi 1 carocem et 1 agrum prati, et reddit 10 solidos. DB Roman 2. 31. DB Roman 2. 59b. I leave this sentence as it stood before Mr. Round had published in his Feudal England the results of his brilliant researches. Of the 5 Hyde unit, I already knew a good deal. Of the 6 Carucate unit, I knew nothing. Round Doomsday Studies, I-109. DB I-35. In dritem tenet Ricardus 1 hidum et dimidium. Aylmer tenuit de regei pro uno manierio. In idem dritem est 1 hidat dimidia quam tenuit alluric de regei pro uno manierio, et postia dedit, elam terram uxari sui, et filii ad ecclesiam desertici, sicuti homines de hundredo testanter. Ricardus calumpniatur. Non iasit ulli manierio, nec pro manierio tenet, set liberata fuit I et modo 3 hidi geldent pro una hida et dimidia. To say of the second of these 2 plots that it neither is a manor nor yet belongs to a manor, is to say that it is shirking the geld. DBI 48. Whaleranus tenet dean, is to terra non adiacit ulli suo manierio. Here suo equals whalereni. Whaleran seems to be holding land without good title. DBI 163b, Cliffort. DBI 58b. In Winteham tenet Hubertus de abate 5 hidas, de terra villanorum furunt 4, et geldiverunt cum hidis manieri. The word wara means defense. It comes from a root which has given us, wary, warrant, warn, guarantee, weir, etc. See Vinogradov, Villanage, 243. DB I 212. DB I 340, 366, 368. Is not the last part of the word as, nadu, business office. DB I 132b. Hoc manerium tenuit heraldus comes at iacuit et iasit in his sed wara hugis maneri, iacuit in bedeferdsire tre in hundredo domainhu. DBI, hic terra est bariuicha in Newport set wara ejus iasit in Grantabrige. When in the survey of Oxfordshire I, 160 it is said, I by 1 hida de Warland in Dominio. The taxed land is contrasted with the inland, which in this county has gone untaxed. DBI 28. See the cases of the monks of Bari and the canons of S. Petroc, above, p. 55. DBI 4b. De terra huius manieri 10 unius homo archiepiscopi dimid. Solon et cum his 6 solens geldebat tr. E. Quamvis non pertinerit manierio nisi discodo quia libera terra erat. The scotum in this context seems to be or to include the geld. Compare DB I 61b. Hic terra iasit et appreciata est, in gretenton quod est, in oxenefordshire et tamen dat scotum in Berkshire. DB Roman 2. 11. In Colcestra habet episcopus 14 domos, et 4 acres non redens consududinum praetor scotum nisi episcopo. See above p. 85. Hamilton, Inquisitio 60. Above p. 110. DB I 35b. Northumbrian Priest's Law, 58, 59, Schmid, p. 369. An Act of 1869, 30-3 Vic. C. 41, allowed the owners of certain small houses to agree to pay the rates which under the ordinary law would become due from the occupiers, and authorized the vestries to allow such owners a commission of %. See also the instructive recital in 59 Geo. Roman 3. C. 12 Sec. 19. The small occupiers are evading the poor's rate, and the owners exact higher rents than they would otherwise get, on the ground that the occupiers cannot be effectually assessed. See above p. 24. E.g. DB Roman 2. 389b. Clarum tenuit illyricus pro manierio 24 car. Terri tre tunc 40 villani, tunc 12 caruci in dominio, tunc 36 caruci hominum, Huic manierio semper adiacent 5 sacamani cum omni consududine 1 car, terri et dim. Semper 1 caruca et dimidia. E.g. DB Roman 2. 339. In idem villa 14 liberi homines commandati, Godricus Faber et Edricus et Ulnatus et Osulfus et Uluricus et Stanmarus et Luiatus et Witricus et Blashamanus et Mansuna et Luinus et Ulmarus et Ulfa et Alter Ulfa et Leofstenus de Forti Acris et Habent 2 Carucas et Valent 10 Solidos. Above p. 115. Rolls of the King's Court, Rick, I. Pipe Roll, Soch, p. Roman 24, but apparently there had been considerable rearrangements in some of the counties. Hoveden, Roman 4, 46. The important words are these. Statutum etiam fuit quod quilibet baro cum viscomite faceret districtions super homine suos, et si per defectum baronum districtions facti non fuissent, capareter de dominico baronum quad super homine suos restaret redendum, et ipsi barons ad homine suos and decaperant. The baron's homines we take to be freeholders. He would be absolutely liable for the tax cast upon his villanage. As to the tax of 1198 siang, Hist, Reverend Roman 3, 501, 701, Roman 4, 105, 108. In Dial, de Scac, Roman 2, 14, the author tells us that until recently if a baron who owed money to the crown was insolvent, the goods of his knights could be seized. The idea of subsidiary liability is not too subtle for the time. Above p. 108. D.B. Roman 2. 9. Set comes Eustachius 1 ex illis tenet, quae non est de sues si mansionibus. D.B. Roman 2. 233b. D.B. Roman 2. 242b. D.B. Roman 2. 258. D.B. Roman 2. 258. D.B. Roman 2. 447. D.B. I45b. Two objections to our theory may be met by a note. 1. Some manors are free of geld, and therefore to make our definition correct, we ought to say that a manor is a tenement which either pays its geld at a single place, or which would do so, were it not freed from the tax by some special privilege. A manerium does not cease to be a manerium by being freed from geld. 2. In later days we may well find a manor holden of another manor, so that a plot of land may be within two manors. If this usage of the term can be traced back into Domesday Book as a common phenomenon, then our doctrine is in great jeopardy. But we have noticed no passage which clearly and unambiguously says that a tract of land was at one and the same time both a manerium and also a part of another manerium. To this, we must add that of the distribution of maneria TRE, we only obtain casual and very imperfect tidings. If TRW, a free man, has been added to a manerium, the commissioners have no deep interest in the inquiry whether TRE, his tenement, was itself an independent manerium. A great simplification has been effected, and the number of maneria has been largely reduced. Section 7, Manor and Vill. After what has now been said, it is needless to repeat that in Domesday Book the manerium and the villa are utterly different things. In a given case the two may coincide, and throughout a great tract of England, such cases were common, and we may even say that they were normal. But in the East this was not so. We may easily find a village which, taken as a whole, has been utterly free from seigneurial domination. Orwell in Cambridgeshire will be a good example. In King Edward's day, this Vill of Orwell was rated at 4 hides. Probably it was somewhat underrated, for at the date of the survey, it was deemed capable of finding land for nearly 6 teams. The following table will show who held the 4 hides before the conquest. HV.A. 2 Sokemen, men of Edith the Fair / 3A Sokemen, man of Apstigand 1 / 3A Sokemen, man of Robert Wimmark's son 1 / 3A Sokemen, man of the King / 3A Sokemen, man of Earl Aelfgar 1 / 3A Sokemen, man of Earl Waltheof A Sokemen, man of the King / 3 Sigurd, a man of Easker the Staller 1 / 3, Turbert, a man of Edith the Fair 145 a Chill, a man of Earl Harold A Sokemen, of the King St. Mary of Chatteris / 3, St. Mary of Chatteris / 4. It will be seen that 8 of the most exalted persons in the land, the king, the archbishop, 3 earls, 2 royal marshals or stallers, and that mysterious lady known as Edith the Fair, to say nothing of the church of Chatteris, had a certain interest in this little Cambridgeshire village. But then how slight an interest it was. Every one of the tenants was free to withdraw himself, to give or sell his land. Now we cannot say that all of them were peasants. Achill the man of Harold seems to have had other lands in the neighboring villages of Harleton and Barrington. It is probable that Turbert, Edith's man, had another verget at Kingston. He was one of the jurors of the 100 in which Orwell lay. Sigurd the man of Easker was another juror, and held land at Thriplow, Foxton, Haslingfield, and Shepreth. He seems to have been his lord's steward. But we may be fairly certain that the unnamed Sokemen tilled their own soil, though perhaps they had help from a few cottagers, and they cannot have been constantly employed in cultivating the domain lands of their lords. They must go some distance to find any such domain lands. The Weatherly 100, in which Orwell lies, is full of the Sokemen of these great folk. Waltheof, for example, has 3 men in Comerton, 4 in Barton, 3 in Grantchester, 1 in Ratworth. But he has no domain land, and if he had it, he could not get it tilled by these scattered tenants. The fair Edith has half a hide in Haslingfield, and we are told that this belongs to the manor of Swavesey. Now at Swavesey, Edith has a considerable manor, but it cannot have got much in the way of labor out of a tenant who lived at Haslingfield, for the 2 villages are a long 10 miles apart. As to the king's Sokemen, their only recorded services are the Avera and the Inward. The former seems to be a carrying service done at the sheriff's bidding, and to be only exigible when the king comes into the shire, while Inward seems to be the duty of forming a bodyguard for the king while he is in the shire. If in any year the king did not come, a small sum of money was taken instead. Lest it should be thought that in picking out the village of Orwell we have studiously sought a rare case, we will here set out in a tabular form what we can learn of the state of the 100 in which Orwell lies. The Weatherly 100 contained 12 vills. It was a land of true villages, which until very lately had wide open fields. In the Confessor's day, the lands in it were allotted thus. Cambridgeshire, Weatherly 100. I Comerton, a vill of 6 hides, H, V, A, C, B. 7 Sokemen of the king 10 A Sokeman, man of Earl Waltheof 0 A Sokeman, man of Apstigand, a man of Earl Waltheof 15 0. A Sokeman, man of the king 0 A Sokeman, man of Apstigand 15 0 A Sokeman, man of Earl Waltheof 15. The king 2 0 3 15 12 0. Roman 2, Barton, a vill of 7 hides. 2 Sokemen, men of Earl Waltheof 115 A Sokeman, man of Earl Waltheof 15, 50 A Sokeman, man of Earl Waltheof 0, Juhel the king's hunter 0 A Sokeman, man of Edith the fair 0 23 Sokemen of the king 0 Roman 3, Grantchester, a vill of 7 hides H, V, A, C, B, 5 Sokemen, men of the king 0 2 Sokemen, men of the king 1 0 A Sokeman, man of Easker the Staller 0. A Sokeman, man of Earl Ilfger 0, 3 Sokemen, men of Earl Waltheof 2 0 Godman, a man of Edith the fair 15 0. Juhel the king's hunter 0. Wulfric the king's man 0 7. Roman 4, Haslingfield, a vill of 20 hides. The king 1 0 5 Sokemen, men of the king 0 A Sokeman, man of Easker the Staller 1 3 0 Ealdred, a man of Edith the fair 0 15 4. Edith the fair, belonging to Swavesey 0. Sigurd, a man of Easker the Staller 0 2 Sokemen of the king 1 3 0. Merwin, a man of Edith the fair 0 V. Harleton, a vill of 5 hides. A Chill, a king's thane, and under him 5 Sokemen, of whom 4 were his men, while the 5th was the man of Ernulf 0 Godman, a man of Easker the Staller 0 Roman 6, Barrington, a vill of 10 hides. Edric per a king's thane 0 15 Sokemen, men of the king 1 15 4 Sokemen, men of Earl Ilfger 0 15 3 Sokemen, men of Easker the 0 Staller 0 Edric per, holding of the church of Chatteris. The church of Chatteris 0 Ethsey, holding of Robert Wimmark's son. Achill the Dane, a man of Earl Harold. A Sokeman, man of the king 0 17 3. Roman 7, Shepreth, a vill of 5 hides H, V, A, C, B, 4 Sokemen, men of the king 0 15 2 A Sokeman, man of Earl Ilfger. The church of Chatteris 1 15 4. Sigurd, a man of Easker the Staller 0 Hemming, a man of the king 15. The church of Ely 0 4. Roman 8, Orwell, a vill of 4 hides. 2 Sokemen, men of Edith the Fair. A Sokeman, man of Ap Stigan 10. A Sokeman, man of Robert Wimark's son 10. 4 A Sokeman, man of the king. A Sokeman, man of Earl Ilfgar 10. A Sokeman, man of Earl Waltheof 0. 0 A Sokeman, man of the king. Sigurd, a man of Iscar the Staller 10. Turbert, a man of Edith the Fair 12-1/24. Achil, a man of Earl Harold 0. A Sokeman, man of the king 0. The Church of Chatteris. The Church of Chatteris 1/2/2 002-1/2. Roman 9, Ratworth, a Vill of 4 hides. A Sokeman, man of Edith the Fair 10. A Sokeman, man of Ap Stigan 0. A Sokeman, man of Earl Ilfgar 10. 0 A Sokeman, man of Robert Wimark's son. A Sokeman, man of the king. A Sokeman, man of Earl Waltheof 20. 0 A Sokeman, man of Robert Wimark's son. A Sokeman, man of Edith the Fair 10. A Sokeman, man of the king 0. 2 Sokemen, men of the king 0-003. Ex Whitwell, a Vill of 4 hides. A Sokeman, man of Earl Ilfgar 20. A Sokeman, man of Robert Wimark's son 0. 4 A Sokeman, man of the king 0. A Sokeman, man of Ap Stigand. A Sokeman, man of Edith the Fair. 6 Sokemen, men of the king 10. A Sokeman, man of Robert Wimark's son 0. 0 A Sokeman, man of Earl Ilfgar 0. Godwin, a man of Edith the Fair 0-0. Cy Wimple, a Vill of 4 hides. H. V. A. C. B. Edith the Fair 2-15-0. Earl Geoth 1-15-0-000. Roman 12, Errington, a Vill of 4 hides. Aelfric, a King's Thane 110. A Sokeman, man of Earl Waltheof 0-0. A Sokeman, man of the Abbot of Ely 1-0-0. 0 A Sokeman, man of Robert Wimark's son. A man of Edith the Fair 0-0-0-84. Now if by a manor we mean what our historical economists usually mean when they use that term, we must protest that before the Norman conquest, there were very few manors in the Weatherly Hundred. In no one case was the whole of a village coincident with a manor, with a lord's estate. The king had considerable manors in Comerton and Haslingfield. Sigurd had a manor at Haslingfield. The Church of Chatteris had a manor at Barrington besides some land at Shepreth. Wimple was divided between Edith and Earl Geoth, Harleton between Achil and Godman. But in Barton Grantchester, Shepreth, Orwell, Ratworth, Whitwell, and Errington, we see nothing manorial, unless we hold ourselves free to use that term of a little tenement which to all appearance might easily be cultivated by the labor of one household, at all events with occasional help supplied by a few cottagers. Indeed, it is difficult to say what profit some of the great people whose names we have mentioned were deriving from those of their men who dwelt in the Weatherly Hundred. We take the Mercian Earl, for example. One of the Sokemen of Grantchester, 4 of the Sokemen of Barrington, 1 of the Sokemen of Shepreth, 1 of the Sokemen of Orwell, 1 of the Sokemen of Ratworth, 2 of the Sokemen of Whitwell were Aelfgar's men. That Aelfgar got a little money or a little provender out of them is probable. That they did some carrying service for him is possible, and perhaps they aided him at harvest time on some manor of his in another part of the county. But that they were not the tillers of his land seems clear. What is more, our analysis of this Weatherly Hundred enables us to drive home the remark that very often a Sokeman was not the Sokeman of his lord, or, in other words, that he was not under seigneurial justice. Aelfgar had 10 Sokemen scattered about in 6 villages. Did he hold a court for them? We think not. Did they go to the court of some distant manor? We think not. The court they attended was the Weatherly Hundred moot. One of the Sokemen in Errington was in a somewhat exceptional position, that is, in this hundred. Not only was he the man of the Abbot of Ely, but his soke belonged to the Abbot, and if he sold his tenement, and this he could do without the Abbot's consent, the soke over his land would remain to the Abbot. He was not only his lord's man, but his lord's justiciable, and probably attended some court outside the hundred. But for the more part, these men of Weatherly were not the justiciables of their lords. It was a very free hundred when the Normans came there, much too free for the nation's welfare we may think, for these Sokemen could go with their land to what lord they pleased. Also be it noted in passing that the churches have little in Weatherly. In 1086 there had been a change. The Sokemen had disappeared. The Norman lords had made domain land where their English antecessors possessed none. Count Roger had instituted a seigneurial court at Orwell. He had borrowed 3 soakmen to hold his pleas from Pico the sheriff and had refused to give them up again. Apparently they had sunk to the level of villani. 2 centuries afterwards we see the 100 of Weatherly once more. There is villanage enough in it. The villein at Orwell, for example, holds only 10 acres but works for his lord on 152 days in the year, besides boon days. And yet we should go far astray if we imposed upon these Cambridgeshire villages that neat manorial system which we see at its neatest and strongest in the abbatial cartularies. The villages do not become manors. The manors are small. The manors are intermixed in the open fields. There are often freeholders in the village who are not the tenants of any lord who has a manor there. A villein will hold 2 tenements of 2 lords. The villein of one lord will be the freeholder of another. The manorial system has been forced upon the villages, but it fits them badly. In the 13th century, the common field of a Cambridgeshire village was often a very maze of proprietary rights, and yet the village was an agrarian whole. Let us take, for example, Duxford as it stood in the reign of Edward I. We see 39 villein tenements, each of which has 14 acres in the fields. These tenements are divided between 5 different manors. 4 of our typical townsmen hold of Henry de Lacy, who holds of Simon de Ferno, who holds of the Count of Brittany, who holds of the King. 2 hold of Ralph of Duxford, who holds of Basilia wife of Baldwin of St. George, who holds of William Mortimer, who holds of Simon de Ferno, who holds of the Count of Brittany, who holds of the King. 8 hold of the Templars, who hold of Roger de Colville, who holds of the Earl of Albemarle, who holds of the King. 9 hold of William Legois, who holds of Henry of Boxworth, who holds of Richard de Freville, who holds of the King. 16 hold of John d'Abernon, who holds of the Earl Marshal, who holds of the King. 3 of the greatest honours in England are represented. 3 monasteries and 2 parochial churches have strips in the fields. And yet there are normal tenements cut according to one pattern, tenements of 14 acres the holders of which, though their other services may differ, pay for the more part an equal rent. The village seems to say that it must be one, though the lords would make it many. And then we look back to the Confessor's day, and we see that a good part of Duxford was held by soakmen. Perhaps we shall be guilty of needless repetition, but what is written in Domesday Book about Mineria is admirably designed for the deception of modern readers whose heads are full of the manorial system. Therefore let us look at 2 Hertfordshire villages. In one of them there is a manerium which Ralph Bassett holds of Robert of Ueli. It has been rated at 4, but is now rated at 2 hides. There is land for 4 teams. In Domain are 2 teams, and 312 villani with 2 soakmen of 1 hide and 5 borderat have 2 teams. There are 1 cottager and 1 serf and a mill of 10 shillings and meadow for 3 teams. It is now worth £3. In King Edward's day it was worth £5. Now here, we say, is a pretty little manor of the common kind. Let us then explore its past history. 5 soakmen held this manor. Yes, we say, before the conquest, this manor was held in physically undivided shares by 5 lords. Their shares were small and they were humble people, but still they had a manor. But let us read further. 2 of them were the men of Brittrick and held 1-1/2 hides. Other 2 were the men of Ossulf, the son of Frayne, and held 1-1/2 hides, and the 5th was the man of Eadmer Atchel, and held a hide. We will at once finish the story and see how Robert of Ueli came by this manor. No one of these 5 soakmen belonged to his antecessor Wiget. Every one of them might sell his land. One of them bought, i.e., redeemed his land for 9 ounces of gold from King William, so the men of the 100 say, and afterwards turned for protection to Wiget. So Robert's title to this manor is none of the best, but are we sure that before the conquest there was anything that we should call a manor? These 5 soakmen who have unequal shares, who have 3 different lords, who hold in all but 4 team lands, whose land is worth but £5, do not look like a set of coparsoners to whom a manor has descended. When Robert of Ueli has got his manor, there are upon it 2 soakmen, 3 villeins, 5 bordare, a cottager, and a serf. It was not a splendid manor for 5 lords. We turn over a few pages. Hardwin of Eschalers has a manor rated at 5-1/2 hides. It contains land for 8 teams. In Domain are 2 hides less 20 acres and 3 teams. 11 villani with the priest and 5 borderat have 5 teams. There are 4 cottagers and 6 serfs. It is worth £9. In the Confessor's day it was worth £10. Who held this manor in the past? 9 sokemen held it. Rather a large party of joint lords, we say, but still, families will grow. Howbeit, we must finish the sentence. Of these, one, sired by name, was the man of Earl Harold and held 1 hide and 3 vergets for a manor. Another, Alfred, a man of Earl Aelfger, held 2 hides for a manor. And the other 7 were sokemen of King Edward and held 2 hides and 1 verget, and they supplied the sheriff with 9 pence a year or 214 avery carrying services. No, we have not been reading of the joint holders of a manor. We have been reading of peasant proprietors. 2 of them were substantial folk. Each of the 2 held a manerium at which geld was paid. The other 7 gelded at one of the king's maneria under the view of his bailiffs. Maneria there have been everywhere, but manors we see in the making. Hardouin has made one under our eyes. We hear the objection that, be it never so humble, a manor is a manor. But is that truism quite true? If all that we want for the constitution of a manor is a proprietor of some land who has a right to exact from some other man, or 2 or 3 other men, the whole or some part of the labor that is necessary for the tillage of his soil, we may indeed see manors everywhere and at all times. Even if we introduce a more characteristically medieval element, and demand that the tillers shall be neither menial servants nor laborers hired for money, but men who make their living by cultivating for their own behoof small plots which the proprietor allows them to occupy. Still, we shall have the utmost difficulty if we would go behind manorialism. But suppose for a moment that we have a village, the land of which is being held by 9 sokemen, each of whom has a hide or half-hide scattered about in the open fields, and each of whom controls the labor of a couple of serfs. Shall we not be misleading the public and ourselves if we speak of 9 manors or even of 9 embryo manors? At any rate, it is clear enough that if these estates of the sokemen are embryo manors, then these embryos were deposited in the common fields. In that case, the common fields, the hides and yard lands of the village, are not the creatures of manorialism. We have seen free villages, we have seen a free hundred. We might have found yet freer hundreds had we gone to Suffolk. We have chosen Cambridgeshire because Cambridgeshire cannot be called a Danish county, except in a sense in which, notwithstanding the wasted condition of Yorkshire, about 1/2 of the English nation lived in Danish counties. When men divide up England between the 3 laws, they place Cambridgeshire under the Danelaw, but to that law they subject about 1/2 of the inhabitants of England. There may have been many men of Scandinavian race in Cambridgeshire, but we find hundreds not wapentakes, hides not carocates, while among the names of villages there are few, indeed, which betray a Scandinavian origin. The Weatherly Hundred was not many miles away from the classic fields of Hitchin. But in truth, we must be careful how we use our Dane. Yorkshire was a Danish county in a sense in which Cambridgeshire was not Danish. It was a land of trithings and wapentakes, a land without hides, where many a village testified by its name to a Scandinavian settlement. And yet to all appearance it was in the Confessor's day a land where the manors stood thick. Then, we have that wonderful contrast between Yorkshire and Lincolnshire, which Ellis summed up in these figures. Sacamani Villani Borderai Lincolnshire, 503, 723, 024 Yorkshire, 079, 819. Perhaps this contrast would have been less violent if Yorkshire had not been devastated, but violent it is and must be. It will provoke the remark that the faults, if any faults there be, in a truly economic stratification of mankind, are not likely to occur just at the boundaries of the shires, whereas so long as each county has a court from which there is no appeal to any central tribunal, we may expect to find that lines which have their origin in fiscal practice will be sharp lines and will coincide with the metes and bounds of jurisdictional districts. Nor should it escape remark that the names by which a grand distinction is expressed are in their origin very loose terms and etymologically ill-fitted to the purpose that they are serving. In English, the villanus is the tunesman, or, as we should say, the villager. And yet to all seeming the sokeman is essentially a villager. What is more, the land where the sokemen and free men lived was a land of true villages, of big villages, of limitless, open fields, whereas the hamleted West was servile. Then again, sokeman is a very odd term. If it signified that the man to whom it is applied was always the justiciable of the lord to whom he was commended, we could understand it. Even if this man were always the justiciable of a court that had passed into private hands, we could still understand it. But apparently there are plenty of sokemen who soke, is, or lies, in those 100 courts that have no lord but the king. The best guess that we can make as to the manner in which they have acquired their name is that in an age which is being persuaded that some service must be done by everyone who holds land, suit of court appears as the only service that is done by all these men. They may owe other services, but they all owe suit of court. If so, we may see their legal successors in those freeholders of the 12th century who are acquitting their lords and their villages by doing suit at the national courts. But when a new force comes into play, and the tribute to the pirate was a new and a powerful force, new lines of demarcation must be drawn, new classes of men must be formed, and words will be borrowed for the purpose with little care for etymological niceties. One large and widely spread class may find a name for itself in a district where the ordinary townsmen or villagers are no longer treated as taxpayers responsible to the state, while some practice peculiar to a small part of the country may confer the name of sokemen on those tillers of the soil who are rated to the geld. We are not arguing that this distinction, even when it first emerged, implied nothing that concerned the economic position of the villein and the sokemen. The most dependent peasants would naturally be the people who could not be directly charged with the geld, and the peasants who could not pay the geld would naturally become dependent on those who would pay it for them. Still, we are not entitled to assume that the fiscal scheme accurately mirrored the economic facts, or that the varying practice of different moots and different collectors may not have stamped as the villeins of one shire those who would have been the sokemen of another. Be this as it may, any theory of English history must face the free, the lordless village, and must account for it as for one of the normal phenomena which existed in the year of grace, 1066. How common it was we shall never know, until the material contained in Domesday Book has been geographically rearranged by counties, hundreds, and villes. But whether common or no, it was normal, just as normal as the village which was completely subject to seigneurial power. We have before us villages which, taken as wholes, have no lords. What is more, it seems obvious enough that, unless there has been some great catastrophe in the past, some insurrection of the peasants or the like, the village of Orwell and other villages might be named by the dozen has never had a lord. Such lordships as exist in it are plainly not the relics of a dominion which has been split up among divers persons by the action of gifts and inheritances. The sokemen of Orwell have worshipped every rising sun. One has commended himself to the ill-fated Harold, another to the ill-fated Waltheof, a third has chosen the Mercian Aelfgar, a fourth has placed himself under the aspiring archbishop, yet all are free to withdraw. We have here a very free village indeed, for its members enjoy a freedom of which no freeholder of the 13th century would even dream, and in a certain sense we have here a free village community. How much communalism is there? Of this most difficult question, only a few words will now be said. For our guesses about remote ages, we will yet a while reserve. In the first place, we cannot doubt that the open field system of agriculture prevails as well in the free villages as in those that are under the control of a lord. The sokeman's hide or verget is no ring-fenced close, but is composed of many scattered strips. Again, we can hardly doubt that the practice of co-oration prevailed. The sokemen had seldom beasts enough to make up a team. It is well known that the whole scheme of land measurements, which runs through Domesday Book, is based upon the theory that land is plowed by teams of 8 oxen. It is perhaps possible that smaller teams were sometimes employed, but when we read that a certain man always plowed with 3 oxen, or used to plow with 2 oxen but now plows with half a team, or used to plow with a team but now plows with 2 oxen, we are reading, not of small teams, but of the number of oxen that the man in question contributed towards the team of 8 that was made up by him and his neighbors. When of a piece of land in Bedfordshire it is said that 1 ox plows there. This means that the land in question supplies but 1 ox in a team of 8. And here, and not in any monstrous birth, we find the explanation of terra est dimidio bovi et ibi est semibos. There is a 16th part of a teamland, and its tenant along with some other man provides an ox. There may have been light plows as well as heavy plows, but the heavy plow must have been extremely common, since the term plow team, karuka, seems invariably to mean a team of 8. Then one notable case meets our eye in which the ownership of land, of arable land, seems to be attributed to a village community. In Goldington, a village in Bedfordshire, Walter now holds a hide, there is land for one team and meadow for half a team. The men of the Vill held this land in common and could sell it. Apparently the men of the Vill were Aelfwin sack a man of the Bishop of Lincoln who held half a team land and could do what he liked with it, 9 sokemen who held 3 team lands between them, 3 other sokemen who held 3 team lands, and Aelfmer a man of Asgil who held 3 team lands. How it came about that these men, besides holding land in severalty, held a tract in common, we are left to guess. Nor can we say whether such a case was usual or unusual. Very often in Little Domesday, we meet an entry which tells how X free men held Y acres and had Z teams. For example, how 15 free men held 40 acres and had 2 teams. In general, we may well suppose that each of them held his strips in severalty, but we dare not say that such a phrase never points to co-ownership. Then, as to such part of the land as is not arable, even in the free village, a few enclosed meadows will probably be found, but the pasture ground lies open for the cattle of the Vill. At the date of the survey, though several Norman lords have estates in one Vill, the common formula used in connection with each estate is not "there is pasture for the cattle of this manor or of this land," but "there is pasture for the cattle of the Vill." Occasionally we read of common pasture, in a context which shows that the pasture is common not to several manorial lords, but to the villeins of one lord. In the hundred of Colness in Suffolk, there is a pasture which is common to all the men of the hundred. But, as might be expected, we hear little of the mode in which pasture rights were allotted or regulated. Such rights were probably treated as appurtenances of the arable land. The canons of Waltham claim as much wood as belongs to one hide. If the rights of user are known, no one cares about the bare ownership of pasture land or wood land. It is all one whether we say that Earl Edwin is entitled to 1/3 of a certain wood or to every 3rd oak that grows therein. Sometimes the ownership of a mill is divided into so many shares that we are tempted to think that this mill has been erected at the cost of the Vill. In Suffolk, a free man holds a little manorium which is composed of 24 acres of land, 112 acres of meadow, and a 4th part of the mill in every 3rd year. He takes his turn with his neighbors in the enjoyment of the revenue of the mill. We may even be led to suspect that the parish churches have sometimes been treated as belonging to the men of the Vill who have subscribed to erect or to endow them. In Suffolk, a 12th part of a church belongs to a petty manorium, which contains 30 acres and is cultivated by 2 boardiers with a single team. When a parish church gets its virgate by the charity of the neighbors, when 9 free men give it 20 acres for the good of their souls, we may see in this some trace of communal action. Incidentally, we may notice that the system of virgate holdings seems quite compatible with an absence of seigneurial control. In the free village, for example in Orwell, we shall often find that one man has twice, thrice or 4 times as much as another man. The same is the case in the manorialized villages of Middlesex, where a villein may have as much as a hide or as little as a half virgate, but all the holdings will bear, at least in theory, some simple relation to each other. Thus in Orwell the virgates are divided into thirds and quarters, and in several instances a man has 4/3 of a virgate. In Essex and East Anglia, though we may find many irregular and many very small holdings, tenements of 60, 45, 40, 30, 20, 15 acres are far commoner than they would be were it not that a unit of 120 acres will very easily break into such pieces. Domesday Book takes no notice of family law, and its Vendir potuit merely excludes the interference of the lord, and does not imply that a man is at liberty to disappoint his expectant heirs. Very possibly, there has been among the small folk but little giving or selling of land. Nor is a law which gives the dead man's land to all his sons as co-heirs a sufficient force to destroy the system of hides and virgates when once it is established by some original allotment. In the higher ranks of society, we see large groups of thanes holding land in common, holding, as the Normans say, in parage. We can hardly doubt that they are co-heirs holding an inheritance that has not been physically partitioned. Sometimes it is said of a single man that he holds in parage. This gives us a valuable hint. Holding in parage implies that one of the pairs, one of the parsoners, as a general rule, he would be the eldest of them, is answerable to king and lord for the services due from the land, while his fellows are bound only to him. They must help him to discharge duties for which he is primarily responsible. This seems the import of such passages, as the following 5 thanes held 2 bavates. One of them was the senior, the elder, and we may almost say the lord of the others 8 thanes held this manor. One of them, Ali, a man of King Edward, was the senior of the others, Godric, and his brothers held 3 carucates. 2 of them served the 3rd. Chetal and Terver were brothers, and after the death of their father they divided the land. But so that Chetal in doing the king's service should have help from Terver his brother Siwait, Ulnad, Fenchel and Ashel divided the land of their father equally. And they held in such wise that if there were need for attendance in the king's host and Siwait could go, his brothers were to aid him. And on the next occasion, another brother was to go, and Siwait, like the rest, was to help him. And so on down the list, but Siwait was the king's man. No doubt similar arrangements were made by co-heirs of lowlier station. The integrity of the tenement is maintained though several men have an interest in it. In relation to the lord and the state, one of them represents his fellows. When the shares become very small, some of the claimants might be bought out by the others. But to return to the village, we must once more notice that the canons of St. Paul's have let their manor of Willesden to the villains. This leads us to speculate as to the incidence and collection of those great provender rents of which we read when royal manors are described. In King Edward's day, a royal manor is often charged with the whole or some aliquot share of a one night's farm. That is 1 day's victual for the king's household. Definite amounts of bread, cheese, malt, meat, beer, honey will have to be supplied. Thus, for example, Cheltenham must furnish 3,000 loaves for the king's dogs, and King's Barton must do the like. Then too Edward the sheriff receives as the profits of the shrievalty of Wiltshire, 130 pigs, 32 bacons, certain quantities of wheat, malt, oats, and honey, 400 chicken, 1,600 eggs, 100 cheeses, 100 lambs, 52 fleeces. Between the king and the men of the manor, no doubt there stands a farmer, either the sheriff or some other person, who is bound to supply the due quantity of provender. But to say that this is so does not solve the problem that is before us. We have still to ask how this due quantity is obtained from the men of the village. It is a quantity which can be expressed by round figures. It is 3,000 dog cakes, or the like. We do not arrive at these pretty results by adding up the rents due from individuals. Again, just in the counties which are the homes of freedom, we hear much of sums of money that are paid to a lord by way of free will offering. In Norfolk and Suffolk, the villagers will give a yearly jersuma. In Lincoln, they will pay a yearly taila, and this will be a neat round sum. Very often it is 20 shillings, or 40 or 10. In this particular, we seem to see an increase of something that may be called communalism, as we go backwards. Of course, in the cartularies of a later age, we may discover round sums of money which, under the names of tallage or aid, are imposed upon the Vill as a whole. But in general, we may accept the rule that tributes to be paid by the Vill as a whole, in money or in kind, are not of recent origin. They are more prominent in the oldest than in other documents. As examples, we may notice the coinage of the Bolden Book 1 Vill renders 20 shillings, another 30 shillings for coinage. Also the contributions of sheep, poultry, bread and cloth, which the Vills of Peterborough Abbey bring to the monks on the festival of their patron Saint, 1 Vill supplying 10 rams and 20 ells of cloth, another 4 rams, 5 ells of cloth, 10 chicken and 300 loaves. But then we have to notice that a village which has to pay a provender rent or even a taila or jersuma is not altogether a free village. Its communal action is called out by seigneurial pressure. And as we go backwards, the township seems to lose such definiteness as is given to it by the police law of the 13th century. This was to be expected, for such law implies a powerful, centralized state, which sends its justices round the country to immerse the townships and compel these local communities to do their duties. Once and once only does the township appear in the Anglo-Saxon dooms. This is in a law of Edgar. If a man who is on a journey buys cattle, then on his return home he must turn them onto the common pasture, with the witness of the township. If he fails to do so, then after 5 nights the townsmen are to give information to the elder of the 100, and in that case they and their cattle herd will be free of blame, and the man who brought the cattle into the town will forfeit them, half to the lord and half to the 100. If, on the other hand, the townsmen fail in the duty of giving information, their herd will pay for it with his skin. The township has very little organization of which the state can make use. It does not seem even to have an elder or headman, and, from the threat of a flogging, we may gather that its common herdsman will be a slave. Purchases of cattle cannot be made with the witness of the township. The purchaser ought to seek out 2 or 3 of those 12 standing witnesses who are appointed for every 100. So again, in the 12th century, we see the finder of a stray beast bringing it into the Vill. He conducts it to the church door and tells his story to the priest, the reeve, and as many of the best men of the Vill as can be got together. Then the reeve sends to the 4 neighboring vills, calls in from each the priest, the reeve and 3 or 4 men, and recounts the tale in their presence. Then on the following day he goes to the head man of the 100 and puts the whole matter before him and delivers up the beast to him, unless indeed the place where it was found straying was within the domain of some lord who had sake and soke. Here again, the organization of the township appears to be of a most rudimentary kind. It has no court, unless its lord has sake and soke. It has no power to detain an estray for safe custody. In this very simple case, it requires the help of other vills and must transmit the cause to the 100 court. And so again, though there may be some reason for thinking that at one time the murder fined the fine payable if the slayer of a foreigner was not arrested was primarily exigible from the Vill in which the corpse was found, the 100 being but subsidiarily liable, still this rule seems to have been soon abandoned, and the burden of the fine, a fine far too heavy for a single Vill, was cast upon the 100. For all this, however, the law knew and made use of the township. The Domesday commissioners required the testimony of the priest, the reeve and 6 villani of every Vill. So soon as the law about suit to the 100 court becomes at all plain, the suit is due rather from vills than from men, and the burden is discharged by the lord of the Vill or his steward. Or, if neither of them can attend, then by the priest, the reeve and 4 of the Vill's best men. How could these requirements be met by a Vill which had no lord? It would be a fair remark that the existence of such vills is not contemplated by the Norman rulers. The men who will represent the Vill before the Domesday commissioners will in their eyes be villani. This assumption is becoming true enough. We have seen Orwell full of sokemen. In 1086 there is never a sokeman in it. There is no one in it who is above the rank of a villein. Count Roger and Walter Gifford, Count Allen and Geoffrey de Mandeville can make such arrangements about the suit of Orwell, the reeveship of Orwell, as they think fit. Everywhere the Frenchmen are consolidating their manors, creating domain land where their English antecessors had none, devising scientific frontiers, doing what in them lies to make every Vill a manor. Thus is evolved that state of things which comes before us in the 13th century. The work of the foreigners was done so completely that we can see but very little of the institutions that they swept away. On the whole, however, we shall do well not to endow the free township of the Confessor's day with much organization. We may be certain that, at least as a general rule, it had no court. We may doubt very gravely whether it always had any elder, headman, or reeve. Often it was a small and yet a heterogeneous, and a politically distracted body. Some of its members might be attached to the house of Godwin, some had sworn to live and die for the house of Leofric. Just because it is free it has few, if any, communal payments to make. Only if it comes under a single lord will it have to render a provender rent, a taila, or jursuma. As a sphere for communal action, there remains only the regulation of the arable lands, the woods and waste. We cannot say for certain that these give scope for much regulation. The arable strips are held in severalty. If by chance some of them are held in common, this in all probability is a case rather of co-ownership than of communal ownership. The pasture rights may well be regarded as appurtenances of the arable strips. The practice of co-oration need not be enforced by law. The man who will not help his neighbors must be content to see his own land unplowed. The course of agriculture is fixed and will not be often or easily altered. The realism, which roots every right and duty in a definite patch of soil, the rapid conversion of new arrangements into immemorial customs, the practice of taking turn and turnabout, the practice of casting lots, these will do much towards settling questions such as our modern imaginations would solve by means of a village council. No doubt, from time to time, a new departure is made. New land is reclaimed from the waste. Perhaps the pasture rights are stinted or redistributed, a mill is built or a church is endowed. But all this requires no periodic assemblies, no organization that we dare call either permanent or legal. Once in 5 years or so, there may be something to be done. and done it will be by a resolution of the villagers, which is, or calls itself, an unanimous resolution. If the Cambridgeshire townships had been landowning corporations, each of them would have passed as a single unit into the hands of some Norman baron. But this did not happen. On the contrary, the Norman barons had to content themselves with intermixed strips. The strips of Aelfger's men went to Count Roger, the strips of Edith's men went to Count Alan. We are far from denying the existence of a communal sentiment, of a notion that somehow or another the men of the Vill taken as a whole own the lands of the Vill. But this sentiment, this notion, if strong, was vague. There were no institutions in which it could realize itself, there was no form of speech or thought in which it could find an apt expression. It evaded the grasp of law. At the touch of jurisprudence, the township became a mere group of individuals, each with his separate rights. Schmid ap. V. This might mean a seat of justice in the gate of his own bar. But this document will hardly be older than, if so old as Cent. X, by which time we should suppose that bar more often pointed to a borough than to a strong house. We may guess that in the latter sense it was supplanted by the hall of which we read a great deal in Domesday. See above, p. 109. However, it does not seem certain that O.E. Jeet can mean street. A.S. Cron, Ann, 994. Thorpe Diplomatarium, 610. When the confessor sends a writ to London, he addresses it to the bishop, Portreeve, and Barthens. C.K. Roman 4. pp. 856, 857, 861, 872. Gross Guild Merchant, I 183, 189. Gross Op Sit, Roman 2, 37. Hist. Eng. Law, I 257. A.S. Cron, Ann, 1097. Eke mange Surin the midwiors to London Belumpon. Thorpe thought good to substitute Sipan for Surin. D.B. I 298. Outside York were some lands which gelded with the city, et in tribus operibus regis cum civibus errant. This refers to the Trinoda necessitas. Som Dienstag des Deutschen Statuessens, Leipzig. Ellis Introduction, I 240, 8-53. D.B. I 56b. D.B. I 1. Black Book of the Admiralty, Roman 2, 158. The herring season, that is from St. Michael's Day to St. Clement's Nov. St. Andrew's Day is Dec. 1. Edward I 1, Ethelstan, Roman 2. 1213, Roman 4. 2, Roman 6. 10, Edmund, Roman 3. 5, Edgar, Roman 4. 711, Legwill. I 45, Legwill, Roman 3. 10, C. Schmid, Glossar, S.V., Marktrecht. Edgar, Roman 4. 36. We should expect rather 36 than 33, and Roman 36 might easily become Roman 33. K 280, Roman 2. 63, 316, Roman 2, 118. Kemble Cod, Dip. 1075, V 142. Kemble, Saxons, Roman 2. 328 Thorpe, 136. G. Landfee, G. Fiftwhite, G. Stale, G. Wosipung, G. Barwheel Seatonge. In D.B. I 173, it is said that the Bishop of Worcester had received the third penny of the borough. Apparently in the confessor's day he received £6, the third of a sum of £18. As to the early history of markets, see the paper contributed by Mr. C. I. Elton to the report of the Royal Commission on Market Rights, 1889. Ethelstan, Roman 2, 14. The general equivalence of port and bar we may perhaps infer from Ethelstan, Roman 2. 14. No one is to coin money outside a port, and there is to be a moneyer in every bar. Stockport, Langport, Amport, Newport Pagnell, Milbourne Port, Little Port are instances. But a very small river might be sufficient to make a place a haven. Seemingly, if this oe, port is not lat, portus, it is lat, porta, and there is some fascination about the suggestion that the burgete, or in modern German the burgas, in which the market is held, was described in Latin as porta burgi. In AD 762, KIP 133, we have a house qui eam ad quenigatum urbis dorwernes in foro posita est. In AD 845, K Roman 2. P26, we find a publica strata in Canterbury, ubi appelleter via oragat, that is, the gate of the men of Y. But what we have to account for is the adoption of port as an English word, and if our ancestors might have used jeet, they need not have borrowed. In AD. K Roman 2. p. 63, the king bestows on the Church of Worcester certain liberties at a spot in the town of London. Hoc est, quod habet intus liberaliter modium et pondera et mensura sicut in port mos est ad fruendum. To have public weights and measures is characteristic of a portus equals haven. The word may have spread outwards from London. Dr. Stubbs, const. Hist. I 439, gives a weighty vote for porta, but the continental usage deserves attention. Pyern, Revue Historique, Elva. 75. Touts les villes anciens en Flandre, si formant au bord des eaux et portent le nom caractéristique de portus, c'est à dire de débarcadires, c'est decimo portus que vient le mot flamand porter qui dessine le bourgeois. CDB I 181b, in Hereford Port. DB I 143. DB I 230. Cutts, Colchester 65, Round in the Antiquary, Volume Roman 6, 1882 p. 5. DB Roman 2, 106-7, C. Round Op. Sit. p. 252. Hist. Eng. Law. I 629. DB I 252. DB I 179. So at Chester, I 262b, it is considered possible that the heir will not be able to pay the relief of 10 shillings and will forfeit the tenement. DB I 336. DB Roman 2, 116. See also the case of Thetford, DB Roman 2, 119, where there had been numerous burgesses who could choose their lords. DB I 280. DB I 336b. DB Roman 2, 117. DB I 2. In 923, KVP 186, we hear of land outside Canterbury called Burhuer Boccasaras, apparently acres booked to burgesses. DB I 100. DB Roman 2, 107. In commune burgensum eii, Roman 20, accretari et circa murum Roman 8, perci, de quo toto per annum habent burgenses lx, sol, ad servicium regis si opus furit sin autumn in commune dividunt. As to this most difficult passage, see Round, Antiquary, Volume Roman 6, 1882, p. 97. Perhaps the most natural interpretation of it is that the community or commune of the burgesses holds this land and receives by way of rent from tenants, to whom it is let, the sum of 60 shillings a year, which, if this be necessary, goes to make up what the borough has to pay to the king, or otherwise is divisible among the burgesses. But, as Mr. Round rightly remarks, 60 shillings for this land would be a large rent. DB I 2. Ipsi quoque burgenses habent de rege 33 acras terri in gildum suum. Another version says, 33 agros ter quos burgenses semper haburunt in gilda aerum de donis omnium regum. The document here cited is preserved in a cartulary of St. Augustine and is printed in Larking, Domesday of Kent, App. It is closely connected with the Domesday Survey and is of the highest interest. Gross Guild Merchant Roman 2, 37. We do not even know for certain that, when our record says that the burgesses and the clerks held land in gildum suum, more was meant than that the land was part of their geldable property. See Gross, Guild Merchant, I 189. In the Exon Domesday the geld is gildum. DB I 154. See above, p. 179. In modern York, the freemen inhabiting the different wards had rights of pasture varying from ward to ward. Appendix to Report of Municipal Corporations Commissioners, 1835, p. York is one of the towns in which we may perhaps suppose that there has been a gradual union of several communities which were at one time agrarianly distinct. CDB I 298. Dr. Stubbs seems to regard this as a common case and speaks of the townships which made up the borough, const hist. We cannot think that the evidence usually points in this direction, and have grave doubts as to the existence within the walls of various communities that were called townships. Within borough walls, we must not leap from parish to township. DB I 203. As to the whole of this matter, see Mr. Round's paper on Domesday Finance in Domesday Studies, Volume I. Hist. Eng. Law I 635. DB I 219. The case of London is anomalous, but not so anomalous as it is often supposed to be. On this point see Round, Geoffrey de Manville, 347 ff., on the pipe roll of 2 hen, Roman 2. pp. 24, the citizens of Lincoln are accounting for a farm of 180 pounds, while the sheriff in consequence of this arrangement is credited with 140 pounds, Blanche, when he accounts for the farm of the shire. This is as yet a rare phenomenon. As to the round sums cast on the boroughs, see round in Domesday Studies, I 117 ff. Also round, feudal England, 156. This may not have been the case in East Anglia. DB I 252. DB I 298. Of York we read, in the geld of the city are 84 carucates of land, each of which gelds as much as one house in the city. This seems to point to an automatic adjustment. To find out how much geld any house pays, divide the total sum that is thrown upon York by the number of houses plus 84. Mr. Round, Domesday Studies, I 129, who has done more than anyone else for the elucidation of the finance of Domesday, has spoken of the great Anglo-Saxon principle of collective liability. This may be a useful term, provided that we distinguish a. Liability of a corporation for the whole tax whenever it is levied. b. Joint and several liability of all the burgesses for the whole tax whenever it is levied. c. Liability of each burgess for a share of the whole tax, the amount that he must pay in any year being affected by an increase or decrease in the number of contributories. See the entry touching Colchester, above p. 201, note 787. DBI 1. DBI 238. The custom of Warwick was that when the king made an expedition by land, 10 burgesses of Warwick should go for all the rest. He who did not go when summoned by whom, paid 100 shillings to the king, so his offense was against the king, not against the town. And if the king went against his enemies by sea, they sent him 4 boatswains or £4 in money. DB I 56b. DB I 179. At Chester, DB I 262b, the 12 civic eudices paid a fine if they were absent without excuse from the 100. This seems to mean that their court was called a 100 moot. It is very possible that, at least in the earliest time, the moot that was held in the borough had jurisdiction over a territory considerably larger than the walled space, and in this case the urban would hardly differ from the rural 100. A somewhat new kind of 100 might be formed without the introduction of any new idea. DB I 336. Hist. Eng. Law I 631. Green Town Life, Volume ICH, Sci. DB I 189. DB I 336b. DB I 336b. DB I 298. DB I 262b. RH I 354-6. Besides the well-known English books, see a paper by Conrad Mora, Sitzungsbericht der Akademie der Wissenschaften zu München, Philosoph, Philolog, Class 1887, Volume Roman 2, p. 363, in the legs Edwa. Conf. 38 Section 2, the Legemany et Meliors Homines de Burgo seem to serve as inquest men rather than doomsmen, while the lawmen of the document concerning the Dunsatin, Schmid, App. I seem to be doomsmen. Gross Guild Merchant Roman 2, 114 ff. Hist. Eng. Law I 642. DB Roman 2. 290, Ipswich. Modo viro sunt 110 burgenses qui consududinum redunt et 100 paupers burgenses qui non possunt redire ad geltum regis nisi unum denarium de suis capitibus. DB Roman 2. 116, Norwich. Modo sunt in Burgo 665 burgenses Anglici et consududines redunt et 480 bordare qui propter papirium nullem redunt consududinum. DB I 108b. Whether the Novum Burgum mentioned in DB I 17 is Winchelsea or Rye or a new town at Hastings seems to be disputable. See Round, Feudal England, 568. DB I 26b, 27. DB I 4b. DB I 4b see also, 10b. DB I 12. DB I 345, 283b, it has been said that Leofric gave Newark to the sea. Dodsworth's Yorkshire Notes, ed. R. Holmes, reprinted from Yorkshire Archaeological Journal, p. 126. DB I 316, b. The estate is ingeldable, and therefore looks like an ancient possession of the king. DB 337b, Toft's Sacaminorum Tainorum. Some commentators have seen here, Socmen Thanes, but the other interpretation seems far more probable. Had these towns been described in Great Doomsday, they would probably have been definitely placed outside the Terra Regis. DB Roman II, 311, 312, 385. DB Roman II, 319b. DB Roman II, 389b, Semper Unum Mercatum Modo 43 Burgenses. For Sudbury, see DB Roman II, 286b. For Beccles, 369b. DB I 136b. In Burbio Huius Villi 52 Burgenses. The word burbium looks as if someone had argued that as suburbium means an annex to a town, therefore burbium must mean a town. But the influence of bar, burg, borg may be suspected. A few pages back, 132, the Burgham of Hertford seems to be spoken of as hoc suburbium. It is of course to be remembered that burgus or burgum was a word with which the Normans were familiar. It was becoming the French bourg. It is difficult to unravel any distinctively French thread in the institutional history of our boroughs during the Norman age. But the little knot of traders clustered outside a lord's castle at Clare or Berkhamsted, at Tutbury, Wigmore, or Rhuddlan may have for its type rather a French bourg than an English bar. Indeed, at Rhuddlan, I 269, the burgesses have received the law of Bretuil. For Taunton, CDB I 87b, isti consududines pertinent ad tanton, burgerist, latrones, passus infractio, hainfair denari 100 denarii s petri siriciety. Compare the document which stands as K 897 Roman 4, 233, Thetas erist, see omen redden into tantun sur cetas and barcheretu. See also K 1084, V 157, ut episcopi homines tam nobles quam ignobles. Hoc idem ius in omni haberent dignitate quo regis homines perferenter, regalibus fiscus comorantes. DB Roman II, 5b. DB Roman II, 104. DB I 163. DB I 75. DB I 100, 108b. DB I 86b. DB I 87. See above P 188. DB 38b, 44. DB 64b. DB 66. The burgesses belonging to Ramsbury are really at Cricklade, D. BI 66. It seems very possible that already before the conquest, some boroughs had fallen out of the list. In Cent. X we read, for example, of a burgh at Towcester and of a bar at Witham in Essex. We must not indeed contend that a shire-supported town with tenurial heterogeneity came into existence wherever Edward the Elder or the Lady of the Mercians wrought a bar. But still during a time of peace, the walls of a petty bar would be neglected, and if the great majority of the inhabitants were the king's tenants, there would be little to distinguish this place from a royal village of the common kind. See for Towcester, DB I 219b. For Witham, DB Roman II. B in later days we may see an old borough, such as Buckingham, falling very low and sending no burgesses to Parliament. It will be understood that we have not pledged ourselves to any list of the places that were boroughs in. There are difficult cases such as that of St. Albans, see above P 181. But we are persuaded that few places were deemed burghy, except the shire towns. A last relic of the old borough piece may be found in Britain's definition of burglary I 42. Burglars are those who feloniously in time of peace break churches, or the houses of others, or the walls or gates of our cities or boroughs, de nos cites o de nos burgs. By a charter of enfranchisement, a lord might introduce burgage tenure and abolish servile customs. But it must be, to say the least, doubtful whether he could, without the king's license, confer upon a village the public status of a borough, and e.g. authorize it to behave like 100 before the justices in eyre. This is one of the reasons why sheriffs can draw the line where they please, and why some towns which have been enfranchised never obtain a secure place in the list of parliamentary boroughs. Hist. Eng. Law I 630. When it is being said that if land in the borough escheats, it always escheats to the king, the mean tenures are already being forgotten within the borough, just as in modern times we have forgotten them in the open country. The burgher's power of devising his land made escheat a rare event, and so destroyed the evidence of mean tenure. See above, p. 212. Also, the king might give away an undivided share of the borough. Apparently, the Church of Worcester had received the third penny of the city ever since the day when the burgh was wrought by the ealdorman and lady of the Mercians. See above, p. 194. Essay Roman 2. England before the Conquest. No one can spend patient hours in examining the complex web disclosed by Domesday Book without making some theories, at least some guesses, about the political, social, and economic threads of which that web has been woven. But if we here venture to fashion and state a few such theories or such guesses, it is with no hope that they will be a complete explanation of Old English history. For, in the first place, we are to speak mainly of the things of the law, of legal ideas and legal forms, and once for all we may protest that we have no wish to overestimate their importance. The elaborate and long-continued development to which we point when we speak of feudalism cannot be fully explained by any discussion of legal ideas and legal forms. On the other hand, it cannot be fully explained without such discussion, for almost all that we can know about it is to be found in legal documents. In the second place, we are to make a selection. Certain phases of our oldest legal history, notably those which are called constitutional, have been so fully treated by classical books that at the present moment there is no good reason why we should traverse the ground that has been covered. Therefore, if, for example, we say little or nothing of the ancient Germanic comitatus, or of the relationship between lord and man in so far as it is a merely personal relationship, this will not be because we have overlooked these matters. It will be because there is nothing to be gained by our repeating what has been well and sufficiently said by Dr. Conrad Mora, Dr. Reinhold Schmid, Dr. Stubbs, and others. And if, again, we lay great stress on what may be called the ecclesiastical phase of the feudalizing process, this will not be because we think it the only phase. It will be because we think that too little attention has been paid by English writers to the influence which the churches exercised upon temporal affairs by means of their endowments. The day for an artistically proportioned picture of the growth of feudalism has not yet come. The day for a quantitative analysis of the elements of feudalism may never come. For the present, we must be content if we can bring out a few new truths or set a few old truths in a new light. The vast and intricate subject may be approached from many different quarters. If we can make some little progress along our chosen path, we shall be all the more willing to admit that progress along other paths is possible. It cannot but be, however, that this part of our work should be controversial, though it need not be polemical. We are told that, in spite of all the labor that has been spent on the early history of England, scholars are still at variance upon the most fundamental of questions. The question whether that history began with a population of independent freemen or with a population of dependent serfs. Some exception may be taken to this statement. No one denies that for the purposes of English history slavery is a primitive institution, nor that in the 7th and 8th centuries there were many slaves in England. On the other hand, no one will assert that we can ascertain, even approximately, the ratio that the number of slaves bore to the number of free men. Moreover, such terms as dependent and independent are not words that we can profitably quarrel over, since they are inexact and ambiguous. For all this, however, it may well be said that there are two main theories before the world. The one would trace the English manor back to the Roman villa, would think of the soil of England as being tilled from the first mainly by men who, when they were not mere slaves, were coloni ascript to the land. The other would postulate the existence of a large number of free men who with their own labor tilled their own soil, of men who might fairly be called free, peasant proprietors, since they were far from rich and had few slaves or servants, and yet who were no mere peasants since they habitually bore arms in the national host. What may be considered for the moment as a variant on this latter doctrine would place the ownership of the soil, or of large tracts of the soil, not in these free peasants taken as individuals, but in free village communities. Now we will say at once that the first of these theories we cannot accept if it be put forward in a general form, if it be applied to the whole or anything like the whole of England. Certainly, we are not in a position to deny that in some cases, a Roman villa having come into the hands of a Saxon chieftain, He treated the slaves and colony that he found upon it in much the same way as that in which they had been theretofore treated, though even in such a case the change was in all probability momentous, since large commerce and all that large commerce implies had perished. But against the hypothesis that this was the general case, the English language and the names of our English villages are the unanswered protest. It seems incredible that the bulk of the population should have been of Celtic blood, and yet that the Celtic language should not merely have disappeared, but have stamped few traces of itself upon the speech of the conquerors. This we regard as an objection which goes to the root of the whole matter, and which throws upon those who would make the English nation in the main, a nation of Celtic bondmen, the burden of strictly proving their thesis. The German invaders must have been numerous. The Britons were no cowards. They contested the soil inch by inch. The struggle was long and arduous. What then, we must ask, became of the mass of the victors? Surely it is impossible that they at once settled down as the dependent serfs of their chieftains. Again, though it is very likely that where we find a land of scattered steads and of isolated hamlets, there the Germanic conquerors have spared or have been unable to subdue the Britons or have adapted their own arrangements to the exterior framework that was provided by Celtic or Roman agriculture. Still, until Maitland has been refuted, we are compelled to say that our true villages, the nucleated villages with large, open fields, are not Celtic, are not Roman, but are very purely and typically German. But this is not all. Hereafter we shall urge some other objections. The doctrine in question will give no rational explanation of the state of things that is revealed to us by the Domesday survey of the northern and eastern counties, and it will give no rational explanation of seigneurial justice. This being so, we seem bound to suppose that at one time there was a large class of peasant proprietors, that is, of free men who tilled the soil that they owned, and to discuss the process which substitutes for peasant proprietorship the manorial organization. Though we cannot deal at any length with a matter which lies outside the realm of legal history, we ought at once to explain that we need not regard this change as a retrogression. There are indeed historians who have not yet abandoned the habit of speaking of feudalism as though it were a disease of the body politic. Now the word feudalism is and always will be an inexact term, and, no doubt, at various times and places there emerge phenomena which may with great propriety be called feudal, and which come of evil and make for evil. But if we use the term, and often we do, in a very wide sense, if we describe several centuries as feudal, then feudalism will appear to us as a natural and even a necessary stage in our history. That is to say, if we would have the England of the 16th century arise out of the England of the 8th without passing through a period of feudalism, we must suppose many immense and fundamental changes in the nature of man and his surroundings. If we use the term in this wide sense, then the barbarian conquests being given us as an unalterable fact. Feudalism means civilization, the separation of employments, the division of labor, the possibility of national defense, the possibility of art, science, literature, and learned leisure. The cathedral, the scriptorium, the library are as truly the work of feudalism as is the baronial castle. When therefore we speak, as we shall have to speak, of forces which make for the subjection of the peasantry to seigneurial justice, and which substitute the manor with its villeins for the free village, we shall so at least it seems to us be speaking not of abnormal forces, not of retrogression, not of disease, but in the main of normal and healthy growth. Far from us, indeed, is the cheerful optimism which refuses to see that the process of civilization is often a cruel process. But the England of the 11th century is nearer to the England of the 19th than is the England of the 7th nearer by just 400 years. This leads to a remark which concerns us more deeply. As regards the legal ideas in which feudalism is expressed, a general question may be raised. If we approach them from the standpoint of modern law, if we approach them from the standpoint of the classical Roman law, they are confused ideas. In particular, no clear line is drawn between public and private law. Ownership is dominium, but governmental power, jurisdictional power, these also are dominium. Office is property, taxes are rents, governmental relationships arise ex contractu. Then within the province of private law the ideas are few, these few have hard work to do, their outlines are blurred. One dominium rises above another dominium, one season over another season. Efforts after precision made in comparatively recent times by Romanizing lawyers serve only to show how vague was the subject matter with which they had to deal. They would give the lord a dominium directum, the vassal a dominium util. But then, when there has been further subinfeudation, this vassal will have a dominium util as regards the lord paramount, but a dominium directum as regards the subvassal. So again, as we shall see hereafter, the gift of land shades off into the loan of land, the loan into the gift. The question then occurs whether we are right in applying to this state of things such a word as confusion, a word which implies that things that once were distinct have wrongfully or unfortunately been mixed up with each other, a word which implies error or retrogression. Now, no doubt, from one point of view, namely that of universal history, we do see confusion and retrogression. Ideal possessions which have been won for mankind by the thought of Roman lawyers are lost for a long while and must be recovered painfully. Lines that have been traced with precision are smudged out, and then they must be traced once more. If we regard Western Europe as a whole, this retrogression appears as a slow change. How slow that is a much controverted question. There are, for example, historians who would have us think of the Gaul of Merovingian times as being in the main governed by Roman ideas and institutions, which have indeed been sadly debased, but still are the old ideas and institutions. There are other historians who can discover in this same Gaul little that is not genuinely German and barbarous. But at any rate, it must be admitted that somehow or another a retrogression takes place, that the best legal ideas of the 9th and 10th centuries are not so good, so modern, as those of the 3rd and 4th. If, however, we take a narrower view and fix our eyes upon the barbarian hordes which invade a Roman province, shall we say that their legal thought gradually goes to the bad and loses distinctions which it has once apprehended? To turn to our own case shall we say that Englishmen of the 8th century mark the line that divides public from private law, while Englishmen of the 11th century cannot perceive it. No one perhaps to such a question would boldly say, yes. And yet, when it comes to a treatment of particulars, an affirmative answer seems to be implied in much that has been written even by modern historians. They begin at the beginning and attribute precise ideas and well-defined law to the German conquerors of Britain. If they began with the 11th century and thence turned to the earlier time, they might come to another opinion, to the opinion that in the beginning all was very vague, and that such clearness and precision as legal thought has attained in the days of the Norman conquest has been very gradually attained, and is chiefly due to the influence which the old heathen world working through the Roman Church has exercised upon the new. The process that is started when barbarism is brought into contact with civilization is not simple. The hitherto naked savage may at once assume some part of the raiment, perhaps the hat, of the white man. When after a while he puts these things aside and learns to make for himself clothes suitable to the climate in which he lives and the pursuits in which he is engaged, we see in this an advance, not a relapse. And yet he has abandoned some things that belong to the white man. Even so, when our kings of the 8th century set their hands to documents written in Latin and bristling with the technical terms of Roman law, to documents which at first sight seem to express clear enough ideas of ownership and alienation, we must not at once assume that they have grasped these ideas. In course of time, men will evolve formulas which will aptly fit their thought. For example, the feudal charter of fiefment with its tenendum de me and its redendo mehi. Externally, it will not be so Roman, or, we may say it, so modern a document as was the land book of the 8th century, and yet in truth there has been progress not retrogress. Words that Roman lawyers would have understood give way before words which would have been nonsense to them, fifamentum, liberatio saecini, and the like. This is as it should be. Men are learning to say what they really mean. And now let us remember that our materials for the legal history of the long age which lies behind Domesday Book are scanty. A long age it is, even if we measure it only from the date of Augustine's mission. The Conqueror stands midway between Ethelbert and Elizabeth. To illustrate 500 years of legal history, we have only the Dooms and the land books. The Dooms are so much taken up with the work of keeping the peace and punishing theft that they tell us little of the structure of society or of the feudalizing process, while as to what they imply it is but too easy for different men to form different opinions. Some 1,200 land books or charters, genuine and spurious, are our best, almost our only evidence, and it must needs be that they will give us but a partial and one-sided view of intricate and many-sided facts. Footnotes. Ashley, Introduction to Fustel de Coulanges, Origin of Property in Land, p. Roman 7. The gradual disappearance in recent times of the Irish language is no parallel case, for this is a triumph of the printing press. Mr. Stevenson tells me that the number of unquestioned cases of a word borrowed from Celtic in very ancient times is now reduced to less than 10. Maitson, Siedelung und Agrarwesen der Germanen, especially Roman 2. ff. We shall use, and cite by the letter K, Kemble's Codex Diplomaticus Evi Saxonis. We shall refer by the letters H and S to the third volume of the councils and ecclesiastical documents edited by Haddon and Stubbs, by the letter T to Thorpe's Diplomatarium, by the letter B to Birch's Cartularium, by the letter E to Earl's Land Charters. Reference will also be made to the two collections of facsimiles, namely, the 4 volumes which come from the British Museum and the 2 which come from the Ordnance Survey. We are yet a long way off a satisfactory edition of the land books. A model has been lately set by Prof. Napier and Mr. Stevenson in their edition of the Crawford Collection of Early Charters, Oxford, 1895. Section 1, Bookland and the Land Book. Now these charters or land books are, with hardly any exceptions, ecclesiastical title deeds. Most of them are deeds whereby lands were conveyed to the churches. Some are deeds whereby lands were conveyed to men who conveyed them to the churches. Partial, one-sided, and in details untrustworthy though the testimony that they bear may be, there is still one general question that they ought to answer and we ought to ask. Domesday Book shows us many of the churches as the lords of wide and continuous tracts of land. Now about this important element in the feudal structure, the land books ought to tell us something. They ought to tell us how the churches acquired their territories. They ought to tell us what class of men made gifts of land to the churches. They ought to tell us whether those gifts were of big tracts or of small pieces. For example, let us remember how Domesday Book shows us that 4 minsters, Worcester, Evesham, Pershore, and Westminster, were lords of 7/12 of Worcestershire, that the Church of Worcester was lord of 1/4 of that shire and lord of the 300 of Oswaldslaw. How did that church become the owner of 1/4 of a county, to say nothing of lands in other shires? We ought to be able to answer this question in general terms, for among the charters that have come down to us, there is no series which is longer. There is hardly a long series which is of better repute than the line of the land books which belonged to the Church of Worcester. They come to us for the more part in the form of a cartulary compiled not long after the conquest by the monk Hemming at the instance of Bishop Wulfstan. Now the answer that they give to our question is this: with but few exceptions, the donors of these lands were kings or underkings of the Mercians, kings of the English, and the gifts were large gifts. Very often the charter comprised a tract of land which in Domesday Book appears as a whole vill or as several contiguous vills. Seldom indeed is the subject matter of the gift described as being a villa or a vicus. The king merely says that he gives so many manses or the land of so many maintenance at a certain place. Still, if we compare these charters with Domesday Book, we shall become convinced that very often the land given was of wide extent. For example, Domesday Book tells us that the Church of Worcester holds Sedgeborough, Segisbaru, where it has 4 hides for geld, but 8 plough teams. How was this acquired? The monks answer that 3 centuries ago, in 777, Aldred the Underking of the Achwickas gave them Viculum qui nuncupater et Segisbaru ei. Mansions, that land having been given to him by Offa king of the Mercians, in order that the soul of the subregulus might have something done for it. In the Conqueror's reign, the Archbishop of Canterbury held a great estate in Middlesex of which Harrow was the centre, and which contained no less than 100 hides. Already in 832, the Archbishop or his church had 104 hides at Harrow. Here we will state our belief, its grounds will appear in another essay, that the manses that the kings throw about by 5s and 10s and 20s are no small holdings, but hides each of which contains, or is for fiscal purposes deemed to contain, some 120 acres of arable land together with stretches, often wide stretches, of wood, meadow, and waste, the extent of which varies from case to case. From the 7th century onwards, the kings are giving large territories to the churches. One instance is beyond suspicion, for Bede attests it. In 686 or thereabouts, Ethelwil, king of the South Saxons, gave to Bishop Wilfrid the land of 87 families in the promontory of Selsey, and among its inhabitants were 250 male and female slaves. This gift comprised a spacious tract of country. It comprised what then were, or what afterwards became, the sites of many villages. But to whichever of our oldest churches we turn, the story that it proclaims in its title deeds is always the same. We obtained our lands by means of royal grants. We obtained them not in little pieces, here a few acres and there a few, but in great pieces. Canterbury and Winchester echo the tale that is told by Worcester. Another example may be given. It is one that has been carefully examined of late. In 739, King Ethelherd of Wessex gave to Forther Bishop of Sherborne 20 cassati at the place called Criddy. Thereby he disposed of what now are the parishes of Crediton, Newton St. Cyres, Upton Pine, Brantford Speke, Hiddesley, Drewstainton, Colebrook, Morchard Bishop, Sandford, Kennerley, and the modern parish of Sherwood, part of Cheriton Bishop, and possibly the whole of Clanaborough. He disposed of the whole and more than the whole of the modern hundred of Crediton. Then, to choose one last instance, it is said that already in 679 Osric of the Hwickas gave to an abbess centum maintenance qui adiacent civitati qui vocatur hot bathu. It is not unlikely that this means that a king newly converted to Christianity disposed by one deed of many square leagues of land, namely, of the 100 of Bath. The kingdom of the Hwickas was not boundless. If Osric executed a few more charters of this kind, he would soon have booked it all. Let us then examine with some care the charters that come to us from the earliest period, a period which shall begin with the year 600 and end with the year 750. From this time, we have some 40 charters sufficiently genuine for our present purpose. With hardly an exception, the grantor is a king or an underking, while the grantee is a dead saint, a church, a bishop, an abbot, or a body of monks. If the grantee is a layman, the gift is made to him in order that he may found a minster. If this purpose is not expressed, it is to be understood. Thus, in 674, or thereabouts, Wulfher, king of the Mercians, gives 5 manses to his kinsman Bertfirth as a perpetual inheritance. Bertfirth is to have full power to give them to whom he pleases, and we are not told that he proposes to devote them to pious uses. Nevertheless, the king makes the gift for the love of Almighty God and of his faithful servant Saint Peter. In other cases, the laïdony is to hold the land by church right or by minster right. Indeed, there seems to be no single deed of this period which does not purport upon its face to be in some sort an ecclesiastical act, an act done for the good of the church. These charters are documents of ecclesiastical origin. They are also documents of foreign origin. The bishops and abbots have brought or have imported models from abroad. The books that they induce the kings to sign are full of technical phrases which already have an ancient history. By way of illustration, we will notice one point at which there is an instructive resemblance and an instructive contrast. On the continent, a grantor of lands ends his conveyance with a penal stipulation. If an heir of his controverts the deed, he is to pay a certain sum, and none the less the conveyance is to remain in full force. In England, we cannot thus stipulate for a pecuniary penalty. The land book is still so purely an ecclesiastical affair that the punishment of its violator must be left to the church and to God. So instead of stipulating that he shall pay money, we stipulate that he shall be excommunicated, and, if impenitent, damned, but we do not forget to add that none the less the conveyance shall remain as valid and effectual as ever. If anyone, says Edric of Kent, shall attempt to go against this gift, let him be separated from all Christianity and the body and blood of Jesus Christ, manentem hanc donationis charcelam in sua nihilaminis firmatate. Such words may look somewhat out of place in their new surroundings, but they are part of a venerable formula. But what is the model to which in the last resort these documents go back? A conveyance by a Roman landowner. He has in the land full and absolute dominium and is going to transfer this to another. Let us observe that the recorded motive which prompts a king to set his cross, or rather Christ's cross, to a land book is a purely personal motive. He wishes to save his soul, he desires pardon for his crimes. Of the welfare of his realm he says nothing, but his soul must be saved. Sometimes he will give land to an underking or to an ealdorman, for they also have souls and may desire salvation. He is acting as a private landowner might act. Then he uses terms and phrases which belong to the realm of pure private law. He asserts in the most energetic of all the words that the law of the lower empire could provide that he is a landowner and that he is going to transfer land ownership. The land in question is tellus me, or it is terra iuris me. Then it is the very land itself that he gives, the land of so many manses, with all the appurtenances, fields, pastures, woods, marshes. It is no mere right over the land that he gives, but the very soil itself. Next let us observe the terms in which the act of conveyance is stated. Perpetualiter trado et demio iur in chu transcribo terram. Ut tam tu, quam posteri tui tenides, possidatis et quicunc valoris de idem terra facere liberum habetis potestatum. The Latin language of the time had no terms more potent or precise than these. Or again, aliquantilam agri partum, Walterio episcopo in dominio doner decrevimus. Or again, eternaliter et perseverabiliter possidat abendi vel dandi cuicumc eliger valorit. But it is needless to multiply examples. No doubt, then, if we bring to the interpretation of these instruments the ideas of an earlier or of a later time, the ideas of ancient Rome or of modern Europe, we see the king as a landowner conferring on the church's land ownership pure and simple. The fact on which our constitutional historians have laid stress, namely, that sometimes, for we must not overstate the case, the king says that the bishops and his great men are consenting to his deed, important though it may be in other contexts, is of little moment here. The king is put before us as the owner of the land conveyed. It is, he says, terra me, terra iuris me. The rule, if rule it be, that he must not give away his land without the consent of bishops and nobles in no way denies his ownership. However, we are at the moment more concerned with the fact, or seeming fact, that what he gives to the churches is ownership and nothing less. But if we loyally accept this seeming fact and think it over, to what conclusions shall we not be brought, when we remember how wide were the lands which the churches acquired from the kings, when we think once more how by virtue of royal gifts the Church of Worcester acquired a quarter of a county? When these lands were given to the church were they wastelands? It is plain that this was not the common case. Already there were manses, there were arable fields, there were meadows, there were tillers of the soil. One of two conclusions seems to follow. Either the king really did own these large districts, and the tillers of the soil were merely his slaves or coloni, who were conveyed along with the soil, or else the clear and emphatic language of the charters sadly needs explanation. Now, if we hold by the letter of the charters, if we say that the king really does confer land ownership upon the churches, there will be small room left for any landowners in England save the kings, the churches, and perhaps a few great nobles. This is a theory which, for many reasons, we cannot adopt. No one can adopt it who is not prepared to believe that Britain was conquered by a handful of chieftains without followers. The only alternative course seems that of saying that many of the land books, even of the earliest period, despite their language, convey not the ownership of land, but the term must be allowed us, a superiority over land and over free men. Let us for a moment remember that the wording of a modern English conveyance might easily delude a layman or a foreigner. An impecunious earl, we will say, sells his ancient family estate. We look at the deed whereby this sale is perfected. The Earl of A grants unto B.C. and his heirs all the land delineated on a certain map and described in a certain schedule. That in substance is all that the deed tells us. We look at the map, we see a tract of many thousand acres, which, besides a grand mansion, has farmhouses, cottages, perhaps entire villages upon it. The schedule tells us the names of the fields and of the farmhouses. Like enough, no word will hint that anyone lives in the houses and cottages, or that anyone, save the seller, has any right of any kind in any part of this wide territory. But what is the truth? Perhaps 100 different men, farmers and cottagers, have rights of different kinds in various portions of the tract. Some have leases, some have agreements for leases, some hold for terms of years, some hold from year to year, some hold at will. The rights of these tenants stand, as it were, between the purchaser and the land that he has bought. He has bought the benefit, and the burden also, of a large mass of contracts. But of these things his conveyance says nothing. And so again, in the brief charters of the 13th century, a fiefs will say no more than that he has given manerium meum de Westona, as though the manor of Weston were some simple physical object like a black horse. And yet, under analysis, this manerium turns out to be a complex tangle of rights in which many men, free and villein, are concerned. But it will be said that all this is the result of feudalism. It implies just that dismemberment of the dominium, which is one of feudalism's main characteristics. Undoubtedly, in the 12th century, the free tenant in fee simple who holds land in domain can have, must have, a lord above him, who also holds and is seized of that land, and who will speak of the land as his. But we are now in the age before feudalism, in the 7th and 8th centuries. Are we to believe that the free owner of Kemble's Ethel, hid, or allode, might have above him, perhaps always had above him, not merely a lord, for a personal relation of patronage between lord and man is not to the point, but a landlord, one who would speak of that Ethel, hid, or allode, as terra iuris me, one who to save his soul would give that land to a church and tell the bishop or abbot to do whatever he pleased with it? If we believe this, shall we not be believing that so far as English history can be carried, there is no age before feudalism? We will glance for a moment at two transactions which took place near the end of the 7th century. Bede tells how Ethelwil, king of the South Saxons, was persuaded to become a Christian by Wulfr, king of the Mercians. The Mercian received the South Saxon as his godson and by way of christening gift gave him two provinces, namely the Isle of Wight and the territory of the Meanwary in Wessex, perhaps the hundreds of Meon in Hampshire. Then the same Bede tells us that the same Ethelwil gave to Bishop Wilfrid a land of 87 families, to wit, the promontory of Selsey. He gave it with its fields and its men, among whom were 250 male and female slaves. A modern reader will perhaps see here two very different transactions. In the one case he sees the cession of a province by one king to another, and possibly he thinks how Queen Victoria ceded Heligoland to her imperial grandson. The act is an act of public law, a transfer of sovereignty. In the other case he sees a private act, the gift of an estate for pious uses. But Bede and his translator saw little, if any, difference between the two gifts. In each case Bede says Donavit. The translator in the one case says Forgif, in the other Geef and Sealda. Now it will hardly be supposed that the Isle of Wight had no inhabitants who were not the slaves or the colony of the king, and that being so, we are not bound to suppose that there were no free landowners in the promontory of Selsey. May it not be that what Ethelwil had to give and gave to Wilfrid was what in our eyes would be far rather political power than private property? But over the free land of free landowners, what rights had the king which he could cede to another king or to a prelate, saying withal that the subject of his gift was land? He had, as we think, rights of two kinds that were thus alienable. We may call them fiscal rights and justiciary rights, though such terms must be somewhat too precise when applied to the vague thought of the 7th and 8th centuries. Of justiciary rights we shall speak below. As to the rights that we call fiscal, we find that the king is entitled to something that he calls tributum, vectigal to something that he calls pastis, victus, the king's fium. Also there is military service to be done, and the king, when making a gift, may have a word to say about this. Now it must at once be confessed that the charters of this early period seldom suggest any such confusion between political power and ownership as that which we postulate. Still from time to time, hints are given to us that should not be ignored. Thus a Kentish king, shortly after the middle of the 8th century, gave to the church of Rochester 20 plowlands, not only with the fields, woods, meadows, pastures, marshes, and waters thereto pertaining, but also with the tributum which was paid thence to the king. Such a phrase would hardly be appropriate if the king were giving land of which he was the absolute owner, land cultivated for him by his slaves. A little more light is thrown on the matter by the first rude specimens of a clause that is to become common in after times, the clause of immunity. Already in the 7th century, Wulfr of Mercia, having made a gift of 5 manses, adds, "Let this land remain free to all who have it, from all earthly hardships, known or unknown, except fastness and bridge and the common host." So in 732, a king of Kent says, "And no royal due shall be found in it henceforth, saving such as is common to all church lands in this Kent." Ethelbald of Mercia says, "By my royal power I decree that it be free forever from all tribute of secular payments, labors, and burdens, so that the said land may render service to none but Almighty God and the Church." Yet more instructive, if we may rely upon it, is the foundation charter of Evesham Abbey. Ethelwerd has given 12 manses. He then says, "I decree that for the future this land be free from all public tribute, purviance, royal works, military service, ob omni publico vectigali, a victu, ob expedition, ob oper regio, so that all things in that place which are valuable and useful may serve the Church of St. Mary, that is to say, the brethren serving there. Save this, that if in the island belonging to the said land there shall chance to be an unusual supply of mast, the king may have pasture for fattening 1 herd of pigs, but beyond this no pasture shall be set out for any prince or potentate. Now in the first place, these charters speak as though military service is due from land. I, says the king, declare this land to be free from the feud, from the expeditio, or I declare that it is free from all earthly burdens, except military service and the duty of repairing bridge and bar. We are not saying that there is already military tenure, but we do say that already the feud is conceived as a burden on land, in so much that the phrase, this land is or is not to be free of military service, has a meaning. But after all, land never fights, men fight. Of what men then is the king speaking when he says that the land is, or is not, free from the expeditio? Not of the donis themselves, for they are bishops and monks and serve in no army but God's. Not of the slaves who are on the land, for they are not feud-worthy. He is speaking of free men who live on the land. He is declaring that when he has, if so modern a term be suffered, attorned them to the church, they will still have to serve in warfare, or he is declaring that they will be free even from this duty to the state in order that the land may be the more absolutely at the service of God and his stewards. Then military service, along with the duty of repairing bridges and fastnesses, belongs to a genus of dues, of which unfortunately we get but a vague description. There are vectigalia publica, opera regia honora secularia, there is tributum, there is victus. How much of the information that we get about these matters from later days we may carry back with us to the earliest period, it is difficult to say. Apparently the king, the underking, even the ealdorman has a certain right of living at the expense of his subjects, of making a progress through the villages and quartering himself, his courtiers, his huntsmen, his dogs and horses upon the folk of the townships, of exacting a 1 night's farm from this village, a 2 nights' farm from that. The men who have to bear these exactions may well be free men and free landowners. Still over them, the king has certain rights and rights that he can give away. According to our interpretation of the charters, it is often enough such rights as these that the king is giving when he says that he is giving terram iuris me. He declares, it will be observed, that the land is to be free from vectigalia and opera to which it has heretofore been subject. But does he mean by this to benefit the occupiers of the soil? No, he has no care whatever to relieve them. Bent on saving his soul, his care is that the land shall be wholly devoted to the service of God. As we understand the matter, whatever vectigalia and opera, the king has hitherto exacted from these men the church will now exact. The king has conveyed what he had to convey, a superiority over free landowners. It is permissible to doubt whether modern historians have fully realized the extent of the rights which the king had over the land of free landowners. In the middle of these laws, which follow each other in no rational order, we suddenly come upon an isolated text which says this: for 10 hides to foster, 10 vessels of honey, 300 loaves, 12 ambers of Welsh ale, 30 of clear, 2 old oxen or 10 wethers, 10 geese, 20 hens, 10 cheeses, an amber full of butter, 5 salmon, 20 pounds weight of fodder, and 100 eels. The context throws no light upon the sentence, but in truth no sentence in these laws has a context. What is its meaning? We cannot but think that this foster is the king's victus. Once a year from every 10 hides he is entitled to this fium. Perhaps it is a 1 night's fium, for it may be enough to support a king of the 7th century and a modest retinue during 24 hours. Still, it will be no trifling burden upon the land, even if we suppose the hide to have 120 arable acres or thereabouts. Suppose that the king transfers his right over a single hide to some bishop or abbot, the doni will be entitled to receive from that hide a rent which cannot be called insignificant. We dare not argue that this law is a general law for the whole of Wessex. It may refer only to some newly settled and allotted districts. There are other hints in these laws of a need of some large land settlement, an allotment of land among great men who have become bound to bring under cultivation a district theretofore waste. But it is difficult to dissociate the foster of these laws from the victus of the charters, and quite apart from this disputable passage, we have plenty of proof that the king's victus was an encumbrance which pressed heavily upon the lands of free landowners. If in England the duty of feeding the king as he journeys through the country developed into a regular tax or rent, this would not stand alone. That duty plays a considerable part in the Scandinavian law books, and in the Denmark of the 13th century, we may find arrangements which are very like that set forth in Anne's law. Every 100 herod, taken as a whole, has to contribute something towards the king's support. Often it is a round sum of money, but often it will consist of provisions necessary to maintain the king's household during a night or 2 or 3 nights, servicium unius noctis, servicium duorum noctium. Then, the service of 2 nights is accurately defined. It consists of, among other things, 26 salted pigs, 14 live pigs, 16 salted oxen, 16 salted sheep, 360 fowls, 180 geese, 360 cheeses, corn, malt, fodder, butter, herrings, stockfish, pepper, and salt. This revenue stands apart from the revenue derived from the crown lands. It is regarded as a tax rather than a rent, but it is to this extent rooted in the soil that the amount due from each 100 herod is fixed. There is a great deal to make us think that at a quite early time in England such arrangements as this had been made. If we look at the charters, we find that the king is always giving away manses in 5s and 10s, 15s and 20s. This symmetry, this prevalence of a decimal system, we take to be artificial. Already the manse, or hide, is a fiscal unit, a fraction of a district which has to supply the king with food or with money in lieu of food. Whatever be the origin of the king's fium, and if we find it in the voluntary gifts which yet barbarous Germans make to their kings, we may none the less have to admit that it has been touched by the influence of the Roman tributum. It becomes either a rent or a tax. We may call it the one, or we may call it the other, for so long as the recipient of it is the king, the law of the 7th and 8th centuries will hardly be able to tell which it is. The king begins to give it away. In the hands of his donees, in the hands of the churches, it becomes a rent. This is not all, however, that the king has to give, or that the king does give, when he says that he is giving land. That he may be giving away the profits of justice, that he may be giving jurisdiction itself, we shall argue hereafter. But probably he has even in early days yet other things to give, and at any rate in course of time he discovers that such is the case. He can give the right to take toll, he can give market rights. It is by no means impossible that he has forest rights, some general claim to place uncultivated land under his ban, if he would hunt therein, and some general claim to the nobler kinds of fish. Then again, in the 11th century, we find men owing services to the king, which he still receives rather as king than as landlord, and the sporadic distribution of these services seems to show that they are not of modern origin. Such are, for example, the inwards and the averages which are done by the free men of Cambridgeshire. We are told in a general way that the thane owes feodfare, burbot, and brickbot, but that from many lands the lands comprised within no privilege, no franchise greater land right arises at the king's ban. For there is the king's deer hedge to be made, there are warships to be provided, there are seaward and headward. Every increase in the needs of the state, in the power of the state, gives the king new rights in the land, consolidates his seigneury over the land. If a fleet be formed to resist the Danes, the king has something to dispose of, a new immunity for sale. If a geld be levied to buy off the Danes, the king can sell a freedom from this tax, or he can tell the monks of St. Edmundsbury that they may levy the tax from their men and keep it for their own use. This, we argue, is not a new abuse, a phenomenon which first appears in the evil feudal time when men began to confuse imperium with dominium, kingship with landlordship, office with property, tax with rent. On the contrary, we must begin with confusion. In some of the very earliest land books that have come down to us, what the king really gives, when he says that he is giving land, is far rather his kingly superiority over land and landowners than anything that we dare call ownership. Not that this is always the case. Very possible is it that from the first the king had villages which were peopled mainly by his theos and leets, and intertribal warfare may have increased their number. But the charters, for all their apparent precision, will not enable us to distinguish between these cases and others in which the villages are full of free landowners and their slaves. The charters are not engendered by the English facts. They are foreign, ecclesiastical, Roman. By such documents, to our thinking, the king gives what he has to give. In one case, it may be a full ownership of a village or of some scattered steads. In another, it may be a superiority, which when analyzed will turn out to be a right of exacting supplies of provender from the men of the village. In a third, and perhaps a common case, the same village will contain the mansi servals of the king's slaves and the mansi ingenuals of free landowners. He no more thinks of distinguishing by the words of his charter his governmental power over free men and their land from his ownership of his slaves, and the land that they are tilling, than his successor of the 11th or 12th century will think of making similar distinctions when he bestows a manor or an honor. We have been suggesting, and shall continue to suggest, that at a very early time, a time beyond which our land books will not carry us, the king is beginning to discover that the whole land which he rules is in a certain and a profitable sense his land. He can give it away. He can barter it in exchange for spiritual benefits, and this he can do without wronging the free landholders who are in possession of that land, for what he really gives is the dues, it is too early to say the service, that they have owed to him and will henceforth owe to his donee. Let us remember that his successors will undoubtedly be able to do this. In a certain sense, Henry Roman II, for example, will have all England to give away. If we were to put an extreme case, we might have to reckon with possible rebellions, but every single hide of England Henry can give without wronging anyone. Suppose that C has been holding a tract as the king's tenant-in-chief by service worth £5 a year. Henry can make a grant of that land to B, and by this grant C will not be wronged. Henceforth C will hold of B, and B of the king. Suppose that, on the occasion of this grant, services worth £2 a year are reserved, then the king has it in his power to grant the land yet once more. To grant it, let us say, to the abbot of A, who is to hold in Frankelmoine. C will not be wronged, B will not be wronged. What the king has done with one hide he can do with every hide in England. Piece by piece he can give all England away. We have been suggesting, and shall continue to suggest, that at a very early time, even in the first days of English Christianity, the king is beginning to discover that he has some such power as that which his successors will exercise. This barbarous chieftain learns that his political sway over the folk involves a proprietary and alienable element of which he can make profit. It involves a right to fium and a right to wits. The beef and the cheese and the Welsh ale that he might have levied from a district he invests, if we may so speak, in what he is being taught to regard as the safest and most profitable of all securities. He obtains not only remission of his sins, but also the friendship and aid of bishops and clergy. And so large stretches of land are booked to the churches. It is to be feared that if the England of the 6th century had been visited by modern Englishmen, the Saxon chieftains would have been awakened to a consciousness of their booking powers by offers of gin and rifles. In its original form, and when put to its original purpose, the land book is no mere deed of gift. It is a dedication. Under the sanction of a solemn anathema, a tract of land is devoted to the service of God. A very full power of disposing of it is given to the bishop or the abbot, who is God's servant. As yet the law has none of those subtle ideas which in after ages will enable it to treat him as a corporation soul or as a trustee. Nor can the folk law meddle much with the affairs of God. The bishop or abbot must be able to leave the land to whom he pleases, to institute an heir. Thus, bookland stands, as it were, outside the realm of the folk law. In all probability, the folk law of this early period knows no such thing as testamentary power. Testamentary power can only be created by the words of a book, by an anathema. But laymen are not slow to see that they can make use of this new institution for purposes of their own, which are not always very pious purposes. By a pretext that he is going to construct a minster, a man will obtain a book garnished with the crosses of bishops. One day calling himself an abbot, and the next day calling himself a king's then, a layman among ecclesiastics, an ecclesiastic among laymen, he will shirk all duties that are owed to state and church. Already Bede complains of this in a wise and famous letter. He advocates a resumption of these inconsiderate and misplaced gifts, and reproves the prelates for subscribing the books. His letter may have done good, but laymen still obtained books which authorized them to hold land by church right. Thus Offa of Mercia gave to an underking lands at Sedgeborough, in such wise that he might have them during his life, and in exercise of full power might leave them to be possessed by church right. Thereupon the subregulus, as a modern English lawyer might say, executed this power of appointment in favor of the Church of Worcester. The same Offa gave land to his thane Dutta, so that by church right he might enjoy it during his life, and leave it on his death to whom he would. We must wait for a later age before we shall find the kings freely booking lands to their thanes without any allusion to ecclesiastical purposes. Indeed, it may be said that the Anglo-Saxon land book never ceases to be an ecclesiastical instrument. True that in the 10th century the kings are booking lands to their thanes with great liberality. True also that there is no longer any pretense that the land so booked will go to endow a church. But let us observe these books, and let us not ignore the recitals that they contain. Why does the king make these grants? He says that it is because he hopes for an eternal reward in the everlasting mansions. This has perhaps become an empty phrase, but it has a history. Also, it is needed in order to make the deed a logical whole. Let us observe the sequence of the clauses. Whereas the fashion of this world passeth away, but the joys of heaven are eternal. Therefore I give land to my thane, so that he may enjoy it during his life, and leave it on his death to whomsoever he pleases. And if anyone shall come against this charter, may he perish forever. I have confirmed this gift with the sign of Christ's holy cross. Some piety in the harangue aringa is necessary in order to lead up to the anathema and the cross. It justifies the intervention of the bishops, who also will make crosses and thereby will be denouncing the Church's ban against anyone who violates the charter. And who, we may ask, is likely to violate the charter? The Doni's kinsfolk may be tempted to do this if the Doni makes use of that testamentary power which has been granted to him, as, for instance, by leaving the land to a church more especially, because it may be very doubtful whether in impeaching such a testament they will not have the folklaw on their side. Such in brief outline is so we think the history of bookland. It is land, or rather in many cases a superiority, held by royal privilege under the sanction of the anathema. Footnotes. Hemming's cartulary was published by Hearn. It has been said that some of the documents in this collection which Kemble accepted as genuine commit the fault of supposing that the old episcopal minster was dedicated to St. Mary, whereas it was dedicated to St. Peter. See Robertson, Historical Essays. However, where Hemming's work can be tested, it generally gains credit. DB I-173b, K-131, I-158, B I-311. DB I-127, K-230, I-297, B I-558. Hist Eckelroman 4, 13 ed., Plummer I-232. See the spurious charter of Keedwalla, K-992, V-32, which purports to show where the 87 manses lay. According to it, the gift comprised some places which lay well outside the promontory of Selsey, but more of this hereafter. Napier and Stevenson, Crawford Charters, P43, some of the best work that has been done towards connecting Domesday Book with the AS. Land books will be found in a paper on the pre-Domesday Hyde of Gloucestershire, Transactions of Bristol and Gloucestershire Arch. Soch, Volume Roman 18, by Mr. C.S. Taylor. K12I16, BI69, H and S 129, Plummer, Bede, Roman 2, 247. The charter itself is open to grave suspicion. C.S. Taylor, The Pre-Domesday Hyde of Gloucestershire. EP4 BM Faxim, Roman 4, 1. K83 I100, In Possessionum Ecclesiastici Rationis et Reguli, in Eus Monastici Rationis. K90 I108, In Possessionum Iuris Ecclesiastici. K101 I122, Ut sit Ecclesiastici Iuris Potstate Subdita in Perpetuum. K54 I60 is a gift to an abbess, for compare K36 I. We here leave out of account the early lease for lives granted by BP. Wilfrid, K91 I109, an important document, but one which must be mentioned in another context. An accusative absolute. Edric's deed is K27 I30. See also H. Lothar's Charter K I20 and Sneebrid's K52 I59, BM Fax. I. Plates 1, 3. With these should be compared the forms in Rosier Formules I-208-55. On pp. 235, 253 will be found instances. One from the very ancient Angevin collection, another from Markulf, in which the breaker of the charter is threatened, not only with a money penalty, but also with excommunication and damnation. K knows 12, 16, 32, 36, 48, 52, 56, 67, etc. K 131, I 158. K1. K knows 27, 35, 77, 79, 999, 1006, 1007. K35, I39, E13 BM fax, I2. K52, I59, E16 BM fax, I3. E4 BM fax Roman 4, 1. Davidson, Precedents in Conveyancing, I88 ed. 1874. In conveying estates, it is not usual to refer to the leases affecting the same, unless the leases are for a long term of years or beneficial or otherwise not of the ordinary type. Hist, Eckel, Roman 4, C13 ed. Plummer, I230. In the O.E. version, the words are, on C signing, him to Gutsuna on Feng and to Takni there sib him twa miegth forgif, thete is wit eland and minuara miegth on West Sixna the Ode. Hist, Eckel, Roman 4, C13 ed. Plummer, I232. K114, I139. E49. Et cum omni tributo quad regibus in dedabetur. So by a deed of AD 762, K109, I133, BI, a thane states that King Ethelbert gave him a villa cum tributo Elias Poseidondum, and then proceeds to give this villa to a church cum tributo Elias. E4 BM fax, Roman 4. 1. Et semper liber perminat omnibus habentibus ob omnibus duris secularibus, nodes et ignodes, praeter arsum et pontum ac vulgar militium. K77, I92, E24, BM fax. I6. Et eus regium in edainceps nullum reperiatur omnino, excepto dumptixat tale qual generale est in universis ecclesiasticis terris qui in hac cantia esse nascuntur. K90, I108. E40. Et ut ob omni tributo vectigalium operum onerumque secularium sit libera in perpetuum, pro merced eterni retributionis, regali potstate discernens statuo. Tantum ut dio omnipotenti ex eadem agelo ecclesiastici servitudis famulatum impendet. K56, I64, H and S Roman 3, 278, BI 171. The charter is of fairly good repute, but nothing that comes from Evesham is beyond suspicion. It is almost impossible to translate these early books without making their language too definite. How, for instance, shall we render nulli, nec principi, nec perfecto, nec tyranno aliqui pasqui constituantur? In E70, Section 1. Thorpe, Gloss, S.V. Foster, thinks that this law has to do with the fostering of a child. Schmid is inclined to hold that it speaks of a rent payable to a landlord. In E64.6, he who has 20 hides must show 12 hides of cultivated land if he wishes to go away. He who has 10 hides shall show 6 hides of cultivated land. He who has 3 hides let him show 1.5. The persons with whom these laws deal are certainly not a scripti glebi, they are very great men. Then we must read C63. If a Jesseth come and go away, then may he have his reeve with him and his smith and his child's fosterer. And then C68. If a Jesseth come and be driven off, let him be driven from the dwelling bottle, not from the set land, nays their setting. The king's Jesseths have been taking up large grants of waste land and putting under tenants on the soil. These great folk must not fling up their holdings until they have brought the land into cultivation. If they do abandon their land, they may take away with them only 3 of their dependents. If they are evicted by some adverse claimant, this is not to harm their under-tenants. They are to be driven from the bottle, that is from the chief house, but not from the land that they have set out to husbandmen. These last are to enjoy a secure title. We must leave to linguists the question whether we have rightly understood the difficult set. But these chapters, together with C67, which deals with the relations between these lords and their husbandmen, seem to point to some great scheme for colonizing a newly conquered district. Kemble, Saxons, I-294-8, Roman 2, 58. Karl Lehmann, ab Handlungen zur Germanischen Rechtsgeschichte, Liber Census Danii, ed. O. Nielsen, 1879. See Nuts Law, Roman 2. 62. About this matter seems to imply that in consequence of the immunities lavishly bestowed by his predecessors, the old king's fium was only leviable from lands which were deemed to be the king's lands, but that See Nuts Reeves had been demanding that this fium should be supplemented by other lands. The king of his grace forbids them to do this. The old fium has been changed into a rent of crown lands. A vague claim to purveyance is abolished, but will appear again after the conquest. In the A.S. Kron. Anne, 991, 1007, 1011, the Danegeld appears as a gaffal, but this is the common word for a rent paid by a tenant to his landlord. Kemble, Saxons Roman 2, 73-6. Already in 749, Ethelbald of Mercia in a general privilege for the churches, H and S Roman 3. 386 says, Sed nec hoc pretermitendum est, cum necessarium constat equalsize Dei, quia Ethelbaldus rex, pro expiation delictorum suorum et retribution mercedis eterni, famulize Dei proprium libertatem in fructibus silvarum agorumque, saeven ceteris utilitibus fluminum vel raptura piscium, haber donavit. See above P55. Rectitudine C1, Schmid, App Roman 3. See above P169. Schroeder, Die Franken und ihre Recht, Zeitsch. Die Savigny Stiftung, Roman 3. 6282, has argued that, from the first times of the Frankish settlement onwards, the king has a bodenregel, an obregenthum over all land. Epistola ad Ecbertum ed. Plummer, I 405. K 131, I 158. K 137, I 164, B M Fax. I 10. A few words are illegible, but the land is given in ius ecclesiastici liberalitatis in perpetuum possid. Ethelwulf makes a grant to a thane, K 269, Roman 2. 48, pro expiation pieculorum meorum et absolution criminum meorum. In course of time, the piety of the recitals becomes more and more perfunctory. It becomes a philosophically reflection on the transitoriness of earthly affairs and finally evaporates, leaving behind some commonplace about the superiority of written over unwritten testimony. Bede ed. Plummer, I 415, ipsis quoque literas privulgerum suorum. Section 2, Bookland and Folkland. With bookland is contrasted folkland. Therefore of folkland a few words must be said. What is folkland? A few years ago the answer that historians gave to this question was this: it is the land of the folk, the land belonging to the folk. Dr. Vinogradov has argued that this is not the right answer. His argument has convinced us, but as it is still new, we will take leave to repeat it with some few additions of our own. The term folkland occurs but thrice in our texts. It occurs in one law and in two charters. The one law comes from Edward the Elder, and all that it tells us is that folkland is the great contrast to bookland. Folkland and bookland seem to cover the whole field of land tenure. Possibly this law tells us also that while a dispute about folkland will, a dispute about bookland will not, come before the shiremoot, but we hardly obtain even this information. Then we have the two charters. Of these the earlier is a deed of Ethelbert of Kent, dated in 858. The king, with the consent of his great men, and of the prelates, gives to his thane Wulflaf 5 ploughlands at Washingwell, aliquem partum terri iuris me, in exchange for land at Marsham. He declares that the land at Washingwell is to be free from all burdens save the 3 usually accepted, the land at Marsham having enjoyed a similar immunity. The boundaries of Washingwell are then stated. On the west it is bounded by the king's folkland, Sinninge's Falkland, which Wighelm and Wulflaf have. So much for the deed itself. On its back there is an endorsement to the following effect. This is the land book for Washingwell that Ethelbert the king granted to Wulflaf his thane in exchange for an equal amount of other land at Marsham. The king granted and booked to Wulflaf 5 sullungs of land at Washingwell for the 5 sullungs at Marsham, and the king made that land at Marsham his folkland, did it him to folkland. When they had exchanged the lands, save the marshes and the salterns at Faversham and the woods that belonged to the salterns. Now this deed teaches us that there was land which was known as the king's folkland, and that it was in the occupation of 2 men called Wighelm and Wulflaf, the latter of whom may well have been the Wulflaf who made an exchange with the king. The endorsement tells us that, when the king received the land at Marsham, he made it his folkland. He did it him to folkland. The other charter is of greater value. It is the will of the ealdorman Alfred, and comes from some year late in the 9th century. He desires in the first place to state who are the persons to whom he gives his inheritance and his bookland. He then gives somewhat more than 100 hides, including 6 at Lingfield and 10 at Horsley, to his wife for her life, with remainder, as we should say, to their daughter. More than once he calls this daughter our common bairn, thus drawing attention to the fact that she is not merely his daughter, but also his wife's daughter. This is of importance, for in a later clause we hear of a son. I give to my son Ethelwold 3 hides of bookland, 2 hides on Hdwydajune, and 1 at Gadatune, and therewith 100 swine, and if the king will grant him the folkland with the bookland, then let him have and enjoy it. But if this may not be, then let her my wife grant to him, whichever she will, either the land at Horsley or the land at Lingfield. Such are the materials which must provide us with our knowledge of folkland. We must examine Alfred's will somewhat carefully. The testator has a wife, a son, a daughter. He leaves the bulk of his bookland to his wife for life with remainder to his daughter. For his son, he makes a small provision, only 3 hides out of his bookland, but he expresses a wish that the king will let that son have the folkland, and if this wish be not fulfilled, then that son is to have either 10 or else 6 hides out of the bookland previously given to the wife and daughter. We see that, even if he gets these few hides, the son will obtain but a small part of a handsome fortune. If the king will grant him the folk land, this may suggest that a man's folkland will not descend to his heir. But another, and, as it seems to us, a far more probable explanation is open. The son is my son, the daughter is our common bairn. May not the son be illegitimate, or may not his legitimacy be doubtful, for legitimacy is somewhat a matter of degree. The ealdorman may have contracted a dubious or a morganatic marriage. We can see that he does not feel called upon to do very much for this son of his. He expresses a hope that the king as supreme judge will hold the son to be legitimate or sufficiently legitimate to inherit the folkland, which he does not endeavor to bequeath. The king, like other persons, can have both folkland and bookland. We have just heard of the king's folkland. We turn to the important deed whereby King Ethelwulf booked land to himself. Alms, it says, are the most perdurable of possessions. One ought to minister to the necessities of others, and so make to oneself friends of the mammon of unrighteousness. Therefore I, King Ethelwulf, with the consent and leave of my bishops and great men, have booked to myself 20 manses, so that I may enjoy them and leave them after my death to whomsoever I please in perpetuity. The land is to be free from all tribute and the like, save military service and the repair of bridges. Then the description of the land thus booked is preceded by the statement, "These are the lands which his wise men, senators, conceded to Ethelwulf." Now the full meaning of this famous instrument we cannot yet discuss. To put it briefly, our explanation will be that over his bookland the king will have powers which he will not have over his folkland. In particular, he will have that testamentary power, which will enable him to become friendly with the mammon of unrighteousness and secure those eternal mansions that he desires. But we have introduced this charter here because, though it says no word of folkland, it forms an important part of the case of those who contend that folkland is land belonging to the people. Another weighty argument is derived from the fact that there are but very few charters of the kings which do not in some formula or another profess that many illustrious persons have consented to or have witnessed the making of the deed. We have no desire to detract from the significance of this fact, still we ought to examine our documents with care. Such words as a charter has about consent may occur in 2 different contexts. They may occur in close connection with the words of gift, the operative words, as our conveyancers say, or they may occur in the eschatokal, the clause which deals with the execution and attestation of the instrument. If we come across 2 deeds, one of which tells us how I, King Ethelwulf, with the consent and leave of my bishops and great men, give land to a church or a thane, while the other says nothing of consent until it tells us how this charter was written on such a day his testibus consentientibus, we must not at once treat them as saying the same thing in 2 different ways. For this purpose we may divide our charters into 3 periods. The first begins with the few genuine charters of the 7th century and ends in the reign of Egbert. the second endures until the reign of Edward the Elder, the third until the Norman conquest. It will be well understood that we draw no hard line. Each period has its penumbra, but the years 800 and 900 or 925 may serve to mark very rudely the two limits of the middle period. Now a clause in the body of the deed stating that the gift is made by the consent of the witan is characteristic of this middle period. Anyone who wishes to forge a royal land book of the 9th century should insert this clause. Anyone who wishes to forge a deed of the 10th or of the 8th century should think twice before he makes use of it. To be more exact, it becomes a common form under Cenwulf of Mercia and Egbert of Wessex. It grows very rare under Ethelstan. In the meanwhile, it serves as a common form, and it appears in deeds wherein the king says in forcible terms that he is disposing of his land and his inheritance. During the last of our three periods, all that is ascribed to the great men whose crosses follow the king's cross is little, if anything, more than the function of witnesses. A deed of Ethelstan's day will end with some such formula as the following. This book was written at such a place and time, and its authority was confirmed by the witnesses whose names are written below. But very often there is no such concluding formula. We have simply the list of witnesses and their crosses, and of each of them it is said that he consented and subscribed. Later in the 10th century, the formula which introduces the names of the witnesses will hardly admit that they in any sense confirmed the transaction. It will say merely, "This book was written on such a day his testibus consentientibus quorum nomina inferius carexanter." On this will follow the names and crosses, and of each bishop but not as a general rule of any other witness it will be said that he has done something for the stability of the deed. To convey this information, the scribe rings the changes on a score of Latin words subscripsi, consensi, consolidavi, corroboravi, confirmavi, conscripsi, consignavi, adquivi, prepinxi, prepunxi, prenatavi, and so forth, thereby showing that he has no very clear notion as to what it really is that the bishop does. But this degradation of what seems to be a formula of assent into a formula of attestation has been noticed by others, and it is more to our purpose to examine the charters of the earliest period. For then, if at any time, the folkland should have appeared in its true character as the land of the people. Now, during our earliest period instruments, which contain in conjunction with their operative words any allusion to the consent of the great men of the realm, are exceedingly rare. A commoner case is that in which the Eshitakel says something about consent. We will collect a few examples. I have confirmed this with the sign of the Holy Cross, with the council of Lawrence, the bishop, and of all my principes, and have requested them to do the like. I have impressed the sign of the Holy Cross, and requested fit and proper witnesses to subscribe. I have confirmed this gift with my own hand, and have caused fit and proper witnesses, my companions, commits, to confirm and subscribe. This formula, undoubtedly of foreign origin, was common in Kent. From Wessex and the middle of the 8th century, we twice obtain a fuller form. These things were done in such a year, and that my munificent gift may be the more firmly established, firmius roboretur, we have associated with ourselves the fit and proper witnesses, and adstipulators whose names and descriptions are set forth below to subscribe and confirm this privilege of the aforesaid estate, predicti possessionis privilegium. More frequently, however, the document has nothing that can be called a clause of attestation. It simply gives us the names and the crosses of the witnesses. Occasionally over against each name, or each of the most important names, is set some word or phrase describing this witness's act. He has subscribed, or he has consented, or he has consented and subscribed, or perhaps he has confirmed. Now we ought not to draw inferences from these phrases without knowing that in the Latin of this period such words as confirmare, corroborare, et stipulare are the proper words whereby to describe the act of those who become witnesses to the execution of a deed. Our kings are making use, though it is a lax use, of foreign formulas. What is more, they are adopting the formulas of private deeds. They have no chancellor, as the Frankish kings have, and they do not, as the Frankish kings do, dispense with that regatio testium, which is one of the usual forms of private law. On the continent of Europe, all this talk about confirmation, corroboration, and consent would by no means imply that the witnesses were more than witnesses. The line which divides attestation from participation is really somewhat fine, and though well enough apprehended by modern lawyers, would not easily be explained to a barbarian ealdorman. A witness does consent to the execution of the instrument which he attests, though he may be utterly ignorant of its import, and, if the law demands that such an instrument shall be attested, then it may well be said of the witness that by attesting it he makes it firm, he confirms it. Until he attested it, it was not a valid instrument. Now we are not saying that the magnates, more especially the bishops, who attested these ancient charters thought of themselves as mere witnesses. Had that been so, a clause expressing the consent of the whole body of great men would hardly have crept into the charters, and it does creep in gradually during the last half of the 8th century. A similar development has been noticed in the charters of the German kings. A clause expressing the consent of the great folk rarely occurs in the Merovingian or the early Carolingian charters, unless they belong to certain exceptional classes. It is said to become common under the weak rule of Louis the Child. Then for a while it becomes rare again, and then once more common under Henry Roman III and Henry Roman IV, though consent and witness are hardly to be distinguished. Perhaps from the first in England, the cross of at least one bishop was much to be desired, or was almost indispensable. For the anathema which the charter pronounces will be a solemn sentence of excommunication when it comes from a bishop, while it will be at best a pious wish if it comes from the king. And it is well to have the cross of every bishop, so that the breaker of the charter may find himself excommunicated in every diocese. This is not all. We may well believe that from the first the king was more or less bound to consult with his great men before he alienated his land. The notion that land could be alienated at all may not have been very ancient, and the king, when giving land away, may have been expected to pay some regard to the welfare of his realm. The discovery that he had an alienable superiority over free land and free landowners would sharpen this rule. Some of these early donations are to our minds more like cessions of political power than gifts of land. They make over to bishops and abbots rights which the king has exercised rather as king than as landowner. A wholesome practice grows up which is embodied in the clause that states the consent of the witan, and, even when this clause has disappeared, still it is in the presence and with the witness of his counselors that the king makes his grants. This is no purely English phenomenon. When a Norman duke hands his charter to be roberated and confirmed by his fidèles, we do not infer that he is disposing of land that is not his. But it is very remarkable that in the earliest English charters, the consent of an overlord is treated as a far more serious thing than the consent of the nobles. Of some value though this constitutional check may have been, we cannot regard it as a relic of a time when there was land which in any accurate sense of the term was owned by the people. The recorded action of the witan in relation to the king's grants does not become more prominent, it becomes less prominent as we go backwards and reach the heptarchic days. But that is not all. Is it not marvelous that there should be land owned by the people, and yet that we should have to discover this momentous fact from a few casual phrases occurring in 3 documents of the 9th and 10th centuries? Are we to suppose that whenever the king is giving away land, this land is the land of the people? Why do not the charters say so? Repeatedly the king speaks of the land that he gives as my land, terram iuris me, and this too in charters which state that the witan give their consent to the grant. Never by any chance does a scribe slip into any such phrase as terram gentes me, terram gentes mercium, or the like. And how came it about that from the very earliest time the king could devote the people's land to the salvation of his own peculiar soul? But, it will be said, no doubt the king had private estates besides having a power over the unallotted lands of the nation, and those private estates he could give away as he pleased. But then, how are we to distinguish between those charters whereby he disposed of his own and those whereby he disposed of national lands? The formula which expresses the consent of the wise will certainly not serve our turn. It leads, as we have seen, to a distinction between different ages, not to a classification of the various charters of one and the same king. Some historians have supposed that at the outset there was a clear distinction between the king's private estates and those national lands which were becoming the domains of the crown. Now a vague distinction between what belonged to the king as king and what belonged to him if, we may use so modern a phrase in his private capacity, we may admit. while at the same time we gravely doubt whether the language or the thought of the 8th or 9th century had any forms in which this distinction could be precisely expressed. Even within the ecclesiastical sphere, where traditions of Roman law may have lingered and where dead saints presented themselves as persons capable of acquiring land, it was by no means easy to distinguish the bishop's property from his church's property. We may find a deed whereby some king, for the love of God or the salvation of his soul, gives land to a certain bishop, and states in strong, clear words that the donee is to have the most absolute power of giving and selling, and even, for this sometimes occurs, of bequeathing the land. We shall probably believe that the king intends that this land shall go to increase the territory of the church, and yet we dare not make the bishop either a trustee or a corporation sole. As to the king, it would be on his death that the necessity of drawing some distinction between his two capacities would first present itself. Perhaps a brother of his would be elected to the kingdom, and his children would be passed by. Clearly this brother should have those lands which have supplied the king with the main part of his revenue, and yet it would be hard that the dead man's children should be portionless. However, we may strongly suspect that in the earliest time cases of this nature were settled as they arose without the establishment of any general rule, and that even on the eve of the Norman conquest, no definite classification of the king's estates had been framed. We dare not expect the rule to be more definite than that which settled the title to the kingship, and how exceedingly indefinite the latter was the historians of our Constitution have explained. Hereditary and elective elements were mixed up in the title. We can define neither the one nor the other. That superiority over all the land of his kingdom of which we have spoken above, though it might be alienated piecemeal among the living, would pass from the dead king to his elected successor. On the other hand, some kings were careful to have certain lands booked to themselves and to obtain from their nobles an express power of testamentary appointment. But very possibly, there was a wide fringe of disputable matter. King Alfred's will, with all that he says about what had been done by himself, his father and his brothers, seems to tell us that a prudent king would obtain the consent of his counselors to any disposition that he made of land that was in any sort his. Also, it seems to bear witness to a strong feeling that the reigning king should enjoy at any rate the bulk of the lands that his predecessor had enjoyed. In one of his charters, Ethelred the Unready is made to tell a long and curious story. My father, King Edgar, gave certain lands to the minster at Abingdon. On his death, the wise men elected as king my brother Edward, and put me in possession of the lands which belonged to the king's sons. Among these were the lands given to Abingdon. They were forcibly taken from the monks. Whether this was lawful or unlawful, those wise men know best. Then my brother Edward died, and I became possessed, not only of the lands which belonged to the king's sons, but also of the royal lands. I do not wish to incur my father's curse, and therefore I intend to substitute for his gift a compensation out of my own proper inheritance. The land that I am now going to dispose of I acquired by gift from certain persons whose names I state. We seem to see here three kinds of land: the regales terri which pass from king to king, the lands entailed, if we may use that term, on the king's family, regia puri, and lands which come to a king by way of gift or the like and constitute his propria hereditas. But the wise men seem to have violated three solemn books which they themselves or their predecessors had attested, and we can but say with King Ethelred, quam rem si east aut ineast fecerunt ipsi scient. There can be but little law about such matters, so long as the title to the kingship is indefinable. This distinction between the lands which would pass from king to king and the lands which would pass from the king to his heirs or to his divisees may have been complicated with another distinction. Domesday Book tells us that some, but by no means all, of the lands held by the confessor were and had always been free of geld, and this freedom from taxation may imply other immunities. It is possible that, as in later times, certain ancient domains of the crown already stood outside the national system of taxation, justice, and police, that the ealdormen of the shire and the shiremoot had no jurisdiction over them, and that they were administered by reeves yet more personally dependent on the king than was the shire reeve. It is possible, however, that the two distinctions cut each other, for when the king booked land to himself he, at all events on some occasions, inserted in the charter a clause of immunity, the very object of which was to put the land outside the general national system. To this distinction, the famous exchange which Ethelbert effected with his thane Wulflaf may point. It says that when, instead of Washingwell, the king accepted Marsham, he did it him to folk land. The land at Marsham was no longer to enjoy that immunity which it had enjoyed while it was in the hands of the thane. It was to come under the sway of the sheriff and of the national courts. However, it is much easier for us to dream dreams about such a transaction than to discover the truth. If the folkland was the land of the people, and if the king, when he booked land to a church or a thane, was usually booking folkland and converting it into bookland, how are we to think of the land that still is folkland? Is it land that has not yet been brought into cultivation? Is it land in which no proprietary interests, save that of the folk, exist? Now we are far from saying that the king never grants land that is waste and void of inhabitants, but it is plain enough that this is not the common case. The charter deals in the first instance with manses, villi, vici, houses, tons, with cultivated fields and meadows. Waste land, it may be, is given in large quantities, but merely as appurtenant to the profitable core of the gift. We see, too, that individual men have rights in the folkland. Alfred the Ealdorman has folkland and hopes that on his death it will pass to his son. King Ethelbert has folkland, and it is occupied by Wilhelm and Wulflaf. King Edward the Elder supposes that the title to folkland may be in dispute between two persons, and that this dispute will come before the sheriff. What then the folk owns, if it owns anything at all, is not, if we may introduce such feudal terms, land in domain, but land in service, in other words, a superiority or seigneury over land. We must add that it is a superiority over free men and over men who have titles that can be the subject of lawsuits in the county court. And now we must ask, what profit does the nation get out of this superiority? Shall we say that the tributum, the vectigal paid to the king, is to be regarded as rent paid to the nation, that the opera regia, the victus, the pastus, are services rendered by the tenant to the people? Or shall we say that the folk's right over this land is proved by its serving as the fund whereon the king can draw when he desires to save his soul? Then, if on the other hand we make the tillers of the folkland mere tenants at will, there will be little room left for any landowners, for any peasant proprietors. To meet this difficulty, it has been supposed that, at all events at a remote time, there was much land that was neither folkland nor bookland. The allotments which the original settlers received were neither folkland nor bookland. In order to describe those allotments, the words allode and ethel have been used, and other terms, such as family land and heir land, have been invented. But in the laws and the charters we do not meet with these phrases. The law of Edward the Elder seems to set before us bookland and folkland as exhausting the kinds of land. He who deforces any one of his right, be it in bookland, be it in folkland, must pay a penalty. It is difficult to believe that this law says nothing of one very common kind of land. Still more difficult to believe that already in the first half of the 9th century, the amount of the so-called allode, ethel, or heir land had become so small that it might be neglected. So far as we can see, bookland from first to last was only held by the churches and by very great men. The books that we have, more especially the later books, are with hardly any exceptions furnished with clauses of immunity, clauses which put the land outside the national system of police, and, as we think, of justice also. It is not to be imagined for one moment that the numerous liberi homines who even in the Conqueror's reign held land in Essex and East Anglia had books. To say that bookland had consumed the ancient allode or ethel is in truth to say that all land was privileged. We turn once more to Edward's law. Land, it would seem, is either bookland or folkland. Bookland is land held by book, by a royal and ecclesiastical privilegium. Folkland is land held without book, by unwritten title, by the folklaw. Folkland is the term which modern historians have rejected in favor of the outlandish allode. The holder of folkland is a free landowner, though at an early date the king discovers that over him and his land there exists an alienable superiority. Partly by alienations of this superiority, partly perhaps by gifts of land of which the king is himself the owner, bookland is created. Edward's law speaks as though it were dealing with two different kinds of land, but really it is dealing with two different kinds of title. We, and even our statutes, habitually speak of freehold land, copyhold land, leasehold land, Yet we know that the same piece of land may be at one and the same time freehold, copyhold, and leasehold. All land is freehold land, every rood has its freeholder. Bracton habitually spoke of land held by Frankelmoine, land held by knight service, land held in soccage, but he knew well enough that a single acre might be held at one and the same time by many different tenures. Just so, we take it, the same land might be both bookland and folkland, the bookland of the minster, the folkland of the freemen who were holding not indeed, of but still, under the minster. They or their ancestors had held under the king, but the king had booked their land, which also in a certain sense was his land, to church. The mental effort, the abstraction that would be required of us were we to speak of various estates, rights, and titles, we try to avoid by speaking as though the distinction that was to be indicated were a distinction between various material things, and as though a freehold or copyhold quality were, like fertility or sterility, an attribute of the soil. Even so abstract a term as estate is soon debased by the vulgar mouth. Estates are plowed, men shoot over their estates. Bookland is a briefer term than land held by bookright. Folkland is a briefer term than land held by folkright. The same piece of land may be held by bookright and by folkright. It may be bookland and folkland too. And now we must turn to consider another element in the king's alienable superiority. We must speak of jurisdiction. Footnotes. Vinogradov Folkland Eng Hist, Reverend Roman 8, 1. Edwa, I2. Schmid, p. 575. K. 281, Roman 2. 64, B.M. Fax, Roman 2, 33. K. 317, Roman 2. 120, T. 480, B. Roman 2, 195. K. 260, Roman 2. 28, B. Roman 2. 33, B.M. Fax, Roman 2, 30. In K. 1019, v. 58, there is talk of Offa having booked land to himself, and in K. 1245, Roman 6. 58, Edgar seems to perform a similar feat without mentioning the consent of the Witan, though they attest the deed. See Stubbs, Const. Hist. I 145. From Alfred and Edward, the elder, we have hardly enough genuine charters to serve as materials for an induction, but Edward's reign seems the turning point. AD 838, K. 1044, v. 90. Egbert gives aliquentialam terri partum me proprii hereditatis, cum concilio et testimonio optimatum meorum. AD 863, K. 1059, v. 116, Ethelred cum consensu ac licentia episcoporum ac principum meorum, gives aliquem partum agri qui ad me right pertinbat. Stubbs Const. Hist. I 212. We know of but 4 specimens earlier than 750. The first is a deed whereby Wulfar of Mercia makes a grant, cum consensu et licentia amicorum et optimatum meorum, E4, B.M. Fax, Roman 4. The second is a deed whereby H. Lothar of Kent makes a grant with the consent of Ap Theodore, his H. Lothar's brother's son Edric and all the princes, K. 16 I 20, B.M. Fax, I. The third, known to us only through a copy, is one by which Ethelbald of Mercia makes a grant, cum consensu vel episcoporum vel optimatum meorum, K. 83 I 100. By a fourth deed, K. 27 I 30, Edric grants land, cum consensu meorum patriciarum, but this also we only get from a copy. K. 1 I 1, AD 604, Ethelbert for Rochester. K. 43 I 50, B.I. 140, AD 697 Wihtred, K. 47 I 54, E. 17 B.M. Fax, I 4, Wihtred, K. 77 I 92, E. 24 B.M. Fax, I 6, AD 732 Ethelbert, K. 132 I 160, E. 54 B.M. Fax, Roman 2. 4, AD 778 Egbert. K. 85 I 102, E. 32, Eadbert for Rochester. Of this deed we have but a transcript. The formula of attestation is very curious and may have been distorted either by the original scribe or the copyist. K. 157, I 189, Offa of Mercia uses this eshatakel, but in a Kentish gift. K. 1067, v. 47-8, B.I. 256-7. K. 79, I 95. Brunner Rechtsgeschichte der Rom. U German. Urkund, pp-8, Guyary Manuel de Diplomatique 614. Bede in his famous letter, ed. Plummer I 417, uses the technical estipulary to describe the action of the prelates who set their crosses to the king's charters. It occurs also in a charter of 791, K v 53-4. See also K 691, Roman 3. 289, Constipulators. Brunner, Op. Cit. 158. Dr. Brunner thinks that the precedents for A.S. charters came direct from Rome rather than from any other quarter, p. 187, but he fully admits that these charters, when compared with foreign instruments, show a certain formlessness. Under our own law, we may conceive a case in which a man would be compelled to die unwillingly intestate because one of the two people present at his deathbed capriciously refused to witness a will. The transition is marked by the following charters: K. 104, 108, 113. In these we have the mere rogation of fit and proper witnesses. K. 114, a Kentish deed which Kemble ascribes to 759-765. In this, the clause of attestation speaks of the counsel and consent of the optimates and principes. K. 118, Udit of the Achwikas makes a grant with the consent and license of Offa king of the Mercians and of his Offas, bishops, and principes. K. 120, the witnesses are described as condonantes. K. 121, 122, AD 774, the clause of attestation says cum sacerdotibus et senioribus populi mortestium subscribendo. K. 131, testium ergo et consentientium episcoporum ac principum meorum signa et nomina pro firmitatis stabilimento hic infranotabo. A clause of this kind becomes common with Offa. See K 134, 137, 138, 148. But occasionally there are relapses, and the signatories merely appear as fit and proper, or religious, witnesses. But it is not until after 800 that, save as a rare exception, the consent of the magnates is brought into connection with the operative words. Breslau, Erkendenleer, I 697. Bede's letter to Egbert ed. Plummer, I 405, and his account of Benedict Biscop, Ib. 364, show that it was expected of the king that he should provide land for young warriors of noble race, but no word implies that the land out of which the provision was to be made was folkland, nor is it clear that the young warrior was to have a book. See William's charter for Fécamp, Neustria Pia, p. 224. AD 692-3, K 35 I 39, B.M. Fax. I2, a grant by Hodelredus parens sebi, cum ipsius consensu, ego sebi rex est successorum pro confirmation subscripsi, AD 704 K I 59, BM Fax. I3, ego suobrid rex est successorum et ego piagthath cum licentia edil redi regis, AD 706 K I 64, ego ethaluiard subregulus. Consentient coenrido regem mercerum, AD 720-146 K 91 I 109, Ethelbald of Mercia attests a lease made by the Bishop of Worcester, A.D. 759 K 105 I 128, B.M. Fax. Roman 2. 3 brothers, each of whom is a regulus, make a gift, cum licentia et permission regis often mercerum, A.D. 767 K 117-8 I 144-5. 2 gifts by Udid, regulus of the Achwikas, cum consensu et licentia offani regis mercerum, A.D. 791 K 1016 v 54. Ego Aldwulfus dux South Saxonum, cum consensu et licentia offi regis mercerum. K 113 I 137. K 314 Roman 2. 112. 1067 v 127. Liber de Haida 57. On the death of Ethelbald, 2 of his sons, Ethelred and Alfred, seem to have made over the lands which had been devised to them by their father to Ethelbert, the reigning king, so that he might enjoy them during his life. Then again, on Ethelbert's death, Alfred would not insist upon a partition, but allowed his share to remain in the possession of Ethelred, the reigning king. See also Edred's will, Liber de Haida, 153. He seems to have a good deal of land of which he can dispose freely. K 1312, Roman 6, 172. The violated books are in Cron. Abinged, I 314, 317, 334. Were it possible for us to say that the kingship was elective, this would be but a beginning of difficulties. For example, we should raise a question which in all probability has no answer, were we to ask whether a majority could bind a minority. Section 3 Sake and Soak.